Shall we pretend not to fear it? The overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal give his bid. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal on his head, shrieking keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Making the chaos of foes with pretense. Coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the doors. It's in hell of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So read the command, don't deploy an accord. If you know what's good, feed Morty the Overlord. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Maintaining the chaos of power and pretence. Strong against the darkness, rising to defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Much, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody, hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Who we got in the building? We got Bugs, Lone Wolf. We got Glowing. Welcome. Very good to see you guys. Well said. Alex Pretti won the FAFO Award. Physically resisting being detained while being armed with a pistol against federal law enforcement is not only dumb, but criminal. Indeed. Now, I have a little bit softer of a take on it, but obviously I am in the camp that this was obviously legally justified. Oh, that is the debate that we're getting into. The debate doesn't start for another hour, so I need your guys' help to fine tune the opening statement. So I've got most of it. What should I do? Should I let's put it like that? Can I read that well so you guys could see it? I want to be able to see it properly. All right, I'll just read it from here, from there. So I'm going. It's a this time it is 10 minutes. I made sure that it is 10 minutes that we have for the opening. And I don't know if you guys are familiar, but Death Knot is my opponent. I guess a Muslim woman, looks like a white Muslim woman. I actually debated her one time before on Grid One's platform, and I was one debate away from winning the whole night. But I was just so tired and so out of it, and she hit me with something I just wasn't expecting. And I was just like, yeah, whatever, you win. I don't care anymore. You win. So I definitely have to get it back tonight. Luckily, I do think we are in the easier camp of proving that, it wasn't just like I randomly went out and was looking to murder somebody. Clearly, homeboy was there for a negative reason, and he got caught up into it. Box, you can request as many side quest videos as you like. $5 to obviously not during the debate, but while we're still here, any side quest, $5, and we will check out anything you want under 8 minutes. So indeed, Box, this is neither lawful or moral. Well, I disagree. So why don't we do this? We'll start with what I've got so far, and we're gonna kind of edit as we go. Let me know if there's different wording and stuff that you think I should use, and we'll go through and we're gonna figure it out. So while we're here, let's get some vibe music. Lawful says, absolutely lawful. The insurrectionists played stupid games and won stupid prizes. Yeah, okay, so Box, I want your direct response to my opening statement. So let's see. So again, one thing we should, I don't know why I said again, but one thing we should all agree upon is that the death of Alex Pretti, let me move this thingy. There you go. Excuse me. All right, take two. One thing we should all agree upon is that the death of Alex Pretti should not have happened. A man is dead. All human life is valuable, and that makes this a tragedy on many levels. But the question before us is not, could this situation have been handled better? I think it potentially could have. The question is whether or not the officer's actions were constitutionally reasonable at the moment force was used. Graham v. Connor of 1989 requires courts to judge force from the perspective... A little more, please. A little more. Beautiful. There we go. Requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight and under the totality of the circumstances. That is the only standard that matters here. The video shows multiple individuals standing in a public roadway, blocking traffic and preventing a federal vehicle from exiting. Traffic is forced to stop or reroute. This is not passive observation. This is physical obstruction. Pretti was not merely there as an observer. The Supreme Court has been clear for decades that the First Amendment does not protect conduct that obstruct public ways or create safety hazards via Cox v. Louisiana of 1965. Officers issue lawful commands. Those are important. In this case, officers are lawfully present in issuing lawful commands, addressing a safety hazard. Yeah, so lawfully present, issuing lawful commands, addressing a safety hazard. Even when individuals are filming, courts have held that officers may impose reasonable, safety-based restrictions during active operations. Turner v. Driver of the Fifth Circuit in 2017 tells us that filming does not override safety or operational control. Let's put just because you're filming doesn't mean they lose their authority. What do we got so far? So far, what do we think it's so far? Maybe. Fair enough. Shout out to Mjolnir. Welcome. How are the ICE agents able to know, but he didn't have a second firearm? Well, you're getting ahead of me. Yeah, that's a bit. So the accidental discharge is not really directly relevant to my argument. So it's not in here, but that is all addressed. All right, so let's continue that. Even when individuals are filming, courts have held that officers may impose reasonable safety-based restrictions during active operations. Turner v. Driver, the Fifth Circuit of 2017, tells us that filming does not override safety or operational control. Just because you are filming doesn't mean, you are. Just because you are filming doesn't mean they lose their authority. When verbal commands fail, the officer uses open hand pushing to move individuals out of the roadway. This is the lowest level of force available. Under Graham v. Hancock, I do not know what Graham Hancock did every single time I've tried to read this and say Graham v. Connor, and I'm sure I will do it in the debate as well. I don't know where Graham Hancock is in my mind, but he's there. Anyway, under Graham v. Connor, minimal force is justified when lawful orders are ignored. The situation presents safety risks, and officers must regain control of a scene, I would say is the situation that we're talking about. Courts routinely grant qualified immunity for precisely this level of force in obstruction cases. There is nothing unusual or excessive about it. At this point, Alex Pretti physically inserts himself between the officer and the woman who was being pushed. The video shows Pretti initiating physical contact with the officer and pushing him backward. This changes the legal context of what is allowed to happen next. Once a civilian uses force against an officer performing official duties, that conduct constitutes as assault on a federal officer, regardless of the motive, according to 18 USC. Am I supposed to pronounce that? Like, is that short for a word, or do I just say 18 USC 111? And that is affirmed by United States v. Fiola of 1975. This is no longer about speech or protest. This is now a lawful arrest scenario. The officer responds with pepper spray and a takedown, a textbook escalation under Graham v. Connor, not Hancock, triggered by active resistance. Again, it's Pretti's actions that are escalating the situation. After the pepper spray is deployed, Pretti continues to fight officers. The environment is chaotic. Exactly. I'm going to do exactly. Exactly as the protesters intended. I knew it. I knew you would go down on my jacket today. Of all days, I need you in the chair so they can see. I'm just kidding. Okay. After pepper spray is deployed, Pretti continues to fight officers. The environment is chaotic, exactly as the protesters intended. Shouting, whistles, crowd noise, multiple offers converging, horns honking, and more. The comma. Oxford comma. Love those Oxford commas. Courts have consistently held that officers may escalate force against subjects who actively resist arrest. The principle is recognized in Forrester v. the City of San Diego, the 9th Circuit of 1994, and reinforced by Graham himself. That's it. Substatute. Thank you. Okay. I mean, I'd seen when like on AIM, AOL Instant Messenger, I used to use that symbol just because like I never really saw it anywhere. But thank you. Look, so I don't look stupid on there. Pistol whipping with pepper spray is a bad idea. So is going out and doing what Pretti did. So where are we? The principle is recognized in Forrester v. City of San Diego, a whale's penis, in the 9th Circuit, 1994, and reinforced by Graham itself. At this moment, the officers are dealing with 1, an actively resisting suspect, 2, a volatile crowd, and 3, a rapidly evolving situation where no one knew what would happen next, but it was becoming clear, I want another word there, becoming scarily, I want like a becoming clear what would happen. What's a good word there? No one knew what would happen next, but it was becoming frighteningly. I like that. I'll take that. Frighteningly. That's not how you spell it. Frighteningly. Good job. Thank you, sir. Well, and I mean, who knows if that's a local and state PD thing, right? I don't know if that's how like the laws apply the same to federal law enforcement, which again is why we need local PD out there instead of being told to stand down. All right, so we got at this moment, officer. Let's double check the time, make sure we're good. 9:14, beautiful. At this moment, the officers are dealing with an actively resisting suspect, a volatile crowd, and a rapidly evolving situation where no one knew what would happen next, but it was becoming frighteningly clear what could happen next. I like that. Good job, Box. During the struggle, officer, they shoot. They say gun, right? We're gonna do gun. As they become aware that Pretti is armed. From this moment forward, the legal analysis fundamentally changes. Even if the firearm was physically removed seconds earlier, there is no evidence that all officers were informed that the weapon was secured. Even if the officer holding Pretti's firearm yelled out that he had taken it off Pretti, there's no way in that moment for the officers to know whether Pretti possessed another weapon, whether another gun or even a knife, which could obviously do lethal damage in close quarters like that. Courts do not require officers to confirm the absence of danger in the middle of a violent struggle. In Brousseau versus Hagen, 2004, the Supreme Court emphasized that officers are often forced to make split-second decisions in dangerous situations. In Ryburn v. Huff of 2012, the court held that officers may act on incomplete or uncertain information. In Plumhoff v. Rickard in 2014, the court reaffirmed that deadly force may be used when officers reasonably perceive an imminent threat. If officers hear a gunshot, whether from a negligent discharge or otherwise, in close quarters during a physical struggle, that perception alone can reasonably trigger lethal force. The Constitution does not require officers to pause, pull the scene, or reassess perfectly in seconds. Shout out to Boggs, who gave Anna Kasparian pause. You coming up here, brother? Oh, you haven't been up here in a minute. Look at it. Oh. All right, where are we? Shout out to Boggs, who gave Anna Kasparian pause when he wrote into the TYT morning show, highlighting the difference between can I and must I. It sounds poetic, but is unfortunately paper thin. In the time an officer makes that determination, he could be dead. And it's not the responsibility of law enforcement to read the minds of criminals. This is entirely different from saying that Pretti deserved to die. Just because you broke your ankle when you went hiking doesn't mean that if you choose to go hiking, you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you make that decision. Choosing to protest and obstruct law enforcement when you're armed and then resisting arrest does not mean you deserve to die. But it certainly is one of the things that can happen if you make those decisions. So few people deserve to die. So hopefully my opponent will not try to pull on your heartstrings with emotionally manipulative language. There is a video from days earlier showing Pretti kicking a federal vehicle while armed. That video is not offered to justify this shooting, but it does rebut the false narrative that Pretti was just merely a passive observer who just happened to be present just filming. It shows a pattern of voluntary armed conflicts with law enforcement. Again, I understand this is not something that could be used against him in the court of law, but I don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly. It'd be pretty silly. Rather silly or pretty silly? Pretty silly. Pretty silly? Yep, we're going with pretty silly, no pun intended. No pun intended. And then we'll capitalize that. I like to capitalize to know where I want to emphasize in the sentence if you didn't put that together. So, okay. This is not something that can be used against him in a court of law, but I don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly, no pun intended, to pretend that this behavior is wholly irrelevant to our broader understanding of what really happened in those seconds. Where we got? Where you guys at? You like that one? Lowell says a federal officer with a blunt writing down his face said, "Where is the local PD?" Getting there as well. Thank you. Shout out to Nate. Welcome. Said Alex Pretti was carrying a gun illegally. He has a responsibility to avoid conflict. Yep. Oh, definitely. Welcome. Chose to insert himself into conflict. Just because you have a right to carry doesn't exclude your responsibility to avoid conflict and use it appropriately. Well said. So far looking pretty good, I think. So far. If Box is saying it's good, then I think we're good. So where are we at? Yeah. I want to get that line because that's got to land. This has got to land. Otherwise, it's gonna seem mean. So again, the video. It's false narrative that Pretti was merely a passive observer who happened to be present just filming. It shows a pattern of voluntary armed confrontations with law enforcement. Again, I understand this is not something that could be used against him in the court of law, But I don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly, no pun intended, to pretend that that this is come on. But I don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly, no pun intended, to pretend that this is that this behavior is wholly irrelevant to our broader understanding of what really happened in those seconds. Federal officers were performing federal duties in a jurisdiction where state and local authorities have been ordered, in a jurisdiction where state and local authorities had been ordered. Yeah, local authorities had been ordered to stand down. There we go. Federal officers were performing federal duties in a jurisdiction where state and local authorities have been ordered to stand down, forcing federal agencies to handle crowd control themselves, and that's not what their primary training is. It's almost like they want you guys to die for them so that everyone forgets about the billions of dollars in fraud. But I digress. Under the Supremacy Clause, federal officers do retain authority to enforce federal law even when local governments decline to assist. The Supreme Court decision in Nome v. Vasquez-Padermo of 2025, just last year, confirms that federal agents may detain or arrest U.S. citizens who impede federal operations or create safety risks. Let's do... of which... Pretti did both. Both. Hey, shout out to Monk Master General. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. The 10 gifted memberships. Eat it, bro. What are you doing? There you go. Thank you. So, very much. Remember, guys, if you like the stuff with guests or debates and stuff, make sure that stuff comes to the root. Thank you. Of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Whoa. That is $130 right there. And, of course, the Funkmaster General. Thank you. So, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. Put W Funk in there. Yeah. There we go. So quiet. No, it's not. It's definitely not. That's not the same. Okay. So the Supreme Court's decision in Nome v. Vasquez-Perdomo of 2025 confirms that federal agents may detain or arrest U.S. citizens who impede federal operations or create safety risks, of which Pretti did both. Hey, we got Blasterbot. Welcome to the party. It's a big 5. Thank you so very much. And of course, a treat for Morty. Thank you. I've been pretty good. That really was no pun intended. We just came back from the vet with Morty. He's trucking on. He's doing all right. We're enjoying every day. Thank you so very much for the 5. Very much appreciate you being here. Let's add you to the banner. And I'm not doing any push-ups tonight, but we can get Morty a special treat. We got Funk, and now we got Blasterbot. Thank you so very much, guys. Yeah, right. Get those greens in. All right, we got of which Pretti did both. I'm not here to claim foreknowledge about how this case will work out. More information may come out that changes our understanding. But as of all the information available to us, let's say, at this moment, it is clear, capital clear, it is clear that the shooting of Alex Pretti was lawful, even if it was awful. To recap, pull this up. What's it up? To recap, lawful orders were issued. Minimal force was used. Pretti escalated to physical assault. He actively resisted arrest. A firearm was introduced to the officer's awareness. Officers reasonably feared death or serious bodily harm upon hearing a gunshot and used legal force on Pretti according to the Graham v. Connor standard. I can't even read this now. The Constitution does not require perfect outcomes. It demands reasonable decisions under pressure, and that is precisely what the law protects here. There we go. I mean, I think that's good. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? So now we need to, we got that. We need to time it. Oh, nope. There we go. Let's do this. Let's do that. Get a timer. All right. Let's see. Of course, the overlord of all things. Again, guys, I definitely would like your input. If you like it, if you want to change things, any of that stuff. So Buck said, Minnesota permit to carry holder here. The max penalty for not having your ID with a gun is $25 fine. If you actually have a permit and just forgot it, no judge will charge you. Okay, what about when you're actively fighting federal law enforcement? Does that change anything? Did you leave and come back? Welcome. It's the same thing for not having car insurance ID. When you get pulled over, you just bring it to court and it's always dismissed. Okay, but what if I'm trying to run over a cop? I just go to court and show him my ID, and then it's fine? The only thing that matters, says Box, is do you have the permit to carry or no? Well, the answer is no. He didn't have it. It existed, but he didn't have it. Right? Was it that he didn't? Because section was saying both. Right? Did he didn't have the permit, right? Or he didn't have his ID, or he didn't have both? Shout out to Abe Dingus. Welcome to the party. All right, let's do the timing. 9:30. All right. And we do that. Perfect. Okay. All right, here we go. Are you ready? It didn't have you. That's what I thought. So yeah, like exactly. If you when you're saying this, Box, yes. If the only thing that went wrong is that I didn't have my car insurance, then I could go to court and get that dropped. No one is arguing that. What we're saying is that if you are ramming your car at somebody just because not having the insurance is not that big a deal, doesn't mean that the whole thing is not a big deal. You're hyper-focusing on one part and being like, well, this one tiny part is only one tiny part. Yeah, it's only one tiny part. Legally, and to be legally carrying in that state, you are required to have both anytime you carry in public. So he was not legally carrying. That's not what legal means. Do I think that if he had done nothing else, that he should have gotten his guns taken away or should have been arrested? If somebody was just like, hey, you got a gun, right? Do you have your shit on you? And he was like, I forgot. If you ask me in that situation, do I believe that Alex Pretti should have been arrested? Of course not. But that's not what we're talking about, is it? That's not what we're talking about, is it? Yeah, me too. Shout out to Edge of South. Said if they let a botched arrest like this slide, that kind of incompetency could be weaponized in the future. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think if it is, if it just because it looks bad doesn't mean it is illegal. And so the idea is the law is the law. It doesn't matter how it looks. Even if it looks really bad, if it's legal under the statute, then it just looks bad. And we don't have to argue that it doesn't look bad. It definitely looks bad. But the question is it legal? When you carry and conceal, you're supposed to alert law enforcement to the fact that you are in possession of a firearm as soon as you engage with them also. Yeah, and like I was just watching, shout out to Jake Var and Marte, who were on with Tomfoolery, some other dude, and Pisco, having this debate. And like just over and over and over and over again, the liberals are like, whoa, so you're saying that somebody who has a gun, if they're under arrest, anytime they move, they can be shot? Like, well, not anytime they move, but yeah, if you go reach into your pocket or something, you don't have to wait for the gun to be out before you get shot. Now, that doesn't mean because you touched your pocket that you must die, but this is how it works. This is how it works. Bring that down a little bit. All right. Are we ready? Let's try this. Perfect. 9:30. Hopefully get that fucking link soon. All right. And we got to do it. Welcome. Just about to, we ran through the opening statement. I am checking the timing now. Then hopefully we should be under time, because I like to, as you guys saw, I like to add things as we go, and even now I'm sure I'll add and tinker with things. So I like to aim for 8 minutes, and then I have extra time. So all right, here we go. Ready? One thing we should all agree upon is that the death of Alex Pretti should not have happened. A man is dead. All human life is valuable, and that makes this a tragedy on many levels. But the question before us is not, could this situation have been handled better? I think potentially it could have. The question is whether or not the officer's actions were constitutionally reasonable at the moment force was used. Graham v. Connor of 1989 requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight, and under the totality of under the totality, I lost my place, of the circumstances. That is the only standard that matters here. The video shows multiple individuals standing in a public roadway, blocking traffic and preventing a federal vehicle from exiting. Traffic is forced to stop or reroute. This is not passive observation. This is physical obstruction. Pretti was not merely there as an observer. The Supreme Court has been clear for decades that the First Amendment does not protect conduct that obstructs public ways or creates safety hazards, via Cox v. Louisiana in 1965. Officers issue lawful commands to clear the... so I'm going to take a little break there. We'll do a ... Okay. Officers issue lawful commands to clear the roadway. Those commands are ignored. At this stage, officers are lawfully present, issuing lawful commands addressing a safety hazard. Even when individuals are filming, courts have held that officers may impose reasonable safety-based restrictions. Let's put a comment in there. Reasonable safety-based restrictions during active operations. Turner v. Driver in the Fifth Circuit 2017 tells us that filming does not override safety or operational control. Just because you're filming doesn't mean they lose their authority. When verbal commands fail, the officer uses open hand pushing to move individuals out of the roadway. This is the lowest form of force available. Under Graham v. Hancock. I did it again! Under Graham v. Connor. I'm literally reading the words. Minimal force is justified when 1. Lawful orders are ignored. 2. The situation presents safety risks. 3. Officers must regain control of the scene. Courts routinely grant qualified immunity for precisely this level of force in obstruction cases. There is nothing unusual or excessive about it. At this point, Alex Pretti physically inserts himself between the officer and the woman who is being pushed. The video shows Pretti initiating physical contact with the officer and pushing him backward. This changes the legal context of what is allowed to happen next. Shit, I need... Where was it? Fuck. Subsection? Was that the S thing? The SS subsection? I don't remember. We're going to go with subsection for now. Okay. All right, we're going to give that 10 seconds. Okay. Once a civilian uses force against an officer performing official duties, that conduct constitutes assault on a federal officer, regardless of motive, according to 18 U.S.C. subset 111, and is affirmed in United States v. Fiola of 1975. This is no longer about speech or protest. This is now a lawful arrest scenario. The officer responds with pepper spray and a takedown, a textbook escalation under Graham, triggered by an active resistance. Again, it's Pretti's actions that are escalating the situation. After pepper spray is deployed, Pretti continues to fight off officers, and the environment is chaotic, exactly as the protesters intended. Shouting, whistles, crowd noise, multiple officers converging, horns honking, and more. Courts have consistently held that officers may escalate force against subjects who actively resist arrest. That principle is recognized in Forrester v. City of San Diego, 9th Circuit of 1994, and reinforced by Graham itself. At this moment, the officers are dealing with an actively resisting suspect, a volatile crowd, and a rapidly evolving situation where no one knew what would happen next, but it was becoming frighteningly clear what could happen next. During the struggle, officers shout, "Gun, gun, gun!" has become aware that Pretti is armed. From this moment forward, the legal analysis fundamentally changes. Even if the firearm were physically removed seconds earlier, there is no evidence that all of the officers were informed that the weapon was secured. Even if the officers holding Pretti's firearm yelled out that he had taken it off of Pretti, there is no way in that moment for officers to have known whether Pretti possessed another weapon, whether another gun or even a knife, which could obviously do lethal damage in close quarters like that. Oh shit. Courts do not require officers to confirm the absence of danger in the middle of a violent struggle. In Brousseau versus Hogan, 2004, the Supreme Court emphasized that officers are often forced to make split-second decisions in dangerous situations. In Ryburn v. Huff of 2012, the court held that officers may act on incomplete or uncertain information. In Plumhoff v. Rickard of 2014, the courts reaffirmed that deadly force may be used when officers reasonably perceive an imminent threat. If officers hear a gunshot, whether from a negligent discharge or otherwise, in close quarters during a physical struggle, that perception alone can reasonably trigger lethal force. The Constitution does not require officers to pause, pull the scene, or reassess perfectly in seconds. Shout out to Box, who gave Anna Kasparian pause when he wrote into the TYT Morning Show, highlighting the difference between can I versus must I. Sounds poetic, but unfortunately paper thin. In the time an officer makes that determination, he could be dead. It's not the responsibility of law enforcement to read the minds of criminals. This is entirely different from saying Pretti deserved to die. Just because you broke your ankle when you went hiking doesn't mean that if you choose to go hiking, you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you make that decision. Choosing to protest and obstruct law enforcement when you're armed and then resisting arrest does not mean you deserve to die. But it certainly is one of the things that can happen if you make those decisions. So few people deserve to die. So hopefully my opponent will not try to pull on your heartstrings with emotionally manipulative language. There's a video from days earlier showing Pretti kicking a federal vehicle while armed. That video is not offered to justify this shooting, but it does rebut the false narrative that Pretti was merely a passive observer who just happened to be present just filming. It shows a pattern of voluntary, armed confrontation with law enforcement. Again, I understand this is not something that could be used against him in the court of law, but I don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly, no pun intended, to pretend that this behavior is wholly irrelevant to our broader understanding of what really happened in those seconds. Federal officers were performing federal duties in a jurisdiction where state and local authorities have been ordered to stand down, forcing federal agencies to handle crowd control themselves, and that's not what their primary training is. It's almost like they want you guys to die for them so that everyone forgets about the billions of dollars in fraud. But I digress. Under the Supremacy Clause, federal officers do retain authority to enforce federal law even when local governments decline to assist. The Supreme Court's decision in Nome v. Vasquez Perdomo in 2025 confirms that federal agents may detain or arrest U.S. citizens who impede federal operations or create safety risks, of which Pretti did both. I'm not here to claim foreknowledge about how this case will work out. More information may come out that changes our understanding, but as of all the information available to us at this moment, it is clear that the shooting of Alex Pretti was lawful, even if it was awful. To recap what happened, lawful orders were issued, minimal force was used, Pretti escalated to physical assault, he actively resisted arrest, a firearm was introduced to the officer's awareness, and then officers reasonably feared death or serious bodily harm upon hearing a gunshot and using legal force on Pretti, according to the Graham v. Connor standard. The Constitution does not require perfect outcomes. It demands reasonable decisions under pressure, and that is precisely what the law protects here. With a minute to spare! With a minute to spare! There we go. There we go. Yeah, somebody say is it subsection? There, wait, oh, there it is. Substatute, okay. Make sure I star that. So, substatute. I think I missed this one, right? Thank you, box. For the big five. Give me five. Oh, let's. Yeah, that's for you. Yummy. Thank you. Box out of Minnesota. You have to tell police if you have a gun, if you are pulled over in a car and have a gun on you. But at no other time do you have to tell anyone. So if let's just put it in the easiest context. So you're saying that if I'm in Minnesota and I have all the proper documentation and I'm carrying, there's a call on the radio, on the police radio, that says, we're looking for a really short Indian dude with long hair who just killed a bunch of people with a gun. Then they come and try to, like, hey, you match your description and da-da-da-da-da. So then they detain me. You're telling me I should not tell them that I had a gun on me? Especially because that wasn't me that did the killing? Maybe that's information I don't want them to just find out about? I don't know, man. This is just, a lot of this stuff is just very, it seems to be emotionally based. And I don't know, what exactly, I don't know what exactly we can, how else to get around that. Yeah, but, well, exactly. Shout out to Caleb. Welcome. Lethal use of force was executed under false pretext of gunfire. The misfire, the initial discharge that ultimately ended his life will never be seen by the light of day. So he's already under investigation. And yeah, and so again, this is information after the fact. This is not stuff that it was relevant or available to the officers at the time. Thank you. Sense of force is definitely a real thing. I mean, if you want to talk about why that girl was being shoved in the first place, I don't fucking know. But as you always say, Box, the side of the street is not the place to debate that. Shout out to Vineyard. Welcome. See a lot of misinformation in the chat. Here are the facts. He dropped his weapon during a fight with police officers. Instead of ignoring it, he reached for it and went to pick it up. Is that true? I didn't know that. But again, either way, it doesn't matter because it seems like it was the SIG. It was his gun that went off after being removed from him. That is only relevant if the cops knew that. $10:30? Bruh. Starting at 10:30. What time is it now? That's 45 minutes from now, bro. God damn it. You also have to articulate the reason for the interaction. Annoyed, just don't cut it. And yes, the side of the road is the worst place. Well, exactly. And so even if we're in the situation where that girl gets shoved and the officers can't articulate the reason for the interaction, Pretti then would be justifiably upset as a human being. But still, that doesn't give him the right to supersede the authority of the officers. They arrest her, they push her, they whatever, and then you handle that shit in court. Shout out to me. Hey, welcome. Oh, did I miss this? Hold on. Let's give Morty his treat. Thank you, sir. We got the big blacks, and we got Guam Tech. I'm gonna turn the heat down a little bit. It's getting hot in her. Welcome. They did push it back again to 10:30, so we're just hanging out and chilling, going over my opening statement and all that, making sure we're covering all the ground. But welcome, 6:44. God damn. Lucky you. Okay, yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me turn the heat down. Fuck, man. The one time Morty's in my lap and I gotta get up. I'm bringing you all the way back. Ugh. No, lay down. You're doing so good. Can we lay down? Let's lay down. Good boy. Can we lay down? Here, I'll give you food. Lay down. There we go. There you go. There we go. Just gotta bribe a motherfucker. All right. Welcome. He's just a baby. He's an old baby. All right. So where are the? Okay. All right. So again, $5 side quests. If you would like to take a side quest, let me know. All right. We got to keep an eye on the time. All right. What do you got for us, Box? 29 minutes. Hold on. We need a timestamp, brother. 8 minutes or under. Where are we at? What are we looking at here? ASB. What? Yeah. So what do you give me? We don't have time to go through a whole half-hour thing. What are we looking at here? Aircon. She trying to use sleep deprivation as a tactic. Boom. Shout out to Daniel. Welcome. Box, I'm waiting on you, brother. Let's see what the other one is. You can't just fucking throw up $5 for a whole show. This is 24 minutes, brother. What are we doing? I'm here for you, but give me some timestamps. First 8 and the last 8 of the first one. Okay.
Today, my analysis of the shooting and killing of Alex Pretti by Border Patrol officers in Minnesota. Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's research-informed defensive lesson here at Active Self-Protection. As always, I am your host, John Correa. If you're new here...
Really quick, guys, remember, if you are a moderator, is especially days like this where I need you, where I can't be, only focused on the chat and what's going on. So, take a peek and see if everything's going good on the vertical stream. Remind people to like the video and share the video, subscribe and drop a super, all the stuff that I remind you guys to do. That's what your badge/wrench is for. And this is when I need you. Let me make sure we got the banner good. We had 10 from box. 10 from box. Thank you. And 45. All right, let's do it. Thank you, sir.
To active self-protection, please hit the link. In am a court-admitted expert in use of force, in self-defense, and in firearms. It's literally an analysis of video evidence is what I do every single day of the year here at Active Self-Protection. So please, this is why I'm bringing it to you. Second thing here, before we get to the videos, I'm not going to dive into the politics here or some of the...
Wait a minute. I thought we were getting married. What happened? Franco? Who's Franco?
background issues. But my intent today is to look through the three major angles of video evidence that have been released into the wild of this to see what they say, what they actually show, and what they don't show, and talk about what the lessons learned are. And yes, we will talk about whether I believe, based on my training, background, education, and
This was really part of what you needed to
experience, this shooting, and make sure, protest, because he said he wanted to observe and verify and make sure that the government was doing the things that it should be doing. It's totally his right to be at a protest. He is concealed carrying a SIG 320. I think it's the ARX model. So he's concealed carrying a firearm with 2 spare magazines. That's completely normal as well. We'll talk about that in the lessons. And then you're going to see him have to get involved. He is an ICU nurse who works for the Veterans Administration. Let's watch the first camera here and see how it goes.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
We got push, and then homeboy jumps in. So again, why this push happened, I assume it's because she was blowing a whistle in his ear, but I mean, you can't tell. There's too much chaos. So then he pushes. And then we got homeboy stepping in, and now he's putting his hands on the thing, on the officer, which then gets the pepper spray. And so that should... It's like, why is he grabbing onto her? Like, what is it? What are you doing?
Fuck people. What the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
And so now it's like, okay, well, now we got to take you in. And I haven't looked at what happened to her. Is she getting arrested? Did she get arrested? No, right? She just got to get up and walk away. Female privilege. So what are you saying? How do you articulate a push? A push is emotion. How do you articulate emotion?
What the fuck did you just do? What the fuck?
I found
Correct. That's how pepper spray works. Once you are pepper sprayed, then you should stop moving because you're not free to go.
this other one that somebody said they had stabilized, but it's also in such sharp contrast that I'm a little...
Okay, yeah. And so then if he says, yeah, she had a whistle in my ear and I already have damage to my ear, so I shoved her away from me. Seems articulable.
worried that it's been manipulated with AI, but it shows very similar stuff, just much more...
Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean, Box?
clear. As you can see, again, we already saw the agent there pull his gun, shot breaks, and then about a second later, another one, and then a whole bunch more shots break. Let's watch in for the next 2 angles here.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
You can get me. How is this side quest worthy, Box? We've all fucking seen the video over and over and over and over and over and over. Come on.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Come here.
They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead. Yo, we need people on site.
All right, Box. I don't know what we're doing here. What are we doing? The last 8 minutes? This is out of 29. The last 20 minutes. We're just watching the video. Why are we? And then he plays the video again. What are we doing here?
Discharge with this gun, and I've seen that repeated a couple times, but I don't see evidence for that. I don't see the gun cycle, and I don't see it report recoil. I don't see the muzzle flip that I would expect to see over a couple of frames. So I don't see the evidence for that, and I don't see any. I don't have that corroborated by official reports. Okay, so I don't think he did. I think it's a good thing to get the gun out of there, and I think he did a good job of that. Let me get that gun out of there and secure it. That actually isn't bad. Now, I want to stop here, third angle, and recognize again that Mr. Pretti here got involved and put his hand, and you can see him right there, put his hand on the cummerbund of the Border Patrol agent. And that is, it's a bad idea. I don't think it should be a death sentence. I don't think that should have escalated to this place that it did.
So now I know that I do not need to listen to this person. No one doesn't need to be a death sentence. Shut up. Shut up. You remember the hiking thing? You are irrelevant now, man.
But you got to recognize if you're going, you're like, look, we're going to make sure that the Border Patrol does the things that it's supposed to do and that they're not violating people's rights. You got to go as an observer, friends. You got to just go and say, I'm going to record, but I'm not going to get involved, because to get involved means that I could very easily die. Now,
probably not.
For some people, hey man, it's worth dying for. Well, I get that. I would far prefer.
Yep, because we know the law.
That Mr. Pretti here have kept recording, and then, hey, I want to take this to court. I think that this person did wrong, and I want to see him charged with assault for just pushing this woman onto the ground with no justification to do so.
Do you know that there's no justification, or have you not heard the justification?
Well, I'm a fucking expert on things, so just because I say a thing means that I'm a thing, even if it doesn't
Fucking make any sense. With no justification. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you there? Did you hear all the where all the whistles were coming from? Where all the shouting was? Well, I don't have that information. Where did you guys get the information that there was no justification for that girl being pushed?
That would have been the right choice here. I'm not blaming him though for that, and I still don't think I don't think he should have had the hell beat out.
The first 8 was just the video. So the last 8 is also the video of him talking.
I mean, I certainly don't think he should have been shot for it. I don't think he.
Give me a timestamp. A timestamp. Give me a timestamp. I don't want to just watch the same video over and over and over and over and over.
Was shot for that. And I want to make sure that we say that again. The OC spray, man, I don't love it.
Okay, so give me the timestamp box. Give me the timestamp.
Because I think it's probably all a big misunderstanding here. And agents, listen, if you're in this, you need to go, hey, wait a minute. It's up to us as the agents of the government to chill out here, to be the adults in the room, to act with integrity. And we actually see some of that here. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. But I also want to recognize, you can see right here, that Pretti has his face buried in the crook of his elbow, and he's got his hands on the ground. I want you to see that very clearly here. And that's what we see from the whole thing, is that they're trying to get him down, and he's just turtled up.
Exactly.
Because he's in.
So he just lied. So he just lied and said with no justification. He does not know what the justification was. As stated, he was like, yeah, she was blowing a whistle in my fucking ear. Articulable, whatever the fuck word you're looking for.
In so much pain from the OC spray. That's what OC spray does. So the OC.
Yeah, you don't get to protect a woman who's being arrested. That's not how the law works. That's not how the law works. Okay, yeah. I mean, you could make that argument that the laws suck. I think a lot of the laws do suck. You absolutely can. You don't know that. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know it was going to happen? Oh, you don't know it was going to happen. Masterbox said, I disagree with the guy in the video. It is up to adults, the adults to act like adults, not just the police.
Bingo.
Yep. How do I what? I'm not claiming to know. You are saying that she wasn't being arrested. I'm saying I don't know if she was being, I don't know if she was going to be arrested, but she was entangled in a legal situation with the officer. So even if that was not the case, and that officer was just like, you know what? Fuck this bitch. I'm just going to push a random bitch. Let's just say. I know that she wasn't arrested. That's because Pretti got involved. That's the whole point. The entire point is that the arrest was going on, and then he obstructed that, and now he's dead. That's the argument. That's exactly the argument. Hey, shout out to Grant One Motorsports. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya, sir. Get that link for you, everybody. Go hit up an unreasonable man. Welcome. I am going on SpeakeaZy. Oh yeah, it was your show when Def Knot dragged me into the depths of the night, and I couldn't do it anymore. And she was like, I forget what we were arguing, something about like, is this fair? And she was like, well, life's not fair. And it just came out of nowhere, and I was like, yeah, I guess you're right. And now she's doing it to me again. I was offered 8 p.m. And then SpeakeaZy's like, oh, well, it's got to be 10. And now it's 10:30. I'm on the East Coast, man. This is some fucking bullshit. Shout out to Box. Thank you so very, very much. Some brick-ass size treats. There you go. No one was arrested. Also, about 6 minutes in when the video stops and the commentary starts. So, can you articulate? Can you steelman why I think that her not being arrested is irrelevant? Because if not, then you weren't listening. And if you can, so what? 6 minutes. Okay.
One kind of in their entirety, I want to walk back through and show them to you. Here's the thing. The reason that we do that is I want you to see the context. I want to see the totality of the circumstances.
Okay, go for it.
And not just stop with individual stills that can be misleading. I also want to say here that the video evidence by itself is not a definitive issue. It's all about what did the person who used deadly force see in the moment and why did they act like they did? We don't get to see that on videos, okay? So what we're looking at on video is there objective, reasonable evidence that would back a claim that it was a justified use of deadly force? And there's far more in a full investigation than the video evidence, friends. And also, there are videos and angles and the way that things work that this is just... every video is simply an eyewitness that we have to look at, that we have to cross-examine. But the beauty of a video is that it can be cross-examined again and again and again.
All right, I'm raising. Everybody say thank you to Box for raising the price to $10 for a side.
It will tell us the same things again and again and again. I think these three tell us some important stuff. So let's get into it. First of all, here, is it okay to be at a protest? Well, listen, I said in the Kyle Rittenhouse when I did the analysis of the shootings there in Kenosha that I thought it was imprudent to be there. And I stand by that advice. I think it's imprudent. But, some people believe it is my...
Okay, so this is the Steelman. She should have been She should have been screaming at him. It was... Yeah, so that's not... yeah. I hope that's not you're addressing my Steelman. So again, can you Steelman why I think that the push is irrelevant to the question of the shooting? Shout out to Futoy. Welcome. Push back the debate a little bit. So we're waiting. What did he say? Okay. All right. So he said it's him. It's not her. But Lomo said, who in the right mind sees police officers and said, I'm going to protect some random person from those mean old police officers because police are bad. I mean, I think police are generally not good, but I'm not stupid like that.
Moral obligation, that it's an important enough thing that I really need to be there, that I have to. So they feel very strongly about that. And it's certainly, you're right. Just because something's imprudent to do doesn't mean it's illegal to do. And it wasn't illegal for him to be there. I've seen a bunch of other people say, well, he shouldn't have had a firearm at a protest. And I categorically reject that line of reasoning. It's entirely...
Nope. Shouldn't have had a firearm if you're going to interact with law enforcement in an aggressive manner.
Entirely his right to exercise his Second Amendment right. He's not exercising it at anybody. He is not, even you could say, well, he was open carrying a rifle or something like that he's trying to incite things. No, he's concealed carrying a firearm, which is a very normal thing that normal people do. I do it.
Hey, shout out to Warehouse Junkie with a $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Oh, you guys are being so generous tonight. Very, very, very much appreciated. Like and sub. Thank you. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It's absolutely free to share the video. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling YouTube, Twitch, or Rumble that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. And welcome to the party.
Every day. And okay, he's carrying a couple of spare magazines. I've heard sometimes he's 1 or 2 spare magazines. I've seen varying reports. I'm the guy that will say, well, carrying a spare magazine is just not something that we see private citizens use in defensive gunfights. But I'm in the minority on that, guys. It is
none of this is relevant.
Far more common for like the big time dog trainers to tell people to carry at least 1 spare magazine. And notice, I would say every Border Patrol agent that was here at this one had probably 3 or more spare magazines on him. So I would never tell a police officer.
Well, no, really, in about a 0.8 second, because it goes from the time that they hear the shot until the time that they make the shot. Nothing before or after is relevant unless it's directly connected.
Or not to carry a significant number of spares. And so those issues, I think, are just ridiculous. It's like telling somebody you can assemble, so you can do your right to assembly, but you can't worship while you're assembling. And these are constitutionally protected rights. So I have no problem with that. And I think that it is really bad to say he shouldn't be carrying a firearm.
Nobody's
if there's any
saying that.
police officers around. That's crap. I'm around cops all the time. I carry a gun all the time. And the cops that I know are like, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Just don't point it at me.
It is fine. So is he ever going to address the arguments of people that are actually defending this, or are we just going to spin our wheels?
And I do think that one of the things that the video is going to show is I don't see any evidence that Pretti tried to point a gun at.
Yeah, seems that way to me. But guess what? The responsibility of fucking up a situation is not the responsibility of the people who didn't start it and are tasked with calming it down, and people are actively trying to work against that. I mean, tie goes to the cop, unfortunately.
Officers tried to grab a gun. They found a gun on him while they were beating the crap out of him, is what the reality is that we actually see here. And so to tip my hand a little bit, I think a jury's going to really struggle with this one. Now, that said, I do think that I've said this many times, and I said it in the mid-roll, the realities of the use of deadly force, there's far more than gets caught on camera. And I'm going to show you in several spots, like what did the agent see here and why did he act the way he did? We don't know. And we don't have that information given to us on the videos. All we have is what the videos show and what we can investigate there and what we can show and see it. So let's talk about what we saw there. Let's try to talk about it like adults, keep the politics out of it. And I'm just going to call balls and strikes and tell you what I see. So you can see him here filming, right? Okay, fine. Now, should he be in the middle of the road? No, I don't like that he's in the middle of the road. But
What, is he just hanging out in the middle of the road, or is he blocking traffic and directing traffic, which is also illegal?
oh, okay, it's jaywalking at the worst. That's not really a
Nope. Yeah, I thought this guy was a fucking lawyer.
big deal. Now, this agent here in the brown beanie just really kind of hucks this woman. He kind of really pushes her hard. Why did he do that? I don't know.
Good question. Great question. We don't know. But before, well, I think it was later in the video, but you said for no reason. So are you asking why he did it, or are you saying that he had no reason?
Really kind of hucks this woman. He kind of really pushes her hard. Why did he do that? I don't know, but it certainly raised the temperature of things.
He doesn't know. So later, when he says for no reason, he's a liar. He's a liar. All right, so let's see what Box's other video is.
White House has labeled the man who was killed in Minnesota as a domestic terrorist. Is that something?
Yeah, fuck her. We don't agree with her. Give me a timestamp. What are we looking at?
What is basically the
fruitcake.
execution of
I'm here for straight legal takes. I'm gonna say, is the snow in the background? Okay. Gay.
Happened here. When you get in a physical brawl with a bunch of armed law enforcement officers and you have a gun on your person, you're running a serious risk of getting fatally shot in the course of that confrontation. The moment they see that gun, they've reasonable.
Oops. Is that what I said? Listening's real hard for liberals.
Perceived an imminent threat of deadly, unlawful force against them, and they'll justifiably respond. Was not actually a deadly force threat to him. He was reasonably perceived, given the circumstances, as an imminent, unlawful threat of deadly force harm, and therefore it was justified to use deadly defensive force.
Out of control. But how is it reasonably necessary for him to mace the woman? How is it reasonably necessary for him to discharge his duties as an ICE officer to mace the guy? Then he grabs the guy and throws him down. They all come up. Different ones are kicking him in the head, Rodney King style, and while he's on the ground. And then one of them sees that he has a gun holstered on his back, takes the gun holstered out of his back out, and an officer who sees him do that, sees the gun. He's right there, but he sees him pick up the gun and take it away. As soon as he sees the gun is taken away, bam, 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 3 shots in his back. There's no justification for that. And anybody who is justifying it is nothing more than a pimp for cops, like Andrew Bronca is, who thinks the Ashley Babbitt shooting was legit.
So again, all the statutes, all the facts that we set up in the opening statement, all of those, nobody has alluded to any of that. Nobody has alluded to any of
So
it.
this was an outrageous shooting, and it was utterly unjustified. Didn't meet any legal standards of self-defense. Didn't meet any legal standards of reasonable necessity because you had an out-of-control ICE cop.
So with all that being said, let's talk about the shooting of Alex Pretti. So welcome to the channel. If you're new here, we are about to go over the shooting of Alex Pretti in Minnesota. Now, the way we do that is we look at the law, we look at the facts, and you get to decide what the correct legal outcome is. Now, first, let's start with the law. So when it comes to police use of force in this context, we start with the seminal case, Graham v. Connor. I don't care what other lawyer you're listening to, whoever else is doing the analysis, if they do not mention this particular case, they absolutely do not know what they're talking about. This is how all officers' use of force will be judged in a court of law. Now, in this case,
All right, finally, we got somebody actually talking about the law.
Supreme Court ruled that if an officer is going to use force to subdue a subject, it had to be objectively reasonable. And they defined what objectively reasonable is. Quote, it's an objective standard used to judge an officer's actions. Under this standard, a particular application of force must be judged through the perspective of a reasonable officer facing the same set of circumstances without the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, and be based upon the totality of the facts that are known to that officer at the time that the force was used. The court then points to 3 factors to help us determine if the force used was objectively reasonable. The first is, what's the nature of the 911 call? The second is, was the subject resisting arrest? And the third is, was the subject a serious threat to officers or other members of the community? Now, this is not an exhaustive list of factors, but things the court says a reasonable officer would take into account being objectively reasonable. Now, this is very, very important. Officers are allowed to use force under the 4th Amendment of the Constitution to effectuate a seizure of persons, to arrest someone. So, for instance, an officer's unprovoked punch, push, or any type of physical altercation with a subject that is not in furtherance of them trying to arrest the person, or if they don't have any legal basis to arrest the person, would be considered criminal activity and not objectively reasonable.
And so you guys keep saying, well, she didn't get arrested. She didn't get arrested. Yeah. Why didn't she get arrested? Because Pretti stepped in and now he's the bigger threat.
That's a long way to say officers just can't beat you because they feel like it. They have to use force to effectuate an arrest, and that force has to be objectively reasonable. Here's an example. Let's say we have a woman standing on the street, and an officer walks up to this woman and slaps her in the face. Well, in that case, the officer's just committed an assault. So now it would be on the officer to explain why the assault was necessary to effectuate the arrest of this woman. Now, if the officer had no basis to arrest this person, then the officer loses the legal protections that are afforded to him under the law. And if that's the case, then this incident will be treated as an assault and not an arrest authorized under the 4th Amendment of the Constitution. Now, we're going to move from the law to the facts of the case and try to apply what we've learned to what actually happened that day in Minnesota. So we're going to look at this first camera angle where protesters are exercising their First Amendment right to peacefully protest. They're in the street, blowing whistles and recording ICE activities. Now, it's extremely important to understand they are not blocking the agents from doing their job. They're not standing in front of the vehicle. They're not touching the officers. They are essentially being extremely annoying to the officers.
And again, the question of whether blowing the whistle in the ear is not just annoying. That can cause actual damage. Box again with the $2 $. The explain why is missing here. What do you? I don't know what that means. Thank you so very, very much. All right. So we've got about 2 minutes of the video left. Then we gotta go through the opening, make sure we're good on time, and then we're headed into the debate.
Now, this is a very important part of the video because, as you can see, the 2 women are standing beside the car, but they're not blocking the car. They're not stopping ICE from doing what they're doing. They're
in that moment
just standing in the middle of the street, screaming, yelling, and blowing whistles. And the officer
and blocking traffic
has the door open, so the officer can go sit down and they can drive away. But the officer chooses to engage these 2 women.
Oh shit! Blaster Box with the 10 gifted memberships. You guys know what that means. First. We gotta train for Morty, but that means we have hit the goal already. Let's go! Are we done? No, we got some more. All right, I'm not gonna chew too much, but remember, guys, every single donation, now that we have hit the goal, gets Morty not only his treat, but a refill as well. Thank you. Oh, look at him. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's see. Boom. And of course, we got a new sponsor of the stream. Thank you. Oh, wait, we gotta say goal met. Thank you so very, very much, and indeed, happy puppy. Thank you so very, very much. And we got Blueberry Street. Welcome to the party. So guys who watch. Okay, go on. We can watch the last few seconds again where he highlights the one by the car that started this. I don't think that that's not in that part that he's talking about.
Yelling and blowing whistles. And the officer from doing what they're doing, their door opens.
Okay. So this is there's time between this and what happens.
The officer can go sit down and they can drive away, but the officer chooses to engage these two women. Now, this is Alex Pretti.
And again, I'm totally willing to say that shove never should have happened. That shove started. I'm totally fine with that. But you don't hold court on the side of the street. That's what Alex decided to do. And that's why he died. Gotta get that other Funkmaster out of there. Get Blaster Bot as our sponsor. So again, I agree with you that this is not ideal in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, that is not the standard. That is not the standard. Yeah, for real. For real. What is it? Affluent white female urban liberals, right? There you go. All right. We've got just enough time. Before we head in. All right, let's see. Here we go. One thing we should all agree upon is that the death of Alex Pretti should not have happened. A man is dead. All human life is valuable, and that makes this a tragedy on many levels. But the question before us is not, could this situation have been handled better? I think it potentially could have. The question is whether or not the officer's actions were constitutionally reasonable at the moment force was used. Graham v. Connor of 1989 requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight and under the totality of the circumstances. That is the only standard that matters here. The video shows multiple individuals standing in a public roadway, blocking traffic and preventing a federal vehicle from exiting. The traffic is forced to stop or reroute. This is not passive observation. It is physical obstruction. Pretti was not merely there as an observer. The Supreme Court has been clear for decades that the First Amendment does not protect conduct that obstructs public ways or creates safety hazards via Cox v. Louisiana of 1965. Officers, if you issue lawful commands to clear the roadway, those commands are ignored. At this stage, officers are lawfully present, issuing lawful commands addressing a safety hazard. Even when individuals are filming, courts have held that officers may impose reasonable, safety-based restrictions on active operations. Turner v. Driver, the Fifth Circuit of 2017, tells us that filming does not override safety or operational control. Oh shit, where'd my thing go? Override safety. Just because you're filming does not mean they lose their authority. When verbal commands fail, the officer uses open hand pushing to move individuals out of the roadway. This is the lowest level of force available. Under Graham v. Connor, minimal force is justified when lawful orders are ignored. The situation presents safety risks, and officers must regain control of a scene. Courts routinely grant qualified immunity for precisely this level of force in obstruction cases. There is nothing unusual or excessive about it. At this point, Alex Pretti physically inserts himself between the officer and the woman who's being pushed. The video shows Pretti initiating physical contact with the officer and pushing him backward. This changes the legal context of what is allowed to happen next. Once a civilian uses force against an officer performing official duties, that conduct constitutes assault on a federal officer, regardless of the motive, according to 18 U.S.C. substatute 111, and is affirmed by the United States v. Fayoa of 1975. This is no longer about speech or protest. This is a lawful arrest scenario. The officer responds with pepper spray and a takedown, a textbook escalation under Graham, triggered by active resistance. Again, it's Pretti's action that are escalating the situation. After pepper spray is deployed, Pretti continues to fight officers. The environment is chaotic, exactly as the protesters intended. Shouting, whistles, crowd noise, multiple officers converging, horns honking, and more. Courts have consistently held that officers may escalate force in subjects who actively resist arrest. That principle is recognized in Forrester, the City of San Diego, in the Ninth Circuit of 1994, and reinforced by Graham itself. At this moment, the officers are dealing with an actively resisting suspect, a volatile crowd, and a rapidly evolving situation where no one knew what would happen next, but it was becoming frighteningly clear what could happen next. During the struggle, officers shout, "Gun, gun, gun!" as we become aware that Pretti is armed. From this moment forward, the legal analysis fundamentally changes. Even if the firearm was physically removed seconds earlier, there is no evidence that all officers were informed the weapon was secured. Even if the officer holding Pretti's firearm yelled out that he had taken off Pretti, there's no way in that moment for officers to know whether Pretti possessed another weapon, whether another gun or even a knife, which could obviously do lethal damage in close quarters like that. Courts do not require officers to confirm the absence of danger in the middle of a violent struggle. In Brousseau versus Hogan of 2004, the Supreme Court emphasized that officers are forced to make split-second decisions in dangerous situations. In Ryburn v. Huff of 2012, the court held that officers may act on incomplete or uncertain information. In Plumhoff v. Rickard of 2014, the court reaffirmed that deadly force may be used when officers reasonably perceive an imminent threat. If officers hear a gunshot, whether from a negligent discharge or otherwise, in close quarters during a physical struggle, that perception alone can reasonably trigger lethal force. The Constitution does not require officers to pause, poll the scene, or reassess perfectly in seconds. Shout out to Box, who gave Anna Kasparian pause when he wrote into the TYT Morning Show, highlighting the difference between can I versus must I. Sounds poetic, but unfortunately is paper thin. In the time an officer makes that determination, he could be dead. It is not the responsibility of law enforcement to read the minds of criminals. This is entirely different from saying Pretti deserved to die. Just because you broke your ankle when you went hiking doesn't mean that if you choose to go hiking, you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you make that decision. Choosing to protest and obstruct law enforcement when you're armed and then resisting arrest does not mean you deserve to die. But it certainly is one of the things that can happen if you make those decisions. So few people deserve to die. So hopefully my opponent will not try to pull on your heartstrings with emotionally manipulative language. There is video from days earlier showing Pretti kicking a federal vehicle while armed. That video is not offered to justify this shooting, but it does rebut the false narrative that Pretti was merely a passive observer who happened to be present just filming. It shows a pattern of voluntary armed confrontations with law enforcement. Again, I understand this is not something that could be used against him in a court of law, but I don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly, no pun intended, to pretend that this behavior is wholly irrelevant to our broader understanding of what really happened in those seconds. Federal officers were performing federal duties in a jurisdiction where state and local authorities have been ordered to stand down, forcing federal agencies to handle crowd control themselves, and that's not what their primary training is. It's almost like they want you guys to die for them so that everyone forgets about the billions of dollars in fraud. But I digress. Under the Supremacy Clause, federal officers do retain authority to enforce federal law, even when local governments decline to assist. The Supreme Court decision in Nome v. Vasquez-Padermo of last year confirms that federal agents may detain or arrest U.S. citizens who impede federal operations or create safety risks, of which Pretti did both. I'm not here to claim foreknowledge about how this case will work out. More information may come out that changes our understanding. But as of all the information available to us at this moment, it is clear that the shooting of Alex Pretti was lawful, even if it was awful. To recap what happened, lawful orders were issued. Minimal force was used. Pretti escalated to physical assault. He actively resisted arrest. A firearm was introduced into the officer's awareness, and then officers reasonably feared death or serious bodily harm upon hearing a gunshot and used legal force on Pretti, according to the Graham v. Connor standard. The Constitution does not require perfect outcomes. It demands reasonable decisions under pressure, and that is precisely what the law protects here. Hooah! Time to spare, baby. Time to spare. What do we think? Where we at? Oh, this was up the whole time. There we go. You actually can't stand on the street. That's not peaceful protesting. Yup. Yeah, exactly. There's levels, and they cross the first. Exactly. Shout out to King Blackout. Welcome. We should be heading in just a moment. We got Jeremy. I am the affirmative. What are you talking about? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm assuming you wrote this before I just read all that out, but you are, yeah. 99 cents. Any donation at all gets Morty a treat. 99 cents will do it. Any donation gets the Overlord a treat. Section said, it says you're required upon request by any peace officer, which means cops or feds, to identify that you're a permit holder and currently carrying. Yep. Hey, there he is. There he is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeremy Ryan said, I think the dog needs a treat. Good luck in the debate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much appreciated. Let's update the banner and head on in. 8 and 84. Oh, I am so glad that I am not doing push-ups tonight. Jeremy Ryan, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, holy moly, holy guacamole. Again, Funkmaster was like, not today. I am the sponsor now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Oh my goodness. The generosity. I can't take it. You guys are amazing. You're amazing. You gotta move Blaster Bot out. Blaster Bot. Thank you, guys. All right. Let's debate. All right. There you go. And remember, guys, if you got gifted a membership, make sure you join the Discord because it is free for everybody. But if you're a member, you get extra benefits, including the after party. Shout out to Jake from Project VO Pod. Just did this debate last night, and I am glad it is not a team debate. Pisco is Pisco, right? Welcome. And King Blackout trades for the win. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much a big black layer. Thank you so very, very much, guys. All right, let's add you to the banner. And all right, now we're gonna be late. King B. Okay, hey, you too. There we go. Thank you so very, very much, guys. All right, are we ready? Let's do this. And I don't know what happened. Like when we did his song, like his opening song, it fucking it like fucking, I don't know, claimed. So I'm gonna play our song during it. But all right, here we go. The Indian Jesus will go. Call me Latch. All right. And we heard. Boom. Mute myself there so I can talk to y'all while we are waiting. Hey, we got Cam. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. And hey, my man, I got the invite, and I'm here also set up for streaming if you want someone.
Alrighty. Welcome.
Next time. Welcome. Let's do this. Howdy. You are live on my end, just to let you know.
All right. Word. No worries. Just waiting on Death Knight, and I'm getting these last things here together. I'm
pretty confident. I think we get this. The other thing too is I always tell you guys how I don't really like the cross-examination aspect, but since I have
how was your day? How you been?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm getting that's I'm making sure I had the right timing because on Saturday I had a banger and it's like 3 minutes. I was like, fuck, and I had the timing and everything, and then I just run through it. But
That's
we made it
what's up.
work. We had
That's what's up.
Castle who judges over on Horse Rider sometimes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He always votes against me. He always votes against me. Fucking Horse Radish gave me MVP, but somehow I lost the debate. Okay.
Damn.
Do my dirty.
Yeah, I like 10 minutes because it's like, people don't have to use the whole 10 minutes, but it's enough time that if someone goes a little bit over what they intended, it'll usually be enough time for them to.
I always aim for 8 minutes, depending on because then I like to tinker with it as I go. So my main thing is practice for 8 minutes, and then I'll add a little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It usually works out.
Yeah, I usually just I'll just write it, and then I'll think if they say oh, you get 5 minutes for opening, so I'll write it and thinking in my head when I wrote it, it's 5 minutes, and then I'll go and try it and time it, and I'm like, oh, whoa, got a bunch of that out.
Yeah, even
not even halfway through, and we're hitting almost 5 minutes. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I did something wrong here.
Yeah, even when I was in school writing, and they'd be like, write 5 pages, and it's like somehow I'd be like, 5 pages, come on, and then I'd be like, wait, I got 7 pages here, what's going on?
Yeah.
All right, I'll move the chat like that so that you can see him a little more clearly, and then when we cover it, then it should be easier. Shout out to Bethy Crazy. Welcome to the party. We are just waiting.
I'm not the only one having tech issues. I guess Def Not was having some sound issues. She'll be here in a moment, she said.
That's how she won. Yeah, I don't even remember what we were debating. But it was just late. It was the last debate, and I didn't really care about the topic. And it was about whether something or another was fair. And she just hit me with, well, life's not fair. And it hit me, and I just wasn't thinking of it like that. And I'm like, yep, hey, you're yes right. All right, I'm going to bed. Gotta get that one back.
I mean, hey, it's a pretty solid argument.
Life ain't fair.
Life ain't fair. All right.
Remember, Mons, I need you. It doesn't look like there's a lot of play on the vertical side, but I'm sure that's going to populate.
Yeah, I've been working on my because you know how I have the intro for the Swords of Reason. But now what I'm doing is it's kind of going to be like my VK intro where it's going to play the song and video still, but then it's going to cut to scenes from different debates.
Nice.
So I'm working on that so that I get to the good moments,
Yeah, I got my boy Guamtech set up a good AI song, and I just got to get the video. I'm trying to think me and Morty running through the fucking the city, just I don't know, something like that.
That'd be funny. You'd be surprised on what's that called? Fiverr. I think it's Fiverr, right? Yeah, Fiverr. Where how many people are really talented and cheap? It's super cheap. I've gotten a couple
King Black, I don't think they know about that yet.
For old songs that I did. And they just put a simple visual with the lyrics going timed to the song. And all I had to do was send them the song, send them the lyrics. They did everything else. And I think they made me pay $15. It was stupid cheap.
That's not bad.
And I was like, oh, okay.
Word up, word up. All right, lady, where we at?
Yeah, she's she should be here. She said she just said sound issues, be there in a moment. So oh, there she is.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm still I was having issues as well.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, I was I can't stand OBS sometimes. And it did the update when I didn't want it to do the update. So I had to go through making sure I had the old version still, and
That's my boomer thing. I refused to learn OBS. I just started trying to do like gaming streams, so I had to like figure out the basics. But StreamYard, it's just so simple. It's just so simple.
yeah, that's why I still stream using StreamYard. I started streaming using OBS, but I had so many issues that I was like, this is just easier. But I like the camera OBS because I can do the different backgrounds and stuff. So I deal with that little part for the headache. But sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm going to throw this OBS right out. All right. So just make sure you're both good with this. Each of you get 10 minutes for your opening. Obviously, you don't have to use the whole 10 minutes, but you can as well. And then followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. And then we go to the full hour of open floor back and forth. And then a 5-minute closing statement for each of you. And then a 30-minute Q&A, like it's from the chat. I just... they either send super chats or they put it in the Q&A.
Oh,
Both good with that?
Yep, and Def Not, just so that you know, we're already live on my side.
Oh, cool. Yeah, same for me.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, as far as like the timing, I'm definitely not going to take up. Oh, that's fine. Okay, I gotta stop saying things that are part of my name. I don't need to freak out for no reason. I'm not going to be taking out the whole 10 or 5 or whatever minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
This is pretty straightforward. I'm surprised this is even like a topic.
All right. All right. Yeah, no problem. It's you could take 1 minute if you really wanted. So also after totally optional for you guys, we do an open panel after where the chatters can come up and continue the conversation with us after. So if you guys want to stick around for that, totally optional for you guys as well. And what else? Oh, yeah, for the starting, it'll play like I have a disclaimer, and then it plays like an intro and song and a visual, so that gives a chance for people to start rolling in. After that, I'll introduce the prompt, or sorry, first I'll introduce the show, the prompt, you guys, and then we'll get right into opening. And Lutch, you are on affirmative for this one, so you are going to go first for openings, and then when we go to closings, you'll go first again, so that'll give Def Not the last word. Good?
Enough.
All right, good. All right. Yeah, it's just I like to give one person the first word, one person the last. I know other people do it like whoever goes first also goes last, but I don't know. I don't find the reasoning for it.
First word, last word kind of thing.
Yeah, one gets the first one gets the last. So it's fair. You know, equality. We're all about equality here. All right, so you're both good to go?
Yes, sir.
All righty. You good, Def Not?
Yep.
Okay.
All good.
All right, perfect. I'm going to start it up. Thank you both for being here, and good luck to you both. And let's rock and roll here.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge.
I'm going to mute him.
Only. It should not be considered as legal advice or...
Because I got claimed last time, so we're just going to play our own music. Why is it not playing? What happened? What happened? Can you guys hear that?
Pretti, he is a person who's going to die.
Comment and use supporting people, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act
Shadows got the word that truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire. A mind on
fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research,
All right, I just
private
want to make
study,
sure we're doing the right
education,
thing.
parody, satire, criticism, review, and news.
Step up, step up.
All right, so.
Yeah, we clear.
All right, then we play our music instead. Then we get in trouble. Word up. See ya over there. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Shadows got the word that truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watches
This is fucking cool, though.
The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up. They already know his name.
So I need to get a video like that. Yo, Guam, this is such a banger. And like getting a video like this, like bruh. And so again, I have the chat like this on the side so that if we go over this, then when I put the chat back normal, you'll be able to see it in its face. Thinking ahead, thinking ahead.
Thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare. Exposing every shadow, we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Shout out to Guami Guam. All right, just generic shit. You just need like the visual aid, right? All right, let's go.
Welcome everybody to Swords of Reason right here on the SpeakeaZy show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter in the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side will deliver a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop a Q&A in the chat. I think I actually already have for you guys in the chat there. But keep in mind the Super Chats, PayPals, and CashApp questions do get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. That's where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups on the topic, if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get fun. Today's debate prompt, the Alex Pretti shooting was justified. For the affirmative, stepping into the arena tonight, we've got a creator who definitely knows how to make an entrance, calling himself the Indian Jesus, not because he thinks he's the Messiah, but because he's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense and maybe trigger a few people along the way. Behind the name is Lutch, a host who's open about having his own political leanings, but makes it clear his platform isn't about blind loyalty. It's about building a community centered on truth, morality, and the conversations in culture and politics that people usually try to avoid. So if you like bold personalities mixed with real discussion, go show some support. His channel is linked in the description. and for the negative, making her debut in the Swords of Reason arena tonight. But don't mistake debut for new, because she is no stranger to debates, tough conversations, or walking straight into ideological crossfire. She describes herself as culturally and politically homeless, not because she lacks conviction, but because she refuses to blindly pick a tribe. She's known for dissecting red pill content with precision, recognizing the real issues men raise while calling out the bitterness and hostility toward women. But balance also cuts both ways, because when feminists say something stupid, she also is ready to challenge that side too. In a space where loyalty to a side often matters more than logic, she chose intellectual independence, and this should be a great matchup tonight. And you can find her channel linked in the description, so go ahead and give her a sub up. Also, she has promised a face reveal at 10K subs, so let's get her to that face reveal. How about that? But with that being said,
so I guess not Muslim then.
To the opening statement. Lutch, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, we're going to start with you. I will start the timer up with your voice.
Oh, I'm going to burp. 1 second. Oh, all right. Okay. One thing we should all agree upon is that the death of Alex Pretti should not have happened. A man is dead. All human life is valuable, and that makes this a tragedy on many levels. But the question before us is not, could the situation have been handled better? I think it potentially could have. The question is whether or not the officer's actions were constitutionally reasonable at the moment force was used. Graham v. Connor of 1989 requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight and under the totality of the circumstances. That is the only standard that matters here. The video shows multiple individuals standing in a public roadway, blocking traffic and preventing a federal vehicle from exiting. Traffic is forced to stop or reroute. This is not passive observation. It is physical obstruction. Pretti was not merely there as an observer. The Supreme Court has been clear for decades that the First Amendment does not protect conduct that obstructs public ways or creates safety hazards via Cox v. Louisiana in 1965. So officers issue lawful commands to clear the roadway. Those commands are ignored. At this stage, officers are lawfully present, issuing lawful commands addressing a safety hazard. Even when individuals are filming, the courts held that officers may impose reasonable, safety-based restrictions during active operations. Turner v. Driver in the Fifth Circuit in 2017 tells us that filming does not override safety or operational control. Just because you're filming doesn't mean they lose their authority. When verbal commands fail, the officer uses open hand pushing to move individuals out of the roadway. This is the lowest level of force available. Under Graham v. Hancock, minimal force is justified when lawful orders are ignored. The situation presents safety risks, and officers must regain control of the scene. Courts routinely grant qualified immunity for precisely this level of force in obstruction cases. There is nothing unusual about it. At this point, Alex Pretti physically inserts himself between the officer and the woman who is being pushed. The video shows Pretti initiating physical contact with the officer and pushing him backward, or trying. This changes the legal context of what is allowed to happen next. Oh shit, or something. Regardless, so once a civilian uses force against a federal, once a civilian uses force against an officer performing official duties, that conduct constitutes as assault on a federal officer, regardless of the motive, according to 18 U.S.C. substatute 111, and is affirmed in United States v. Fiola of 1975. This is no longer about speech or protest. This is now a lawful arrest scenario. The officer responds with pepper spray and a takedown. Textbook escalation under Graham, triggered by active resistance. Again, it is Pretti's actions that are escalating the situation. After the pepper spray is deployed, Pretti continues to fight officers. The environment is chaotic, exactly as the protesters intended. Shouting, whistles, crowd noise, multiple officers converging, horns honking, and more. Courts have consistently held that officers may escalate force against subjects who actively resist arrest. The principle is recognized in Forrester v. City of San Diego, the Ninth Circuit, 1994, and reinforced by Graham itself. At this moment, the officers are dealing with an actively resisting suspect, a volatile crowd, and a rapidly evolving situation where no one knew what would happen next, but it was becoming frighteningly clear what could happen next. During the struggle, officers shout, "Gun, gun, gun," as become aware that Pretti is armed. From this moment forward, the legal analysis fundamentally changes, even if the firearm was physically removed seconds earlier. There is no evidence that all officers were informed that the weapon was secured. Even if the officer holding Pretti's firearm yelled out that he had taken it off Pretti, there is no way in that moment for officers to know whether Pretti possessed another weapon, whether another gun or even a knife, which could obviously do lethal damage in close quarters like this. Courts do not require officers to confirm the absence of danger in the middle of a violent struggle. In Brousseau v. Hogan 2004, the Supreme Court emphasized that officers are often forced to make split-second decisions in dangerous situations. In Ryburn v. Huff of 2012, the court held that officers may act on incomplete or uncertain information. There's that burp. In Plumhoff v. Rickard of 2014, the court reaffirmed that deadly force may be used when officers reasonably perceive an imminent threat. If officers hear a gunshot, whether from negligent discharge or otherwise, in close quarters, during a physical struggle, that perception alone can reasonably trigger lethal force. The Constitution does not require officers to pause, pull the scene, phone a friend, and reassess perfectly in seconds. Shout out to Box, who gave Anna Kasparian pause when he wrote in to the TYT Morning Show and highlighted the difference between can I and must I. Sounds poetic, but unfortunately is paper thin. In the time the officer makes that determination, he could be dead, and it's not the responsibility of law enforcement to read the mind of criminals. This is entirely different. This is entirely different from saying that Pretti deserved to die. Just because you broke your ankle when you went hiking doesn't mean that if you choose to go hiking, you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you make that decision. Choosing to protest and obstruct law enforcement when you're armed and then resisting arrest does not mean you deserve to die. But it certainly is one of the things that can happen if you make those decisions. So few people deserve to die. So hopefully my opponent will not try to pull on your heartstrings with emotionally manipulative language. There is a video from days earlier showing Pretti kicking a federal vehicle while armed. That video is not offered to justify this shooting, but does rebut the false narrative that Pretti was merely a passive observer who just happened to be present just filming. It shows a pattern of voluntary armed confrontations with law enforcement. Again, I understand this is not something that could be used against him in the court of law, but I personally don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly, no pun intended, to pretend that this behavior is wholly irrelevant to our broader understanding of what really happened in those seconds. Federal officers were performing federal duties in a jurisdiction where state and local authorities have been ordered to stand down, forcing federal agents to handle crowd control themselves, and that's not what their primary training is. It's almost like they want you guys to die for them so that everybody forgets about the billions of dollars in fraud. But I digress. Under the Supremacy Clause, federal officers do retain authority to enforce federal law, even when local governments decline to assist. The Supreme Court's decision in Nome v. Vasquez-Padermo of last year confirms that federal agents may detain or arrest U.S. citizens who impede federal operations or create safety risks, of which Pretti did both. I'm not here to claim foreknowledge about how this case will work out. More information may come out that changes our understanding. But as of all the information available to us at this moment, it is clear the shooting of Alex Pretti was lawful, even if it was awful. To recap what happened, lawful orders were issued. Minimal force was used. Pretti escalated to physical assault. He actively resisted arrest. A firearm was introduced to the officer's awareness, and then officers reasonably feared death or serious bodily harm upon hearing the gunshot and used legal force on Pretti, according to the Graham v. Connor standard. The Constitution does not require perfect outcomes. It demands reasonable decisions under pressure, and that's precisely what the law protects here. And I will concede my time.
All right. Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you for that.
I got to
opening
take notes, so I'll be
statement.
in the chat in a minute.
With that, we are going to hand the mic over to Death Knot. And Death Knot, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. Hello. So this is my first like full-length debate. So
I cannot
sorry
lose
if I'm
to a
little
first
nervous
timer.
about it. Not that I really have to be. I mean, the topic is I thought pretty straightforward. So like whether he was like in the road or not in the road, whether he kicked out a taillight over a week before that or not, like none of that really has to do with
That's what I said.
Just if it was like justified to kill a guy, like
right, like I
even
just
if
said,
all of those things were true and he was like an evil bastard, like even if that was true, that still isn't like an excuse to execute a guy on the street, like after having disarmed him.
She said it. Let's fucking go. She's going down the execution route.
Like, I looked it up, and apparently, justified means right, necessary, and permitted under the rules, as far as relating to killing. So, I would argue that this was neither. But most importantly, it wasn't necessary, because I mean, everybody has seen the video already. I presume they had like 7 dudes on him, basically holding him down. It doesn't take like 7 dudes to hold down
Clearly
a guy
it does,
that's like
doesn't
flopping
it?
on the ground, who, like after having already sprayed him with. So you have to understand, like first, like the very first thing that happened is that officer comes in. I'll kind of like help recount. Pretty sure everybody already saw it, but this officer like shoves a woman like onto the sidewalk. Pretti kind of stands up and tries to like help her up, and then when the officer goes for him, he
Help
starts
her
like
up? I missed that
he
part.
like puts his hand up, not towards like where the gun is or anything. He's like very clear about where his hands are. So like I thought he was being careful about it.
Not careful enough.
Very clearly not giving them an excuse to like, oh, he reached for his gun or whatever. Like very clearly like hands up. That's not like
hands up, don't shoot.
Having your hands up is generally considered not like a I'm gonna attack you position, but like a surrendering kind of position. At least the where I'm from. I don't know if maybe that's different for y'all, but that seems pretty obvious to me. Anyway, the officer did end up continuing to like pepper spray him in the face, like right in the face. So at this point, he is completely disoriented. He can't see anything. He's like slipping on the ice. Like the whole thing is a complete mess. And he still doesn't go for his gun or anything like that. Like he just kind of like
Nobody
flops around
claimed
the
he
ice
went for
as
his
the
gun.
the rest of the officers kind of like swarm and start like holding him down while he's like flopping around in pain. His eye, like they're holding his arms down, is something else that the witnesses have recounted. So if you have the guy's arms being held down by like 7 dudes and his other limbs and everything else, if he has a gun in his butt, he can't shoot with his butt. Okay, so like what's the danger here? His butt isn't going to make the gun go off, so his hands or his feet, he can't shoot with his feet either. Like this whole like everything about this being supposedly justified relies on something that's like physically impossible for him to do. And
it's physically impossible for him to have another gun.
Officers are trained is that they have to see if a reasonable officer with everything that is available at that exact moment, like, so say somebody shouts gun, they still have to look and see, like, is this a situation that warrants force? And sure, they have to make split-second decisions. They're trained for it. But any reasonable officer wouldn't look at a guy that is in that position, not even reaching for his gun,
No, John,
regardless of whether somebody said gun or not, and start like unloading into a pile of bodies on the ground, like thrashing around in the ice. Like that is not a reasonable thing to do whatsoever.
Okay, I was wrong.
I'm not sure
Not Muslim.
where,
It's
like,
Antifa.
how you could possibly think that. I don't know where else to go with this. Obviously, they disarmed him before shooting him, and I don't know what this whole like a gunshot went off situation is, because the first gunshot that went off was the guy shooting into Alex Pretti, the border patrol officer shooting into a pile of bodies, including Alex Pretti. So after that first shot went off. The rest of the officers, who apparently didn't think that this needed to be like a shooting situation, they were like surprised, and then they started like unloading into him too, because like everybody's like freaking out at that point, like because one of them did shoot the gun. So it seems like only the one guy, after having literally like been right there when the first officer removed the weapon from his butt, this guy right next to him
is she being serious, or is she just
had to have seen that? I don't understand like what the deal is, but he was literally right there to have seen the weapon is no longer in the butt.
Okay, so she is saying like the holster. Like, I don't think she means literally up his ass.
He was disarmed, and then he was shot many, many times, like repeatedly.
Go out.
If even once is too many, but repeatedly. And then reports on the scene said that like instead of trying to render aid, which I mean, okay, to be honest, like if you put that many holes on a guy, how much aid can you really render? But
emotional damage,
like counting bullet holes is something that keeps coming up.
Emotional damage.
Where's the gun? Like the rest of them are confused because like, why would you shoot this guy? Because one dude decided to freaking go off. So doesn't sound justified to me.
So we got
by the way,
I have time for the cross-examination.
It's just for you guys. That's it. I mean, I think we can just kind of get into it because I heard a few things that don't sound right to me, but we can just kind of go one by one.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. So with that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is 5 minutes of rebuttals uninterrupted to just for a chance for you to respond to what you heard in the openings. And then after that, we'll get into the hour back and forth. So we're going to hand the mic back to the Indian Jesus. So whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so just had a few questions. If he had complied with orders and not physically engaged with officers while he was armed, would this shooting have occurred?
Oh,
do you want me to like answer now? Because
Yeah.
I thought it was like your 5 minutes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because this is your rebuttal, so
we're going back and forth. Yeah. So
this is your 5 minute rebuttal uninterrupted.
Okay.
So then you go back and forth and
I mixed up all the things. All right. So I addressed how you said that the old video doesn't mean anything today. I agree that that it doesn't justify or have anything to do with the specific shooting. I talked about how it was the larger narrative. Very obviously, it was not an execution. Maybe we can get a little bit more into the definition of justified, because you're saying that it wasn't necessary, as somebody who is watching the video in slow motion afterwards, and of course Graham v. Connor, that doesn't count. It has to be in the moment what is reasonable based on what was understanding. Then you said that Alex Pretti had his hands up, and again, if you watch from the multiple angles, then his first thing is to push the officer away, weak beta loser, so he doesn't go anywhere, and the cop sees that, so that's when the pepper spray and his hands go up. So that's after, again, as I said, he is initiating and escalating, and they are responding to his escalation. So if he gets pepper sprayed and he's disoriented, then why is he fighting? If you're disoriented, just go dead fish. You're arrested. Then the last thing I really have, you made a claim about the first shot. I am not aware of confirmation where the first shot came from. My understanding was that the first shot was the negligent discharge from Pretti's gun as the officer was holding it. And so either way, let's say that it was one of the officers who was standing around aiming at Pretti, then how would the other cops still wouldn't know where the shot came from? And so there's still a justification. They hear gun, gun, gun. Nobody says the gun is clear. Nobody says all clear. And then a shot goes off. And so by that situation, I'm not saying that it was good. Again, lawful but awful is a saying for a reason. You know, I mean, if you go by your emotions, you kept saying it seems pretty straightforward. I mean, yeah, if we look at how we feel, then it's pretty straightforward. But if we actually look at how the law works and take our feelings out of it, even though I also had a very strong emotional reaction to seeing a man being killed in the streets, even though I think he had stupid ideas and you know, wasn't engaging in smart activities, that doesn't mean that he should die. But that's his decision. That's his choice. So yeah, I'll give my time there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we are going to hand the mic back over to Death Knot. So whenever you want to start your 5-minute rebuttal.
Fuck! I messed up again! I thought I had time to make... I had all...
Yeah, so this whole, like...
all these awesome questions.
There was an accidental shooting from Alex Pretti's own gun thing. I've seen that kind of, like, floating around online. There's no evidence for it. I've tried looking at the video, like, as the guy is carrying the gun away, we would have seen...
There's no evidence for it.
That disturbance of, like, where the bullet would be hitting something. And we also see in the other video from the other angle, the man that fires the first shot, you can see the recoil in the gun when the first shot gets fired. So I don't know, like, where this whole, like, maybe the gun, like, went off on its own thing. Like, I understand the emotional
I know.
So
but it was just gonna hit here. It was really gonna hit.
Because we don't want ICE to be wrong.
Shout out
we
to
want
Craig
them to go
over on Rumble.
We don't want them killing,
welcome.
you know, U.S. citizens for no reason. Obviously, nobody wants that sort of thing. But in this case, that did unfortunately happen. And trying to defend it hurts more than just kind of accepting it, saying, okay, this guy clearly shouldn't be in the force, get him out, charge him, whatever. And then, like, we can accept that sometimes
I don't have a closing. I'm just going to go back
but
over
trying to
anything
defend
that was
this
missed.
is pushing people in the opposite direction of, like, the intention is to get the illegals out of the cities and out of the country in general. That's the intention. And if you go around, like, murdering actual citizens, it's not a great look. People are going to turn against it, and government needs legitimacy to do stuff like that. So it's just pushing people away. Like, the result of defending ICE, no matter what, it's not going to have, like, this isn't the better outcome. Let's see. Oh, and about, like, this emotion thing, like,
ICE, no matter
sure,
what.
yeah, it's terrible to see.
You just talked about how it would feel
murder a
even
person
worse
after having disarmed him. And as far as, like, oh, sure, yeah, it happened quickly. But when you're in the moment, every second counts, and they're supposed to be trained for reacting quickly. So
exactly, Craig.
And they did
This
reveal
is
that
what
these
we
officers
voted
had, like,
for.
years of training experience, which means they should have known better. And, like, we can discuss this whole, like, if you want to keep bringing the video into it when he does, like, attack that vehicle and stuff, I think that works better in my favor, honestly. But sure, we can go there. Honestly, I think it's relevant. So, but we can totally bring it in the discussion. Yeah, and in general, I think I already kind of covered. It's like at that exact moment when you decide to use lethal force, is it warranted? And they had 7 guys on him, and they were restraining him. Like, there's no way that he could have, like, reached back and pulled a gun and started, like, shooting at them. Like, it's physically impossible. And that's part of something that is required for using lethal force, is in that moment, is it justified? Can something else be done?
There's no way he could have had another gun.
Like, no other option, then yes, it would have been justified. But they had him already contained. Like, there is no physical way that he could have shot one of them. So that's where the law is on that. In the moment, as you said. So I'm fine with just kind of getting into it. I'm not great at, like, lengthy back and forth. So
no worries.
I know you had a question. I forgot what it was. Maybe we can start with that.
No worries. All right. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, I just want to talk to the audience real quick. Everyone watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and also subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kind of debates here on Swords of Reason. politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you're enjoying the format, make sure you're locked in because we have a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for that live chat after closing statements.
Doing
we're
a face reveal at 10K.
I have the
Go
Q&A
sub.
there in the chat, so you guys can put
Actually,
your
I don't really
questions
care.
in there. But remember, super chats, PayPal's, Cash App questions, these will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get read. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of the priority options.
Did this come in while I was talking?
And finally, thank you to both of our debaters
let me know.
for being here tonight. And yeah, whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor exchange, just jump in and I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so you said that it would be impossible for him to have be a danger to them. Can you
Yeah, they had
validate that?
7 dudes holding down one guy, and he already was blinded. So at no point did he reach for his weapon, by the way. It looks like the CBP report
No. But why would it be impossible? You said it would be impossible. You made a claim that it would be impossible.
CBP report doesn't mention any reaching, and it also said the whole like accidental discharge thing. By the way, they didn't mention that as well. And so those are the people that did the, execution.
Okay, so why would it be impossible for him to be a danger to them?
Because they had 7 guys on one guy holding him down.
So you don't
and
think
they already disarmed him.
So you don't think we don't know that he wouldn't have had another weapon. So again, the question is, how do you know that he didn't?
Serious.
I am dead serious. How do you? So you're saying, wait. You're saying it's impossible that he had a knife on him, and he would go and stab somebody. That's impossible. I just want to be clear. It's impossible.
Using lethal force requires that they see.
I agree. I was the one who actually quoted the law. I was the one who actually quoted the law.
Reaching or holding the gun, which is not possible because they had disarmed him. This whole
I know. I've heard you say that.
Unless literally saw that he was holding another gun.
I've heard you say that multiple times. What I'm asking you to do is verify the claim that you are making. You said it's impossible. I'm asking you, how do you know that it is impossible? Impossible means cannot happen.
7 guys on him. Do the math. And he was blind.
So you think there's no way that there's ever been you've never seen body cams of dudes being tased and a bunch of guys and they still go through and cause damage
here. I mean, can we just watch the video or something again? I mean,
sure.
I thought everybody saw it at this point, so I don't understand how people can be seeing something so different.
If you want to pull it up, pull it up.
Yeah, what part are we speaking on specifically?
The part where they're literally holding down a guy that has been blinded by freaking
why is he
pepper spray?
But why is he in that position?
Because he's blind and they tackled him.
Okay, why is he blind?
Because they pepper sprayed him.
Okay, why did they pepper spray him?
Because he tried to help a woman up and he stood in front of the officer.
He tried to help a woman?
And the officer continued on the
helping
rampage.
a woman is ignoring the woman and attacking a federal officer? How is that helping the woman?
From the video I saw, maybe we saw different videos, but from the video I saw, it was they were standing in the road. She was off to the side. He was kind of in the middle. He was filming. The officer comes up to them. It's not like they went and started messing with the vehicle or anything in this instant, at least. So if anything, this last video that you brought up, there he was actually doing something violent. So, and in that case, they didn't shoot him, even though they could also see his gun. So for some reason, those agents didn't find that he posed
almost
a threat.
like they're not some evil Gestapo, right?
Exactly.
So if he had complied with their orders,
particular agents messed up.
So if he had been arrested for that,
then that taints the rest of the operation. And then
I mean, sure.
Right now,
I don't even necessarily disagree with that, but I'm not interested in looking good. I'm interested in the truth. So if he had been arrested for the earlier video that I understand does not have anything to do with the shooting. I'm just asking this outside of that. If he'd been arrested for that, then would he have been in a position to be killed that night?
main logic dictates no, but what does that have to do with anything? That's completely irrelevant.
Do you guys would you guys want me to play the video quickly? I have one that goes through a bunch of the different angles here. I just found that
Yeah,
ABC played. So if you guys want me to, I can bring that up.
I would have brought one, but I figured everybody already saw it so many times.
Yeah, I think I would figure the same thing. But if we want to just do a little play here. I don't know if you guys want the sound here too.
Yeah, so
I think it's just the news.
Yeah, I don't see
So
him doing a
where's
lot of
he?
resisting.
So where's
here?
he?
Let me back it up and slow it down for you guys.
Yeah,
the
this-
news is just talking over it, so I don't think we need the sound. Playback speed. We'll slow it down about half there, and I'll play it through here for you.
Okay, so there you go. So he puts his hands up right here. That's why he exactly. There you go.
Because
His
he put
hands
his
are
hands
already up, so he gets pepper sprayed.
So where does he push?
Legal force for interrupting. He's
Where
only
does he
just
push the
now.
officer, though? You
He's
said
only
he, like,
just now
attacked the
at that
officer.
point going
Where?
to talk to or even address the woman. He was not trying to
Where?
help the woman. He was trying
literally
to hurt
standing
the
there
dude.
filming. You can see it happening. Like we're watching. him
Filming
standing there
is
filming,
irrelevant.
and he gets
Filming
shoved in
is
pepper spray.
irrelevant. What was the case law on that? Just because you're filming doesn't mean that the laws change.
I'm guessing this is where you were talking about the guys all on top of him while he's on the ground.
Well, sure, but you're saying that he was like assaulting an officer and like resisting, but all I see him is like he's getting pushed back and he's getting
Okay.
pepper sprayed and he's not fighting back at all.
Okay, can we back up and acknowledge if we agree on what physical contact or what obstruction or anything would mean? Can you pull this down, SpeakeaZy, please?
Oh yeah.
So if do you agree that, let's say my camera is the initial officer that he interacts with, the one that pushes the woman, the one that pepper sprays him. If I do that while
That's
he's
not
in,
what happened. We just saw it. It literally just.
No, you
played.
go ahead. You
And
go
we
ahead and
saw
answer the
him
question I didn't
raise
ask
his
you.
arms up to, like,
Go ahead, go
defend
ahead.
His eyes from the pepper spray and to show that he's not a threat by raising his arms up.
Okay, so the question
But you
was,
somehow saw him like shoving the officer. Like where did we see that? It just played on repeat. Like why are we seeing such different things? It literally just played over and over. And
honey, calm down. Calm down. Just listen to the words coming out of my mouth, and we will get through
Not
this.
the other way around. How is this so difficult? I'm so confused.
Listen, and you won't be. So again, well, let's say that my camera is the officer. Do you agree or disagree that if we're not even, let's take it away from him. If this is a federal officer and he's in the commission of detaining or arresting somebody, and I do that, does that constitute assault on a federal officer? Yes or no?
That's not what happened.
That's not the question.
That's irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant? I thought we
Because
were
it's
talking
not what
about what
happened.
constitutes as assault. Because
What's
if he
relevant
was
is what happened,
okay,
and
fine. Do
that's
you
not what
agree that if he did assault is relevant?
It would give them more of an excuse of like continuing to pepper spray him and tackle him to the
I'm
ground.
not even
but it still
asking
wouldn't give them
if
an excuse
I'm saying,
to shoot him.
Listen,
Even
to
if
what
that
I'm
did happen,
asking
which
you.
it didn't.
You're
You
confused
see in the
because you're
video,
trying to
he is
talk at me.
being pushed and he's not fighting back at all. Where's the fighting back?
Am I muted? Hello?
Can we
Anybody
like, play
there?
the video again? And can you point exactly to like where he's fighting?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
Okay,
do.
let's
I'm
do
trying to
that.
establish a principle and then show how that principle exists in the video.
Okay, well let's.
So I'm saying if we got to do the first part first. So again, I understand this is not what happened.
This camera thing doesn't work.
my
because
God.
This is a completely
I'm
different
never
angle.
debating a woman again.
I don't know
I'm
how
never
far
debating a woman
away-
again. Please, may I
You don't have
finish
to
a
if
question?
You don't want to. But
May I
the
please?
camera angle doesn't work because we can't see how far away your hand is from the camera. We can't
tell
see
me
if
when
you're
you're done.
actually
You
like
tell me when you're done,
shoving the
and
camera
I'll
or
go.
if you're like shielding yourself. It's a completely different angle. We can't see the space between. Like what does that have to
Don't
do with
forget,
anything?
we still got refills for Morty, so get those supers in. Oh, you're done? Okay, so again, the question is, if my camera is an officer, and not Alex Pretti, if approach that officer while he's in the commission of detaining someone or arresting someone, and I do that, does that constitute assault on a federal officer? Yes or no? It does or it doesn't?
What is that? What is that? What happens? Can you describe what's
just
happening
touching,
there?
making contact. Just making contact.
Yes, touching is assault.
So if we see that Alex Pretti, before he had his hand up from being from trying to block the pepper spray that came after his hand went up, that if he went like that and brushed the officer, that would
Brushed is different from assault.
I literally just tapped the camera and you agreed with me.
Okay, are you gonna talk the whole time or can I respond? Because there's a big difference between like
Objection!
That's very different from like I'm trying to shield myself and in the commotion I accidentally
Dilly
brushed you
fucking
lightly.
day!
These are very different things. Go ahead.
All right.
Well, no, tell me how it's the same.
It's not the same. It's
The touching you described would be assault because you described going bam. That's different from I'm trying to shield my eyes and accidentally brushed you.
Right,
That's a
but that's
different
not what
situation.
happened. There are two different things. First, his hand goes up. Then he sees the pepper
Well, let's just
spray
watch it.
and
Can
hand
we
goes
stop?
up.
Can we stop playing things with the camera and can we just watch it and you can like point?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do that.
I mean, I think we just watched it, but yeah, go ahead.
That's what I think. I'm so confused.
It's because you're watching it with your heart instead of your brain.
Okay.
I also got it super slowed down for you.
Okay.
Here's getting shoving the
girl.
woman.
So
That
he's
comes
here.
in. There we
He
go.
is
So right
shielding
before his hand
himself
goes
from
up,
getting
he makes
sprayed.
contact with the officer. Here we
where's
get
the
from a different
contact?
angle. Contact with the officer, then
Where?
the hand is up as the pepper spray is coming. There's
So,
contact
here-
before
Where's the contact?
before his hand goes up. Why was his hand already in that position and then the pepper spray comes?
Because he can see the pepper spray is coming. He's shielding himself. And hands up is a surrendering position in general. How do you fight
That's just
somebody
cool.
with your hands like this?
All right, I mean,
Nobody
if that,
fights like that. That's not how fighting happens.
oh, because
Can't-
now
this isn't real
the left is big fighters, right? Yeah, I agree. This guy is not a good fighter. I don't know what what you want from me there.
Okay. Exactly. So he's no threat.
He
can't even
literally
fight right.
had a gun on him at
He's
this point.
raising
What the
his
fuck are you
arms up,
talking
and
about?
That's supposed to be like so scary. Where's the contact?
I mean, I don't know how many times I need to say it.
Can we pause it at the point where there's like the
I mean,
contact?
I don't
that you're
have
describing
control of the
'cause I'm not
video,
seeing
so
it?
we can try, but try this angle. Or this, yeah, either one.
So
this one cuts in after that. So that one doesn't that one doesn't care. So look where his hand goes before you see the spray. You see
Where?
that contact right there.
Where?
Notice how this part is not in the other video. I wonder why. Contact,
part?
contact
Where
right
do you see
there.
contact?
Then the hand goes up because he sees
you
the
can't
pepper
see
spray that is
anything.
coming
There's
because
person
of the
front.
contact.
You're literally like making shit up. There's a
This
person
one,
front.
this one doesn't cut in there. It shows the whole thing. So it's the push. He's right here. He's right like behind the officer here.
Yeah, but doesn't it?
And it
And
kind
then
of
it
goes
cuts.
over a little bit.
Yeah,
So
it
like if you
moves
look,
over. You
oh
can't
here, I'll
see.
show you the best where we can see.
So you exactly
Like
it
this.
cuts off where the officer is. So you can't see in this angle whether he's touched or not.
Exactly. He's not. He can't see.
But if
so
we
why
look
are you
at the
making
other
up-
angle,
Where? That's him holding his hand up right there.
yeah,
You can see there's all that space between them. Of all the angles where we're gonna see if there's contact or not, this would be the
no,
one.
it's not. He's not even on. He's not even in the frame. How would we see it when he's not in the frame?
That's him here.
So he's got
No,
his
the
hands against his
officer.
body.
Can you
They're
tell if
bent.
he's? Can you tell if Alex Pretti's hands are on
can-
an officer or what his hands are doing?
Yes, you can
They're
tell
not
they're
in the
bent like this.
frame. You are lying
Well,
to
yeah,
yourself.
Oh my god.
Well, if it, okay,
You
I
gotta be
don't know.
blind.
It looks like this is him here though.
Yes, that's Alex. That's Alex Pretti. What is not
Yes.
on frame is where his
Doesn't look
hands
like
are.
he's shoving anyone. Because that's what's going. Like what? Where?
And then the hand goes up.
From this position, and the other one
Again,
is
this
his
angle doesn't
phone.
show it because the officer is not on camera when the
Is this the contact?
That's him
No,
pushing the other woman.
No, I mean like look.
there may be prior contact. I don't
No,
know. for
this
sure,
was
but-
this is just the other angle. Like he looks like he kind of like
I don't
maybe.
see
So
it.
okay, so
arm.
Defna, what is it exactly do you think he's doing then? Let's just say there was no contact. What do you think he's doing there?
Let's just say there wasn't. We don't see any. But okay.
Yeah, I'm willing to concede that.
It looks like he's trying to help up the other woman.
I'm willing
and
to
he's
concede
shielding
that
his
for the
face
sake of the
from pepper
discussion,
spray.
so that we can
This
move
is
on. Because
happening.
that
Are you
doesn't.
not talking to me the whole time? If you ask a question, you got to let me respond, dude. You can't just keep like
projection.
You good? Okay. Yeah. So what he's doing is he turns around to help up the other woman, and then he's realizing that like there's still something going on. He turns around, he's getting pepper sprayed. He puts his arm up to shield himself, and then he keeps getting shoved back, and he doesn't shove the other guy back. He keeps going backwards. That's not resisting. He's getting pushed, and he keeps stepping back.
Okay, I disagree with you. But
resisting?
even if I'm willing to move on and say, even if in that situation he did not instigate that, then at that point he's being maybe or well, in that case it would be incorrectly arrested. So if that happens, he's being under arrest when he didn't do anything wrong. What is the proper thing to do if you are under arrest and you didn't do anything wrong?
Who's being
What is the proper what is the proper thing to do if you are under arrest and you did not do the thing you're being arrested for? Do you fight back? Do you resist?
To comply.
Okay, and so then even if there was no contact,
nobody is under
arrest. Hold
Hold
on. Even if there was no contact, which there was, even if there wasn't, then he was still resisting arrest. Correct? Correct. He was resisting arrest.
I don't see him resisting arrest. I see him being shoved back, and he keeps stepping back.
So okay, go back to the video and show me where he lays flat and puts his arms back. Why did it take 7 guys if he wasn't resisting? What were the 7 guys doing if it didn't?
And he wasn't even being like, okay, we have to get the body camera footage because at this point there is no indication whatsoever that he's being arrested. He's being pushed back. Usually when you arrest somebody, you try to like grab their hands and handcuff them. You don't like shove them away from you. That's not how people usually arrest.
Not if somebody's coming at you from the side and you don't see what's going on and you're dealing with somebody else and some guy jumps in. It's so easy to look at this from hindsight in slow motion and frame by frame.
You're making up this entire story with no evidence. All we know is what we see, and we don't see what you're saying. We don't see anybody getting arrested. We don't see put your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. We didn't see any of that. We see a guy coming up to another guy and shoving him, and then pepper spraying him in the eyes, making him blind. He's blind. He is in pain. He can't tell what's going on anymore. He is on slippery ice. He's like flopping around, and
all good reasons to comply.
That's what he's doing the best he can.
Then why did it take 7 guys?
You expect him to literally, like, while being pepper sprayed in the eyes, when it's human instinct to shield your eyes, you try being
then why was his hand? I thought his hands are up here, or his eyes are up here. You said shielded your eyes, but his hands are up here. It's almost like there was already emotion, and it was the momentum.
What are you talking about? This is a surrender position.
You just said cover your eyes when that's not what he did.
Yes, he goes in this sort of situation. You can tell at some point it goes to covering his eyes because it's human instinct.
Okay, so I'm just clarifying. You're seeing the hand up here as him covering his eyes.
He starts out here, and then as he's getting
again, very clearly I see it very differently than you, but I mean,
it's human instinct to do that. I don't know what else to tell you. Like you try getting pepper sprayed in the eyes and see what you do.
I don't disagree. Do you think it would be safe to once the officers are aware that there is a gun in the situation? Is it safe for officers to assume that there's just the one gun?
Yeah.
That's safe?
Yeah, that's generally what they do.
That wasn't the question.
Unless you can verify
you're saying it's safe to be like, well, we got the gun off him, so he definitely doesn't have any other weapons on him. I just want to be clear that that's what you're saying. It's safe for officers to assume that an armed individual has no additional weapons.
It's as safe as it possibly can be without them making it.
I'm starting to see why we're seeing different videos.
In the context of is it a justified killing? No, they don't assume if they just disarm somebody. Officers, no matter what kind of officer, whether it's like federal, local, doesn't matter. If they disarm somebody, they don't assume he has another gun and start shooting. That's not what happens. That's not.
That's the opposite of what I asked you. I didn't say should officers assume that anybody has a gun has more guns. That's not what I said. I said, is it safe to assume that because an armed individual, or is it safe to assume an armed individual only has one arm meaning, gun or whatever? And you said yes. So I just want to make sure the situation is we have an armed
Jeremy,
suspect.
if they don't see another gun, they don't assume there's another gun. That's not how that works.
Okay, again, if you think that's safe, I'm starting to understand why you see a very different thing from the same video. Do you think officers can instantly know whether a weapon has been secured during a violent struggle like that?
Yes, they're trained to do that.
They're trained to know the instant that something happens. They all get what, Neuralink, and it just into their brain?
The guy that shot him was right next to the guy that took the weapon.
Okay, so can officers
He
instantly
saw the
know
holster empty.
how
He
do
was right there when his friend.
how do the officers become aware
removed-
of the fact that the threat is no longer there?
By seeing it.
So they have to see something or hear something. They don't instantly know just because the weapon's been secured.
They have to know and confirm that there is a real threat. Just because somebody says gun in general doesn't mean they just start blindly shooting, because we don't even know where the gun is. It could have been coming from somewhere else. It could have been like another person from behind them. You don't know what gun in general means. It's not their training to just start like blindly shooting in a pile of bodies
Didn't
when
say
somebody
it was.
shouts gun.
Are you just gonna straw man everything I say?
What are you saying?
I'm asking you whether officers can instantly know something, and you're saying, well, they shouldn't just kill anybody. What do those have to do with the things that I
They are
said?
trained to look at a situation and instantly assess what's going on. And if they looked at the situation, they would instantly see that he is being held down by 7 other of their buddies, and his holster is empty.
But I thought he was complying. Why did he? Why do they need 7 guys if he was complying?
Of what is going on.
Why did they need 7 guys if he was complying? It seems like they would need 7 guys because he was struggling.
I don't see like why like there being 7 of them, or like one of them is
because if somebody is just laying there with their hands behind their back, then you don't need 7 guys for that. And there was other people around, right? There was the girl that was shoved. There was other people around. So it seems to reason that if there's 7 guys there,
we don't know like
I'm
what
never
going
gonna
to
get the finish.
I can't read their minds, so I don't know why exactly they needed 7.
Exactly.
I don't know. We can't.
You are trying to read their minds.
We don't know exactly why they wanted 7. Maybe they all just wanted to go in and like punch him up a little bit because they recognized him from before and they felt disrespected from that other video. We don't know that.
You don't really think that, right?
We don't know that, and you don't.
I mean,
know that.
okay,
we don't
sure,
know
it's
why
not
they needed
impossible.
7.
But do you think it is
irrelevant? What
you
is true? What we know for a fact is that there were 7 of them, and there was one of him, and he was on the ground, and they were holding him down.
Poor baby.
He was subdued already.
You got my feelings hurt, and now that changes the law. Can you make a legal argument?
Yeah, that is the legal argument.
They were being made in execution in the streets.
Is that what I sound like? Okay. Well,
little bit.
Sure, but I'm telling you what the legal situation is. It doesn't matter, like, if they decided that, oh, well, there's going to be 7 of us or 5 of us. The situation is in that moment that lethal force is actually applied. Is it necessary? And the answer is no in this case. It's very obvious from everything that we have available. It's very obvious.
So did the officers have everything that we have available at the time? Or did we explicitly state that that's not how these are legally determined?
Their own reports don't state that he reached for the gun or that
Am I speaking Spanish? Why can't I'm asking super simple, basic yes or no questions?
Well, their own reports don't state what you're trying to state, so I don't know why you're saying that.
I don't even. How did we get here? What did I even just say? I don't even remember the question because.
Okay.
I don't know. One of us is having a really bad night. I don't understand what you. What the fuck did I even just ask you?
It's okay. Take your time.
Chat. What did I just ask her? So, okay, whatever. Let's go back to what did you say about justified. So how would you you define justified? But can you give me that definition again, please?
Justified killing is if it's right, necessary, and permitted under the rules.
Necessary and permitted under the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the legal standard?
Yeah, generally.
Generally?
I think so.
You sure it isn't the thing that I read out specifically?
I mean, if
Graham v. Connor, 1989, requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a
So I'm a little lost here.
That's why I'm catching you up, sweetie.
Well, can you
If you shut your trap,
your trap, you'll understand. I promise.
Graham,
Okay, you don't have to agree the whole
nope,
thing.
nope. All right, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Do you disagree that justified killing means right, necessary, and permitted under the rules?
No. You're not just going to breeze by that. You said that it is necessary. Necessary is a part of the legal justified definition. And I said, nuh-uh, Graham v. Connor, 1989, requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight.
Sure, I don't disagree. I agree. I even mentioned earlier.
But then you just made the argument based on what you and I know now. That was the question. Did the officers know what you and I know now? What you and I know now. Either way, whether you want to take my position or your position, did the officers have that much information at that time?
They had enough information to know that he was not a threat.
The question was, did they have that information? I'm not asking you if in your opinion, if you thought they had enough information or not. That's not the question. The question is, let's say, let's just make it easy. Let's make it easy. All right. Let's say there's 100 units of knowledge to this as of right now. There's 100 units of knowledge. And maybe we disagree. So, we're somewhere we're each on the 95 for 95 knowledge units for whatever our narrative is. The question is, how many knowledge units did the officers have at the time? Did they have the same amount as we do now? Or did they have less information? Did we get more information after the fact? Do you understand the question?
It's obvious that in any event,
yes, they did, or no, they didn't. They did. There was more.
You have slightly less information, but that doesn't mean they didn't have enough information to know that this is not necessary.
Okay, so then what information did they have?
A reasonable officer would look at this guy being held down blind by 7 other dudes and conclude that he is not a threat.
How are you making this determination that they? What is the metric that you're using?
I am being reasonable. Reasonable officer being the key word.
Okay, but you're not an officer, so I mean, unless you are, have you?
I'm a reasonable human being.
That okay? I disagree, but not really relevant.
Okay.
So again, you are making a claim that they had enough information. So I'm trying to ascertain. How did you make that determination?
I just told you they had 7.
Oh, so it's just your feeling.
I feel like they did enough, so that's what I think.
Simple math.
Well, I mean, are you just going to go? Well, I feel like it was bad, and they shouldn't have had to do that, and they knew everything all the time.
And physics. Are you done?
I'm just waiting for you to verify the claim that you made.
Physics.
You
7
said
versus 1 in physics. He's on the ground.
Okay, so then you're going back to the standard.
How else to say this?
Okay, so then you're going back to the standard that more of them means that the guy is not a threat.
Yeah, they're holding him down.
So again, it is impossible to be held down and also fling your arm back and get a knife or have something in your jacket, or he had multiple layers. He could have had it right there. Could have been in his shoe. That all of that is impossible.
The fact that any of that is
yes or no, please,
possible in some universe has nothing to do with the situation.
I'll ask you nicely. Can you please
Officers
just answer my questions instead of rambling?
An actual threat that they can identify.
So yes, yes, it's impossible, or no, it's not impossible.
When there's no reason to do so.
Is it impossible, or it's not impossible?
Irrelevant.
You made the claim. So fair enough. I don't think it's relevant. I think it's extremely relevant that if it is possible that he has another weapon that he can do serious bodily harm or lethal force, which is exactly the standard that we're looking for. I think that's the debate. Anything else about how sad it is and how mean everybody is? Or you want to talk about anything legal or actually principled or something that you can back up? Or are you just going to say a bunch of feelings?
Yeah, a reasonable officer with the facts available at that moment, not guessing.
I heard that claim. Can you verify that claim?
Hidden somewhere. I'm trying to. Are you going to let me talk? I'll let you talk. You good? At that moment, they have to conclude that lethal force is or isn't necessary in that exact moment. In the exact moment when the first shot was fired, he was just disarmed by his buddy standing right next to him and being held down by 7 dudes.
Did the officers know that he'd been disarmed?
No way.
How did the officers?
A reasonable person would look at that situation and then be like, "Yep, let's pop up a couple rounds into him."
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong with the order of events here. You know, with scuffle happened, we'll put aside whether the assault was there or not. They're now on the ground, and someone's yelling, "Gun, gun, gun, gun." At what point do the other officers know? Because obviously the one who took the gun off him knew that he had taken the gun off him. When did the other officers become aware of the fact that the threat of the gun was no longer there?
When the guy that was standing literally right next to him looked at him and saw that the gun was no longer there.
How did you know that? He told you he saw it?
Because we see the other guy right next to him.
But in order, again, you can't go based on the video. You have to go based on what they know. You're assuming that because you can pause it and you can see, oh, look, his holster is empty. That's not the standard. That's not how the law works.
That literally is to identify in that.
So I'm just making up Graham v. Connor.
In that moment,
am I making that up? Am I making that up? Or is that how the law works?
I looked this up right beforehand. Look, I don't know where you're trying to take this because we can see he is being disarmed by the guy right next to the guy that ends up shooting him. They are right next to each other. This isn't like a big scuffle and somewhere across the way up front, a guy hears gun. He doesn't know what's going on. He starts like blindly shooting into a pile of bodies of his buddies. That is not what is going on. They have to see where they're shooting. And in order to see where they're shooting, they would have seen that the gun is not on him.
Okay. Easy. Can you?
This is obvious logical things. I don't know how this is.
Can we just get like a basic, like Google AI summary of Graham v. Connor? Like I mean, if you want to pretend I'm making shit up, then okay, cool. I mean, we did just watch Nate the Lawyer and said anybody who doesn't know about Graham v. Connor doesn't know jack shit about what they're talking about. Let's do this. I'll put what I have in my opening statement in the private chat, and then we'll pull it up and we'll see if it's the same. Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. Oh, God. So again, if you want me to read it while he's pulling that up, Graham v. Connor, 1989, the best year ever for people being born, requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight, meaning the information that you and I have now is more because we have hindsight. So you are saying based on your own hindsight,
no, that's not what I'm saying. I literally just said an officer has to look right there on the spot and assess the situation.
So and then you made the claim that he saw. You made the claim that he saw the empty holster. How do you know? How do you know that he saw it? I know that.
What are you talking about?
How do you? I know you saw it. I know you saw it in the video. I'm not claiming that the gun was not taken. That's not the question. Listen to the
bodies without.
Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth?
No, you're not making sense.
Okay, so let's slow it down. At what point?
Oh no, I said Jesus. Oh my goodness.
That's at what point did the other officers become aware of the fact that the officer took the gun off of Pretti and walked and ran off? At what point did all the officers there know? Because that's the standard.
The standard is for all of them. Something because all of them. What do you?
Because if one doesn't know and hears a gunshot and reasonably fears for his life, That's not. I mean, that's not a great situation. But that is legal.
I can excuse the rest of them because after one dude starts firing, I understand why the rest of them kind of fell in line and they had a panic. I understand that.
Okay.
The first shot is what I'm complaining about. The first guy shot for no reason. The other officers didn't feel the need to shoot. All of the other officers also heard gun. None of them decided to start piling bullets into him.
I thought we were.
First guy went off.
First they were emptying bullets into an empty body, and now none of them shot.
They shot
Which one is
after
it?
the first guy did. Do you want to watch the video again? Because I'm down to do that.
Really. I've seen it.
You can see the
million
first
times. I know you're not super familiar with it, but I've watched it a lot. I've watched it from all the different angles. I've looked at the legal casework here. All you're giving me is, well, I saw that it was this, so they must have saw that too. Again, I will ask you, at what point did all of the officers become aware that the gun had been cleared? At what point did all of the officers become aware that the gun was cleared?
All of the officers is irrelevant. We're talking about
it's
the guy
not
that
irrelevant. That is the legal standard. I'll give you the exact thing here. Hold on. I'll give you the exact one.
What we're talking about here is the guy who actually started shooting. What was he aware of? That is the question. And he was right next to the guy that removed the weapon, and he had to have looked before he shot.
He had to have?
Otherwise,
he had to have? How do you know that he did?
Otherwise, the argument is he shot into a pile of his buddies.
I think they did shoot into a pile of their buddies. I think they're fucking retarded. That doesn't mean
so we
that the
agree
law
that this
doesn't
wasn't
work.
Justified because you shouldn't shoot into a pile of your buddies. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. It's stupid,
Okay,
not illegal.
Not justified. Conversation over.
Nope. You just decide that you just decide. I thought
you agreed.
What?
You
I'm
just
talking about
agreed.
legal justification. Just because I think it's stupid doesn't mean that it's illegal. Again, this isn't about feelings. This is about the law. It is justified by the law. I don't like it either. I don't think he should have died. That was the first fucking thing I said. It's a tragedy. It should not have happened.
For your opinion on whether he should or shouldn't have. I'm saying, was it justified? And
by the law, yes, you just admitted it based on the merits or the criteria that is listed in the law. You just explicitly stated that it was justified.
No, I explicitly.
I know you don't.
Wasn't.
I know you don't understand that because you don't understand the law. But
right,
the things that you said,
silly me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the things that you said amount to exactly what I said in the opening.
Do you want to explain again the law?
So Graham v. Connor, you can't use hindsight. So all
I'm not using hindsight.
Do you want me to explain it or you don't want me to explain it?
You're just repeating yourself. I thought you had something new.
You just said you didn't understand. I'm trying to explain it, and you said you don't understand. If I want to explain it again, 3 words into explain it again, you're like, oh my God, you're just explaining it again. Do you get it or you don't get it? You get it or you don't get it?
That was not justified according to that, but okay.
What was that? What was that?
I thought we already passed that. Like you agreed that
did,
it wasn't
but you
justified.
said you didn't
and we were moving
understand.
on and you had something
We
else,
did.
but you came back to the original thing again.
Yeah, because you said you didn't understand, so you do understand.
It seemed like you had another point that I wasn't understanding, but no, that one is obviously in my favor,
So we'll
I
go
don't know
back
what you're
to
talking
at what point did all of the officers become aware that Alex Pretti had no weapons on him?
They originally didn't even know he had a weapon on him.
Mm-hmm. So again, the question is, at what point did they know that there was no other weapons on him?
That's not.
Just please humor me. Maybe I'm retarded.
Go around and
nothing to do with anything. And please just answer the question.
Maybe he has another gun hiding.
It's almost like you know you're wrong, so you're pretending this is irrelevant.
Just in case we're gonna shoot a person, just in case they're hiding any other weapons. If they don't see another weapon, there's no reason for them to assume there is another weapon. That is not how.
If I super chat it to Easy, will you answer it?
What?
At what point did all of the officers become aware that Alex Pretti did not have any weapons on him? That is the only thing that I've been trying to talk about for the last 15 minutes. At
in
what
the beginning,
point?
they started out as not knowing there were any weapons on him until one of the guys saw that his back was exposed, and then he took the gun, and the guy next to him became aware. So originally, it was all of them did not think there was a gun.
The whole thing. You just skipped over the whole thing. So I agree that we have the one guy that took the gun. He was aware about it sometime before.
And the guy next to him, obviously, because he was right there. And he was
so
looking
you
at
are
what he was shooting at, because
you
you
don't
don't
have
shoot blindly. That is stupid.
So you don't think there's any aspect of adrenaline, tunnel vision, focusing on this? You just know all of the things that happen in your general vicinity all the time, especially when you're in a life or death situation. Is that your argument here?
We know
because it
what
was
a
there, he
reasonable
must have
officer
seen
would
it.
have seen, and a reasonable officer would have looked at the situation.
Yes, that's what you're
And we have
saying, or
videos
no,
of the
that's not what you're
situation,
saying.
So we know what they would have seen.
Yes, that's what you're saying, or no, that's not what you're saying.
I'm saying we know what they would have seen. We can reasonably deduct by looking
but
at
my
the
question,
video of it.
See, again, I don't remember. I don't even remember. You just babble for so long. I don't even remember what the question was.
Okay, I'm no one doing that. Go ahead.
At what point did all of the officers become aware that Pretti had no weapons? You're saying that because the guy who actually took it, I agree with you that he was aware. Then you skipped over the whole point. Okay, fine. So then unless you're claiming that because the man who had the gun was physically there, they must have seen him. Is that your argument?
The guy that was right next to him and started shooting with the vision of
You ever seen the?
Pretti
You
on
ever
the
seen
ground
the?
with holster
Yep,
visible.
they all do.
It was very obvious that he was no longer holding.
Okay.
Or
Have you
he
ever?
wasn't even holding it in the first place. The weapon was no longer on him anywhere. That was very obvious.
Okay. Are you?
It was right in the middle of his back, and you could see the holster was empty.
Okay. So are you aware?
Because I have video of that.
Are you aware of fuck, I don't remember what it's called. It's a psychological thing where selective focus, maybe. There's a video where they like a bunch of people are standing around with a basketball, and they ask you to count how many do the people in red and whatever, and then you get to the end of the video, and it's like, did you notice the gorilla? And there's a gorilla that walks through the frame, and because you're focused on counting the basketballs or counting the whatever, then most people, I can't give you a number, but it's higher than 50%. Most people don't fucking notice the gorilla, and they're not in a life or death situation. They're just counting basketballs.
Exactly.
But you're
So in a life or death situation,
saying
they
that
would probably know
CBP
exactly
is
what's
so
going on in front
well
of them if
trained.
they're shooting
They're
somebody.
so well trained that despite shooting into a circle of their buddies, that they are fucking mega mind. They're fucking the Manhattan, Mr. Manhattan. And if it's in the vicinity,
you agree it wasn't
you know.
justified because they shot into.
Yeah,
a circle
I just
of
want
their
to make sure
buddies.
that's your position.
That's another reason that it wasn't justified. Thank you. I'm glad we agree.
What is that? What was the other reason?
You said that because they shot into a circle of their buddies. I agree. It wasn't justified for that reason.
No, that just makes
also.
it stupid. That doesn't make it illegal.
It makes it illegal. You can't shoot. You can't just shoot at your fellow officers.
They didn't shoot at their fellow officers. They shot at Alex Pretti, who was actively resisting arrest.
He shot into a general area without.
Oh, now it's the general area.
So
what's is it 6 feet? Is it 6 feet? Is it 6 feet and 3 inches? What's the distance that you need to be?
They were piled onto him.
What's the distance?
And if you're saying
What's
that
the
he wasn't
distance?
looking,
What's the
he has to have shot
distance?
at
What's
his
the distance? Jimmy
Logic.
Loser? What is the distance they need to be for it to be okay?
For what to be okay? Distance between
To
what?
shoot in the direction where other people are. We are saying we both agree that they were too close to each other, but you're claiming that it's unjustified because of the fact they were.
I'm saying that.
So my question is, what is the distance?
Or he didn't.
What is the distance they must be before a shot like that would be justified? If they were 6 feet away and they shot towards each other, would that be okay?
I'm not talking about distance here.
You literally are, dude. Oh
no,
my
I am
God.
not. We're saying either he was
I
looking
don't-
at what he was shooting at, in which case he would have seen that he was not armed, or he wasn't looking at.
Do you
what he was
guys see
shooting
why
at,
I gave
and
up
he was
on this
shooting
bitch?
into a pile of his friends.
$100
So either
to
he
not
was
with
looking
this
or he
bitch.
wasn't looking. In either case, it's bad.
Again, agree, but bad does not mean
And
illegal.
It's unjustified. Bad for them
according to your
legally,
definition,
not justified.
according to your opinionated definition that it must be necessary. That's not how the law defines justified. I don't care how you feel about it. I also feel that it was a bad situation. Dude should not have died. Unfortunately, the way that the laws work enable those officers to do the stupid action that they did because of the stupider action that Pretti did.
They don't enable them to do that.
All right, so you want to bet $1,000 that the officers get off?
Sure. I mean, they're investigating them as of like a couple days ago. So, yeah, that's fine.
You really? I mean, I don't know where else to go with that. If you just think that, well, I saw that his thing was empty, so therefore it must be that the other officers also saw.
The guy that was shooting, the
if
guy
that's
that
your
shot
standard,
first,
then
the
you're
man that
just
shot
making
first
shit
had
up.
to have seen because he was
And it's
shooting
fine
at
for you to
him.
make shit up and think whatever you want to think, but that doesn't, just because it hurts your fifis doesn't make it legally unjustified.
Why are you going on about fifis? What are you, 5? We're talking about logically deducting something here. If he has to be shooting at the guy, he has to be looking at the guy. Or he's
Right.
shooting into a pile of bodies, including his friends. You have two options here, and both are not justified shootings.
Which?
Either he's not even looking and he's blindly like pew pew pew, or he is looking and he knows he's not armed. Pick one.
Okay. So are you? I'm just making sure that you're saying because of the fact. Actually, I don't even know. Can you? Okay. Can you explain? Maybe I'm stupid. Can you just lay out in like 1 or 2 sentences the TLDR? This was not justified because. I know I'm not saying you haven't said that, but I just want to be crystal clear.
Because the officer that started the shooting had to have either seen that he was disarmed by looking at him, or not looked at what he was shooting at, which would have included the other officers. In either case, it's not justified.
Okay, so how do you know that he?
It has to be one of the two.
So again, that's not how the law works. Like, okay, fine. Pull up whatever legal doctrine or case or whatever that says necessary is a part of the legal definition of justified.
I mean, if you really need it to be, it's not like
I do, because you think that your feelings go above the actual law. That's not. I understand how you feel. I generally feel the same way.
Just FYI, the topic doesn't say legally justified. It says just justified in general.
Okay, so justified in your personal humble opinion? Okay, great.
And
in my humble opinion, it's not justified. So where the fuck does that leave us?
I mean, if you really want me to look it up, I will.
Yes, I do, because I want you to see that you're just making shit up. You don't understand that you're bringing in things that needn't be brought in or shouldn't be brought in, and you're leaving out things that are relevant. There's no necessary. How do you know in any case that it is absolutely necessary for a shot to be fired? That there's absolutely no way that this can be solved without a shot being fired. That would be necessary. You need to make that determination in the time you are given. And that is why that is not part of the law. If you want me to read it again,
apparently it is.
Okay, prove me wrong. Again, so she's going to pull up something that says justified includes necessary. When we're talking about a legal justified shooting, this must say that the shooting was necessary. And that is silly, because to claim that it is necessary means that you know all of the possible outcomes, and that's not how humans work. But I'll wait.
Deadly force may not be used unless it is necessary to prevent the escape and the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury.
You mean like having a gun on you?
Or others. So
like having a gun on you?
Like in there. So I think, are you like cool with that now? Can we move on?
If you say correct, Lutch, I was wrong about that. The necessary that you just said feeds exactly into what you said, Lutch. We can absolutely move on if you're willing to say that.
No, the necessary is part of my definition. You said it wasn't part of the legal definition. I looked it up just to be sure, and it is. So just like, are you done now?
You want to take a semantic win that not the action was necessary, but the definition includes the word necessary. That's what you want to hang your hat on?
What? You're the one that demanded I look up the semantics.
Right,
of the
but what you
necessary.
said does not equate to this must be necessary.
I'm saying necessary as a concept is part of the law.
Right. What is necessary is listed, and what is necessary is not that is the only option. That is a different definition of something being necessary, meaning that there can be no other option. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Okay, so
Do you agree?
when I was originally discussing
Do you
this,
agree or
I'm
disagree
bringing
with
up the word
Do you agree or
necessary as part of.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
Every
Do you
time you're gonna
agree
talk over me,
or
Okay.
disagree?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
you're
done.
not gonna answer my question.
Let her answer. Go ahead.
She's not answering.
Because I was trying to talk and you kept just talking over me.
Because
and
I asked you a question and you
annoying.
didn't answer the question and you're just rambling about bullshit. I'm asking relevant questions to the thing that we're trying to talk about, and you're just saying other shit.
Okay.
Why do you feel that it's a good faith to just hear my question and just be like, nah, fuck you, I'm going to talk about whatever I want to talk about?
I don't. Sorry, feelings. I thought that wasn't allowed. So what I was
Not in
saying
the law,
is,
but again, this is not a legal proceeding. This is a debate on YouTube. And yes, you are being very disrespectful to me, and it's hurting my feelings because maybe I'm a little beta bitch. But last time I checked, it was disrespectful to hear somebody ask you a question and say, fuck you, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm just going to talk about what I want to talk about. Do you disagree? She's not going to answer that either. She's not going to answer that either.
Keep rewriting history, and the fact that you just rewrote it in this case shows that like you clearly are used to doing that. So I don't see why
the gaslighting.
We have to trust your word for anything. But okay.
You're not trusting my word.
And you started.
Oh my God, the projection. I'm citing case law, and you're saying I feel this and telling me that it's not about my feelings. I agree.
Okay, this is getting too
agree.
meta. Can we just move on to the necessary part? Because I brought up the word necessary as a concept. You demanded that I find that actual word as a semantic thing in the law.
No,
the
not
word
as a semantic thing, as a substantive case that it must be the only thing. That's what necessary means.
It has to be necessary at that moment. It has to be.
Okay, so again, legally, what does it say after that? What does it say after that? How do they find it necessary? Are they defining it the way you're defining it? Or are they saying you must, it is necessary to meet the conditions of Graham v. Connor? Those are two entirely different statements. Just because, I found necessary. Again, if that's the win you want to take, like, okay, you found the word necessary, that doesn't mean that the shooting wasn't the shooting wasn't justified.
It has to be necessary. And I already explained why it wasn't necessary, because he was being held down by 7 other dudes.
Okay, define necessary.
Simple math.
So let's get into that then. So maybe we're talking about different necessary.
The semantic thing. I thought you were in good faith here, and here we are back in
good faith. You are saying that it's necessary, and I'm saying it's not necessary. Clearly, we are having a disagreement on what we mean by necessary.
Needed to protect themselves.
Okay, right. And so that is a determination that is giving criteria as to what is necessary in order to make that choice. Not saying this is the only thing that can happen. Do you understand the difference between the two statements that I'm making?
They have to be defending themselves.
Do you understand the difference? Why are you so allergic to just answering a fucking question? Yes or no question?
If I could try to bridge the gap here, if I'm understanding correctly, I think Death Knot is using necessary as in that it's the only possible option.
Right. And so again, I'm saying, fine, if you want to hang your hat on the fact that the way that you're defining necessary is that it must meet these conditions, not that the shot had to be necessary, then you're just mixing up the words, and that doesn't change anything about the justification.
Yes, using lethal force has to be necessary, meaning there is no other option.
So how would you know there's no other option?
A reasonable officer has to determine
how.
And I think if we look at the evidence, we can pretty logically estimate that that was not reasonable what they were doing. So
based on what?
I mean, I don't know how many other times I can like explain everything to you, but
look, I know you're getting mad that I'm not just like, oh wow, you're right, like I did last time because I was really tired and didn't give a shit about the fucking topic.
Sure, because you were tired. Honestly, I had like way more respect for you after that because
I bet you did, because I fucking conceded a fucking stupid 10-minute debate that I didn't give a shit about, and you got $100. Now I actually care about the topic, and I'm actually engaging, and I'm doing my best to try to make it as simple as possible. Yes or no question. Agree or disagree. And you cannot answer a question. Do you think everybody watching doesn't see what you're doing? That every time I ask you a very simple yes or no question, agree or disagree question, and you go and fucking blah, 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 blah. Do you think that they don't see that? Do you think
every time you're asking the question, you start talking over me? So I don't even know what question you're asking because I'm trying to say something.
Okay, so
go ahead and ask.
So again, I will go all the way back. Are you claiming that because you saw on a video that somebody's holster was empty, and you later found out that he had no other arms on him, that the officers in the moment had that same information? That's a yes
I'm not
or
claiming
no
that.
question. Okay, so you're not claiming that.
You
So
keep
then
trying
you're
to bring this all like, oh, because I know what I know now, that's why this is going on. But I have never claimed that. That's been you. Every time you're the one saying that. What I've been saying from the beginning is at the time of the actual shot being fired, at that exact moment is when it matters.
Right.
And what we see from video
Correct.
evidence, from all the available
But
evidence
that's
that we
not-
have, the only reasonable thing we can deduce is that he did not act justifiably.
Okay.
It was not justified what he did because it was not necessary. I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself, but for the last time, 7 dudes were holding down one blinded man that had disarmed him. The guy right next to the guy who shot disarmed him. The holster was empty. They were holding his arms and limbs and everything. How is he a threat? Explain.
Because he could have another weapon.
Where? In his other butt?
Was he not wearing a jacket and a shirt and jeans? What the fuck are you talking about?
Surrounded by 7
How,
dudes.
what do you think a knife? How big do you think a knife has to be before it's dangerous?
There has to be an immediate threat. Not he might have another gun. That's not how the law works.
That is how the law works.
It doesn't work like that.
Okay, so fine. Show me where I'm wrong about that. Give me the case law as to where I'm wrong about that.
Where somebody said he could have another gun, and they decided that he was wrong about that. That's a very specific thing.
Okay, so let's make a hypothetical. Let's make a very specific hypothetical of this specific point. All right. So let's say that I'm the bad guy, right? And I've got a gun aimed at a cop. Then you don't know why, you're in the moment, right? I throw that gun away, and I'm wearing a jacket just like Alex's, and I go like that. Is the cop justified to shoot me?
Yeah, I think so.
But how would he know I'm not just grabbing for my wallet or a mint or a piece of gum?
Because you were already a threat and pointing a gun at an officer, which
so was Alex by getting
there
involved
was no
while
reaching for a weapon in any way, and there was no pointing a weapon at anybody. He never even touched his gun.
Yeah, so
he never reached for it.
Yes, I agree. The hypothetical I gave you is a lot simpler than the real life situation. That was the point of giving you the hypothetical.
Exactly.
So
this
we can
was
see
a more
that,
complex situation,
right? But the
where
principle
7
follows.
other dudes were holding
The principle
him down.
follows. The thing
and
that
he
was
never pointed a gun at anybody.
The justification, he doesn't need to point a gun at anybody. When you are tussling and resisting while you have a gun on you, that is the threat.
If you're going
legally,
to
that is the threat.
Are you done? If you're going to include these key things in your hypothetical, they have to at least relate to the situation, or else it's
just because you're too stupid to fucking understand the principle doesn't mean it doesn't apply. You are saying that he has to know. If I reach in my hypothetical, the cop doesn't know. So it's not necessary because it could be that I'm pulling out a stick of gum. But you said that would have been a justified shooting.
He was
and
already
so similarly, even though this is not as strong, the principle remains. He does not know, or none of the cops know, whether or not he has been disarmed because he is actively fighting.
Are you done?
Yep. That's what stopping talking means.
Because every time you stop, you start up again and talk over me. So in your hypothetical, he was already pointing a gun at the officer, so he was posing an actual threat. And if he reached for something else in his jacket, it's reasonable to assume that after already having been pointing a gun at an officer, that he might still want to hurt him. And there were in your hypothetical, there was nobody else holding him down, preventing him from moving or anything. In reality, he never touched his gun. He never reached for his gun. Or else they would have been in the report. He reached for his gun. They didn't even try saying that. Don't you think that would be a key piece of information that would exonerate them from the world's wrath or whatever?
Yes. Do you think there's a difference between he didn't do a thing and knowing that after the fact, and it being in the moment, and even though he didn't have anything on him, not knowing that could be the thing?
They were the ones making the report. They knew in the moment that he was not reaching for anything. All of the other officers that were surrounding him.
I don't know what to do here.
None
they're
of them saw him
basic
reach for-
concepts of, do you understand that this is different than that? And then you talk about something that's not this or that. Do you understand the difference between being acutely aware, okay, this guy has no more weapons, he's already shown to assault with a weapon, and we are going to assume that he has no more weapons, versus afterwards, when you're making the report, being aware of the fact that in the moment you didn't know, but now you're making the report and you know.
Can we talk about the actual situation here? Because
talk about whatever you want. I mean, that's all you're doing anyway. I think I'm asking very pointed, easy questions, and you're just dodging them. And I think you know why. But yeah, go ahead. Talk about whatever you want.
I don't understand what you're getting at, honestly. You're creating a situation that is completely different.
It was either you are dodging or that you have no idea what's going on. Glad we cleared that up.
Okay, I'm confused because you're creating a situation that is very different from the one that we saw happen. You included pointing a gun at an officer, which is a very serious and very important point. And that is not something that happened. That context matters.
Why do you think I brought up pointing the gun?
To make it go your way.
So it has nothing to do with proposing a threat.
Can you point to like where there's
so in both situations,
you're gonna talk about me again?
You were just gonna ask me. Go ahead, ask the question.
Can you point to the parallel in the actual videos that we saw?
Yes.
That would be the parallel of him pointing a gun at an officer in your hypothetical. Go ahead.
Having a gun and resisting arrest. Even though they're not the same exact situation, both situations are using force against law enforcement. That is the threat. That is how the law works. I'm sorry that you don't like it, but that's how the law works. Unless you can find some other thing that overrides what we're talking about. I mean, again, look up any of these and do whatever you want with it. We got to go over 5 minutes left, and I don't really know what else to say. So we got Graham v. Connor. We got Cox v. Louisiana, 1965. We've got Turner v. Driver in the Fifth Circuit of 2017.
Are you done?
No, I got more. 18 USC subset 111. US v. Fayola, 1975. Any of these, if any of these are wrong, then show me.
I don't know what those numbers and letters and words mean.
They're called laws, sweetie. They're called laws.
Great.
That's welcome to the conversation.
Holy shit. I don't know, like if you memorized all of those. I didn't.
No, I just looked them up. It's called Google. What is the law in Minnesota for carrying a gun? What is the law in America for? That's how you do that.
It is not the law that if you have a gun on you,
I highly suggest
and you're not
that next time you do it.
Are you done now? Because every time you're done, and I start talking,
you're going around in circles. I've been done.
Like,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You take the whole time. I thought you were looking up legal things.
No, I was just waiting for you to be done. Yeah, so I actually looked this up beforehand, and it is not a thing that just having a gun on you means you can get shot. Okay, I am very super pro 2A here. Maybe you're against that, so I understand if you're like on the lib side. Nope. That's cool. I'm not. So I think that just having a gun on you doesn't mean you get shot.
Okay,
and
agreed.
You don't even see
evidence. So it's almost like that's not what I said, right? So it's not just having the gun.
That's fine.
It's not just having the gun. You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me and saying that, just because you had a gun. No, it's the having the gun and also together at the same time being engaged with the law enforcement officer. Do you understand the difference between getting killed for having a gun and getting killed for having a gun while you're attacking police?
Are you done now?
She can't answer. It's a yes or no question. Are those the same things or different things? Please.
Yes. And I was getting to that because in the video, we don't even really see him like resisting arrest. He's flopping around on the ground while 7 other dudes are holding him down. There is no chance that he can hurt anybody in that situation while also blind. We keep forgetting he is blind. He hardly knows what's going on. He never reached for his weapon. He was disarmed before he was shot. I don't know where else we can take this because like you keep like going and trying to be like, what if this? What if this other situation? What if this other hypothetical was somebody pointed a gun at somebody? Like none of that is relevant.
Okay. Do you see that it might be a different situation? Well, okay. You keep going back to this. 7 guys. Do you think it's reasonable that if they were good, the officers they were good handling Pretti, that they would have all done that while there's other people around them doing exactly the same shit?
There's not that many other people around him. Like, especially in all the videos, we can see that like there's.
Okay, so there were other people around him though. There was other people there.
I don't
right?
even see like if there is a crowd, it's way in the distance. In all of the angles, there's like plenty of empty space around them.
So were there other people there, or there was no other people there?
There were a few other people there.
Okay, so do you think that the officers in that moment would prefer to just get one off on this guy, or maybe get their job done and get the fuck out of there?
He was disrespecting them.
He was what?
Disrespecting them.
Okay, and so are you going to answer my question?
There's these protesters. They're obviously not affiliated.
Okay, so the question was, do you think it is reasonable, while there's other things going on, other people doing the same thing, and they have a job to do, that they would take the time to all gang up on one dude just for laughs?
I agree. This whole thing wasn't reasonable. Thank you.
So the question was, do you think it makes sense that 7 cops would be on one dude when there's a bunch of other dudes and chicks and whatever doing the same thing right around them? Doesn't it make more sense that if those people were around them, that they would go on to those, and the fact that 7 dudes were on one dude?
Well, he was a dude, and
maybe he was actually resisting. Maybe he had another weapon on him. Let's make sure he is good.
You don't make sure he is good by shooting him first and then thinking maybe he had another weapon. In order to use lethal force, there has to be an immediate threat.
According to,
According to the law.
Mhm.
In that moment,
Which
they
law?
have to see an
Which law?
immediate threat.
Which law?
All of them.
So the law about speeding, it says that you can only shoot somebody? Is that
All the ones that are related to using
That's what I'm asking you.
lethal force by an officer. It has to be necessary. They can't be like, oh, he's being held down, but maybe he's got something hiding somewhere. I don't know for sure. Let's just shoot him just in case. That's not how that works.
Okay. If you think that. Anything else?
I think I made my point. I mean, I think people already have a very strong opinion, and if you're like really pro-ICE, I think that sometimes people defend them no matter what, and I think that's a big mistake, because I want the illegals out as well, but defending bad shoots isn't how you get that done.
Agreed.
All right.
It's a justified shoot.
So that right there will wrap up the open hour of open floor.
Oh my God!
Just real quick, want to say thank you again to both the debaters for coming out tonight. We're about to enter the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Quick reminder to live chat: the Q&A is already up there. So if you got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. And remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, these will take priority. So if they fill the full 30 minutes, not all the free chat questions will make it there. So, if there's something you really want guaranteed asked, send it through one of those priority options. With that said, we're going to move over into
Poor Marty.
closings.
What do you mean, poor Lutch?
We're going to start with Lutch. That will give Def not the last word, since you had the first. So whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So I started my opening with saying the one thing we should all agree is that Pretti's death should not have happened, and that human life is valuable, and all of that stuff. I expressed, that I think this could have been handled a lot better. But the fact is, it's not about how I feel about the situation. It's not about finding a case law that says what is necessary for this means it must be necessary, and switching, for those of you know, semantic obfuscation. The idea that I don't feel like she understands the concept of the difference, like the advantage that hindsight gives you in a situation like this. She keeps talking about, oh, well, he saw, I saw on the video that the holster was empty, therefore he must have seen it. And again, ignored the example. Look up the example of the basketball and gorilla thing. Obviously, now that you know what it is, it won't work for you. But Try it with anybody. Try it with anybody. And again, that's just somebody sitting around looking at a video, counting basketballs. And in that case, people can't pay attention to everything that they're seeing. So to suggest that in a life and death situation like that, it must be that the cops saw that he had no other weapon and he was just fighting them, but also they knew he didn't have another weapon, is silly. Yeah, I mean, I laid out how we had lawful orders, we had resisting arrest, and even if I'm wrong about the brush up initially. Again, I wasn't. One of my big questions is why the fuck was that girl shoved in the first place? Probably because the whistle in the ear or whatever. But I'm not like yay ice here. I'm just trying to establish the reality of the situation, and the reality of the situation is that according to Graham v. Connor, this is precisely a justified shooting. It may not be the cleanest one, and I may not like how it went down, but it's my feelings are irrelevant to how the law works. And so other things like the whole necessary thing, I think we can all see that was like, reaching. The whole idea about, he's being executed, when again, my analogy, just because you go hiking and break your ankle doesn't mean you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you do that activity. Similarly, just because you were pissing off cops doesn't mean you deserve to die. But if you are fighting with cops while you are armed, then that's one of the things that can happen. Yeah, I'm not interested in just people's feelings on this. Interested in truth. I obviously agree that murder is bad, and this isn't that. Definitely not ice no matter what, which is something that she said earlier. Then we just got a bunch of just things she pulled out of her ass, like, they were too close, or they knew at the time, or all these things, just making stuff up that post hoc makes sense. That it's like, okay, well, if the guy saw the gun, then it makes sense that the other guy saw the gun. But that's just not how it works. I mean, there is a world where they did see the gun and they shot him anyway. There is a world where that happens. But based on the information that we have right now, that's not the case. And definitely based on the information that the officers had at the time, that is just not how the law works. This is an emotional appeal to, I saw that and I think it's bad. Therefore, it's not justified. And again, that is not how the law works. And I'll concede my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Def Not. So whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Thanks. Again, I'm not against ICE, and at no point did I say that they were like too close or something. I don't know why you're making that up. So it's kind of annoying, like having words put in my mouth. Anyway,
put something else in your mouth,
having
bitch.
a gun on you does not mean that he is necessarily using the
use
gun.
TIJ, guys. That's why I capitalized TIJ.
What matters in any case that involves like an officer shooting
I'm
somebody
trying, brother.
because
Sorry.
there is a gun involved. They have to be using it, or they have to be trying to use it. They have to be at least reaching for it. None of those things happened in this case. And if they could pin him down,
the law.
Again, 7 versus 1. That's math. I don't know what this like
girl math maybe
thing that he keeps bringing up. I'm talking about math here. 7 versus 1 is enough to restrain him, which is what they were doing, and disarm him. If they could disarm him, they could just cuff him.
That's my name.
And the guy, again, if there was a guy that was like near like his corner somewhere, he couldn't like see his hands.
He should have stuck to the VOD.
Couldn't see the gun being removed. And
once
he thought, like,
went
somewhere there
into
was
the
a
streaming,
gun,
he just
maybe that would be justified.
He used
but
to have,
again,
like,
he would have to look to know where to shoot, and he would either see that he wasn't actually holding a gun, in which case he shouldn't shoot, or he wouldn't be able to tell, in which case he wasn't looking where he's shooting, which would be shooting at his fellow officers. In every possible logical scenario I can think about here, this is not justified. It can't possibly be. They literally disarmed him first, and then the guy next to the guy that disarmed him started shooting.
No,
that
she's
is what we
not.
saw. And again, like, I think the video speaks for itself if you just like take a step back and look at it for a minute, and like whether you agree with the guys generally or not, that's not relevant here. What's relevant is this particular shoot was a bad shoot. And I mean, I'm glad they're investigating it now, because if we let these kinds of things go, then people see that like this
I'm not
ICE thing
talking
is
over
gonna
her. I'm
like
muted.
just shoot anybody that's legally carrying that happens to be in the way. And that's unacceptable. I think that's unacceptable, and I think the rest of the country,
Talking
or at
points
least most of
and
them,
bullshit.
would think that is unacceptable, and that would cause there to be less enforcement of immigration, and nobody wants that. Well, at least I think most of us here don't want that. So if we want them to actually enforce the laws about immigration and deport people that need to be deported,
Exactly.
we
Thank
can't
you.
have them shooting U.S. citizens. We can't have that. And again, if this was like, okay, they panicked and it was a mistake, that
Come on
is
up
not
on the panel,
justified.
guys. I really want to hear from you guys.
Sure, even if like, okay, the whole was he filming, was he not
But
filming,
leave
whether
my
that's
thing open.
legal or not legal, I didn't bring any of that up. I don't know why he kept like bringing it up, but that is not relevant.
wrote
What's
the
relevant
fucking
is,
thing
was
before the
he
conversation.
an immediate threat to their lives, or was there something that he was doing that would be immediately causing them great bodily harm? And it was literally
look
impossible
like
for
it.
him to do that because they were holding him down. 7 dudes against 1 is just math. I don't know how many like times I have to say the same thing for it to like finally hit, but I think that's where I'm at.
She could have all three. She could have all
I'm
three.
cool with like if there's questions, I'll answer or whatever. But
All right.
What is this?
Thank you
What is this?
for that closing
That
statement.
means I'm muted and they can't hear
that
me.
Will
Your mic
conclude the
is
closing
muted.
Statements. Great
That's
work
why
from both debaters tonight.
they're still going.
Again,
because I'm
out
not
there in the
interrupting
chat,
anybody.
if you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, so you don't miss any more of the debates we host here on the Swords of Reason. Again, we run all kinds of matchups: political, cultural, social, philosophy, trending topics. Literally anywhere there's a conversation worth clashing over,
this wasn't
we bring
murder.
it into the arena. And
That's the
also,
point.
don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well.
Again,
Their
that
links
doesn't
are
change
in the
the bottom line.
description. Show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. And I'm pretty sure they're both live right now as well. So go over to their live stream, show them some support, send them super chats, all of that. And now, before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each side, just based off things I heard during the debate, maybe something I wanted, maybe deserved one more pass, or a point I think was missed on something, or anything like this. And then once those questions are answered, we'll get into the official 30-minute chat Q&A. So first is I'm gonna start with the affirmative side. So like while you're maintaining that the agents were justified due to threat, like what is the like what would be the specific evidence for you that supports the conclusion that Pretti posed a lethal risk to the officers at the moment the shots were fired? Like, because when we see in the video, like, I think it's pretty clear now with all the different angles, he was disarmed, and he wasn't, maybe we can't see at least the actively reaching for his weapon. So what is the specific evidence that supports he's a lethal risk to the officers?
So just by engaging while you are armed is the threat according to the law. If you engage, you don't even have just arguing and stuff. Then if it raises to the level that they feel, they, again, being in the middle of the street, they have the legal justification to use the open hand push to get you out of the public ways. I think I quoted that from Cox v. Louisiana, 1965. It shows that is, it was that he engaged or initiated the situation. So once it's there, then it's not a matter of do you and I think that he could have done this or that or the other. Because of all of the unknowns, we give authority to cops, ICE, CBP, whatever it is, to make those decisions in that moment, specifically because we look after the fact with all the different angles, frame by frame, and we think that, well, you could have done this, could have done that, could have done that. But that's not how they think in the moment, so that's not how the law is determined. You're muted.
I got to do it at least once. Thank you for that. And Death Knot, did you have anything for his answer there?
I think, I mean, I've already covered everything I possibly could.
Okay, no problem. And then my next question for you, Lutch, is how would you how do you reconcile like the principle of proportionality when it comes to like the use of force standards with like the given that he was restrained and then the multiple shots after he was laying there?
Yeah. So what I got this. What was the first part of the question? What's the what?
Oh, sorry. So like, how do you reconcile the principle of proportionality when it comes to like the use of force standards with all like because of like the given the multiple shots? This is like a big thing that's asked of the affirmative side.
If I understand your question right, like the proportionality is based on the possibility of lethality or serious bodily harm. And so again, by engaging with law enforcement and resisting arrest while you are armed, then it's not about, okay, well, is this a threat or is this not a threat that we're going to determine in this moment? Because it is a potential threat, and there the necessary criteria has been reached. Then again, whether we want to say that should have happened, that shouldn't have happened, according to the law, that is how it is determined. Is that the question you asked?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I was just basically asking, like, what's the reconciliation when it comes to like, because Death Knot had mentioned where there's multiple men on top of one, and then multiple shots is what is the results after, where even after he's laying there not moving, there's still, I think, if I'm correct, it says
sorry guys, I forgot about these
after he's still laying. So I'm wondering if how do we reconcile the proportionality to the threat?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a clear thing. And here, but obviously, I would love if we lived in a world where these things could be much more clean in terms of this is clearly justified, this is clearly not justified. But the reason that these laws are worded and applied this way is because there's such a huge level of variability in what can happen that even if there are bad shoots that might be still justified, that has to be the lesser evil of just letting people, get away with, the exact thing that I had, the exact hypothetical that I gave. Whether it's as direct as somebody's already pointing a gun at you and then throws that to make you think that they don't have anything, then they reach in and whatever. They can have ninja stars and fucking whatever. I understand that this situation isn't as clear cut as this, but that is the gray area that we give the authority to these people, and that's why I don't like that. That's why I'm way more on the side of law and order than I am back the blue or I don't really like cops. I don't really like individual law enforcement officials. I had some bad experiences, but they again are a necessary evil because we need that law and order, and it's not always going to be clean, which is precisely why you shouldn't bring a gun to a protest where you plan on engaging with law enforcement.
All right.
Not because it's bad to have a gun, in case anybody was besides Death Knot was confused.
All right, all right. And did you have anything for that, Def Not?
Yeah, I mean, this whole like, oh, he had a gun on him. Like, you say, oh, not that it's bad to have a gun, but everything else you're saying seems to point that like having the gun is somehow like, oh no, you can't do this, you can't do that. Just having the gun on you, as long as you're not reaching for it, as long as you're not using it or actually like pointing it at somebody, that is not like using the gun. It's not like, oh, like he's armed, he's gonna do something. In order for the person who has to have in order for the person who has a gun on him, in order for that person to be, well, killed, they have to be using the gun. If that person isn't using the gun, you can't be shooting them. That's not acceptable.
According to like you and I would agree. I don't think this should happen. Even now, you're getting in front of me. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying yes, I agree with that sentiment. Unfortunately, that is not how the law is dictated.
It is, but sure. I mean, we can just be like, oh, yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Like, we can do that all day.
All right. So then I'll move to my questions for you, Def Not. First one is, given that, Pretti was legally carrying a firearm and had a permit, and then witness video is suggesting
so the first poll
that
was about the prompt. This poll is about who won.
Pulling the gun at the time he was shot. How would you say that reasonable fear for life, like what we've been talking about, how should that be interpreted by federal law so that this action is prevented in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the laws that we already have define that the officers have to be like, there has to be an immediate necessary. If they're like, oh, maybe he's like hiding a gun somewhere, or maybe he might like pull something out, but there is no action. There's no like, oh, he's going for something. Oh, he's got something. He's pointing it at us. If none of that is happening, that is already not acceptable. So I think we just have to enforce the laws we already have, and prosecute in cases where like ICE is not perfect. Sometimes they mess up. This is one of those cases, and we can just accept that and move on and let them do the rest of their job. But if we try to keep like defending this indefensible action, we're gonna lose way more than that.
Did you have something for that, Lux?
Yeah. So do you believe that there could be a situation, we'll even keep it to where law enforcement is grieving upon a citizen, they're doing something that the citizen feels is negative, that what the officer doing to the citizen is both legal and also something that most people probably wouldn't like? Can anything like that exist in both of those categories, or are they mutually exclusive?
I don't understand what the question is. Okay. That was like a lot of ifs and...
Is there a situation where an officer can do something that's bad but legal?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
This is not
one of those that's cases. What happened here.
Oh, okay. And so my second question then for you, Def Not, is if officers like are allowed to rely
what is his
on,
chat
like,
saying? I've been trying. I have it up.
Threat.
I haven't paid attention.
Even when like later evidence would suggest that the person was not actually actively endangering anyone at all. What's like the limiting principle that protects a civilian from being shot based on a mistake? Like what, rather than an actual imminent threat? So like, what would be the limiting principle that would protect the civilians?
Yeah, well, again, it has to be something that is a direct imminent threat to their like person or body, their life, something. It can't just be like guesses. And again, that's already something that's in the law. It has to be like, they can't be like, oh, well, maybe he's going to do something. It has to be something that there is a reasonable officer would conclude.
You mean like attacking you while you've got a gun on you?
They would be like, yes, this is something that is a reasonable threat, and it's an imminent threat, and there's no other way to contain this person. We have to take this like unfortunate action, and that does happen. That happens all the time, but this is not one of those times.
All right. Did you have something for that, Lutch?
No, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment. I just disagree that this was not one of those cases. I think it was a bad thing. I wish it didn't happen, but that doesn't mean that it's illegal.
All right. All right. So we'll start up the official 30-minute Q&A here. First one comes in from Box for $5. Says, two agents involved in this shooting, by the way, each have their own story. We have not heard them yet. Pretti's video, body cam, and testimony still missing.
And in this case, it's like, well, of course, there's a lot of things we don't know yet, but I took this debate as like, with what we have available, like with all the information that we have available to us right now, what do we see happening here?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And Box comes in with another $5. Thank you, Box. Question, should this be investigated by an impartial body? Why is there no due process? Does the fact that Trump can just pardon them play a role in this?
Is that I can?
Is that to me?
I guess I can speak to it. So I think,
anyone can answer. You can both answer. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there is. I forgot that. I think it was the FBI that is starting to investigate this now. So it's not just going to be like them investigating themselves, which I think is wonderful. So it seems like maybe there will be some due process as long as people keep, I guess, speaking up about it. Because if when they first, one of the things that at first threw me off about this case specifically, and what started giving me like hints maybe there's something wrong here, is when they came out and started lying about what was happening. Like they were like, oh, he came out, he was like pointing a gun at the officers, and he was like attacking them, and like the office, like they were painting this picture like, oh, he came there to do maximum damage when he was like standing there filming. So when what the officials were saying didn't match at all what we were seeing, I was like, hang on, like this is clearly lying. So why are they lying? So if they have reason to lie, that's another, like, it's not everything, but it's like a little hint in the direction that like maybe there's something to look at here. And when we look at it, it doesn't seem like there's justification so far, at least. I don't know about the Trump thing.
About the same level as Pisco.
If the state like if the state persecutes them, I think that he can't like pardon a state situation.
Right.
I'm not too familiar with that.
I think you're right about that, but I agree. Definitely should be investigated by an impartial body. There will be due process, I assume. Does the fact that Trump pardoned them again, like Defnot said, it depends on if that is a thing. I think this was a state thing. Well, actually, yeah. So I don't know if that matters, but I would hope that Trump wouldn't just do it for like tribalistic reasons. If they're, if we have a trial and it's not a fair trial, then then we can talk about that. But other than that, we should trust in our institutions.
All right. Next one from Box again. Thank you, Box. You get maced, no wiggling allowed.
Exactly.
Thank you for that, Box. And then another one from Box says, why did he grab that woman, Mace Payne?
Yeah, that's the biggest question that I have about the whole thing. I do think that he pushed the woman because it's likely that she had a whistle right in his ear. I don't know the legality. Like, obviously, blowing a whistle in and of itself is free speech, but I mean, like, reductio absurdum, like if you're blowing a whistle so hard that someone's ears start bleeding, is that still free speech? So I'm speculating, of course, but I think it's the whistle was in the air and he's like, get that shit away from me. But I do not know. I'm not claiming to know. Just speculating.
All right. Next one that comes in from King Blackout for $5 says, I guarantee you will not find a single instance where the law asks if something is necessary.
reflex.
I'll review this debate probably afterwards, where I can pull up all the specific laws and everything. But
well, can
maybe look out for that later. I'm not doing that right now. I already looked one up, but that one's not good enough. Sorry. Like.
So can we acknowledge though that there's a difference between saying here are the necessary properties that must be met in order for this law to be relevant versus in order for this law to be relevant, this is the only option. Those are two different ideas, correct?
For what?
Just because
it has to be both necessary and there has to be no other option. It has to be a combination of things.
Okay, great. So then what I am asking, so we have two situations. Situation one, where we're saying this is necessary. You with me? This is necessary. That's situation one. Situation two is if this is going to happen, here are the necessary criteria. Do you understand the difference between those two statements?
What necessary criteria for what to happen? I don't understand what you're saying.
The thing that whatever thing that we're talking about. In this case, it's a shooting. But do you understand the difference between it? It must be the only possible outcome, and it is necessary that you meet X, Y, and Z criteria.
Yeah, sure, obviously that's different things. I don't understand what you're putting out with that.
So I'm getting at, you brought up something that had the word necessary, and was saying here are the necessary conditions, while conflating that with it must be. No,
that's not what I said. I said it must be necessary.
Right, and that's not what the law says.
Okay, well, we'll review this later.
Exactly as King Blackout is saying.
All right. Next one is oh look, I gifted 5 memberships. $5 again from.
I don't know why
Box.
it didn't come
Box
up.
on fire. We don't know if it is justified. That is why we have court.
Well, yeah, of course, but this is like with the information that like we as the public know, like this is like us judging it according to the rules that like they would judge. So, like, of course,
like Graham v. Connor.
This is like as far as we can possibly take it, and like where we're at right now. Like, obviously, we're not in
Box. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, and so Box, I mean, you will admit that you sent in a video for us to watch before this with Nate the lawyer. And what was the first thing he said? If you talk to anybody, I don't remember the exact words, but if you talk to anybody about this and they don't know about Graham v. Connor, and I kept saying Hancock, if you don't know that, then they don't know what they're talking about. That's Nate the lawyer. That's Nate the lawyer saying that. That's not me.
Okay. Like,
I just learned about it today.
Saying a lot of different things, and like, sorry, I don't memorize like names of things like that. I just like, it's not my thing. Sorry.
Fair enough.
I'm more about like concepts than like actual names of things.
Clearly.
Maybe that's the takeaway for me to improve on.
Fair enough.
Fair. Blakethy coming in with a big 20 says, is it justified versus should it be justified? When citizens are being unalived, it's time to reassess at the minimum.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's what did I do? Sorry. I think that is exactly the conversation that I was trying to have, and I feel like that's the two things that was being conflated. That because I'm saying it was justified, that I was also saying that it should be justified, and that's not ever the argument that I made. And I feel like that was what was being argued against. That I was saying it should be justified. And that was never what I said. Again, I started off with this is bad. I specifically said it could have been handled better, but that is not why the conversation that we're having.
All right. Next one comes in from Box again. I feel like we have lost the plot here.
We?
Yeah, well, Box says all of us. We all did. All 60 of us in here. We all lost the plot. Bucks with another 5 says, I have never seen the right and the left flip on 2A so hard in my life. I will forget.
Honey, you did what she did. You did what she did. Did I say, oh, he had a gun, therefore he should die? Nope. I said it's the two things. What was the other part of it? not just having the gun, aggressively engaging with federal law enforcement while you have that gun.
He looked like he was complying as much as a person can comply while being like blinded and slipping around on ice. So,
okay, and I guess being
I don't know what video you saw.
being blind, maybe it's not a good idea to blind yourself by fighting with cops.
Okay, we saw different things.
All right. Blasterbot comes in with $5. I can't believe that you aren't allowed to obstruct law enforcement and fight the cops. This is literally the return of Mustache Man, guys.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, we didn't even get into the fact that he wasn't actually. I'm sorry.
No, you can speak. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I'm reading your chat. We didn't even get into the fact that he wasn't actually legally carrying, but it doesn't really change anything. But
oh, I thought he was.
He didn't have his ID or his permit on him. And
I might have read wrong.
Yeah, according to Minnesota law, you have to have both when they're on you.
Oh, yeah, he had to have it on him. So because he didn't have it on him, that's right. Yeah.
Right. And so, Box was saying something before along the lines of like, that's essentially like if you get pulled over while you're driving and you don't have, current insurance.
Yeah.
Something like
or
that.
Or if you don't even have your license on you, you could get a ticket for that too. Yeah.
Right. But he was saying then, you just go to court and say, I didn't have it on me. Here it is. And
they'll just let you off,
But if you're Renee Gooding someone, then the fact that you didn't have insurance is not going to discount, what you actually did. So it's not anti-2A.
All right. We got another $2 from Box. What a legend tonight, holding down the chat out there. All right. Objectively, it was 7 versus 1. Fear of harm or death.
What do they usually call firearms? The great equalizer. So like,
if you use them,
right?
All right. $10 from Blasterbot says, guys, listen, in Harry Potter, you had to fight the evil masked guys, so this is literally the same thing. And if you disagree, the Mustache Man will rise again.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Don't play Harry Potter, guys. All right, that's the moral of the story here. Guam Tech for $5 says, for Def Knot, how long has Morty been off screen? Wait.
Ooh, fucking baller! Oh my goodness!
If she can't answer, how does she expect the officer to know Pretti was disarmed in the craziest situation? Oh, okay, I get it. So Morty is Indian Jesus's dog. So how long has Morty been off screen? And if she can't answer, how does she expect the officer to know Pretti was disarmed in a craziest situation?
The fact that anybody thinks that this is like a gotcha is hilarious to me. If I was intending,
were you not looking at the screen?
If I was intending to actually like shoot through my screen into his living room, I would know.
Not the principal.
I wasn't trying to do that.
Not the principal that we're talking about.
Sorry.
Well, read what he's saying. Read what he's saying. Can you steel man what his question is getting at?
Yeah, he's trying to say that like if somehow like I can't see something over there, then like in a crazy situation, how can we possibly expect an officer to know like where to look or whatever, or what he's looking at, or what he has or hasn't seen?
And you think that's not a gotcha? That you can't even pay attention to my adorable fucking dog? Yet the guy in a situation where there's whistles and horns and all of that, he can pay attention.
If I was trying to shoot the dog, I would know if your dog was armed or not. Okay.
But you saw it. You saw it. Your standard was I saw on the video that it was there, so he was there, so he must have seen it. So the principle should follow that you were here. I saw that you were
I'm not doing it again
while Morty was off, and you must know.
I already did this like 10 times over and over again. Like you gotta like stop walking into that one.
All right. Another $10 Comes in from Blaster Bot, says, listen, guys, Orange Man is literally like Thanos, and ICE is like his Infinity Gauntlet, and the deportations are his snap. We need to fight against Thanos, guys. Otherwise, you support Thanos. True, I guess that makes sense. It's all logically follows.
He had the wrong solution, but he wasn't wrong about the problem.
Makes sense. $2 comes in from Box. Thank you again, Box. The law is 12 normal people from everyday life.
Facts.
Oh, Jerry.
I'll be interested to know how this one goes.
Me too.
There's very obviously like bias on both sides of this one, so
Yeah, definitely gonna be a heavy one, I think. We got Smirking Tyrant, aka Ren, became a member. Thank you so much, Ren. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for your support. And then last super chat here, $2 from Box. I've never seen the left defend guns like this before.
Me neither. I thought they were all scary and dangerous. We need to take them away from everybody.
To be fair, I've definitely seen people on the left defend guns. I'm pretty sure we would all consider Destiny left, and that guy's he loves talking.
No, but he's a leftist, so I think when Box says the left, that's more a
I got you. A collective. I got you.
Like the default libs, the like the mainstream media, the politicians themselves, the people who aren't really paying attention are like, oh yeah, I don't hate gay people, so obviously I'm not a Republican.
For this point, I agree that like I have also never seen the left defend guns like this before, and I think that we should take this up as a great opportunity to invite them to permanently be in the 2A camp, rather than like fighting with them on this point. So I think that, like, unfortunately a guy died, like that's terrible, but it is an opportunity to have them like be more on the side of 2A.
Shit.
I'll agree with that.
That's some strategic political thinking right there. Watch out. Def Not might be running soon, putting in some plans already. Def Not's going to start running for office. Watch out, guys. All right, so that is it for Super Chats. Let me look at
Good luck with that. Unless you're going to Somaliland, then I don't think it's going to happen.
Questions. Even Lord says, a question for both debaters. If a close family member was brutally killed and the local news station used an AI-enhanced picture of that family member, would it be insulting to you? All hypothetical. Oh, I guess this is giving the situation of what happened with Pretti there with the, giving them some muscles, and I guess they chiseled his jaw a little bit or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was super cringe.
Made his nose smaller. I wonder why. Yeah, that is disrespectful. It's like, I mean, I'm parroting Joe Rogan here, but he was like, "Oh, did you see what they did? I think it was CNN. They did the opposite of what they did to me during COVID. They turned me green or yellow or whatever. And for this guy, they made him more handsome. So it's like, are ugly people not as important to liberals?"
Yeah, same exact thought that I had. Like the Joe Rogan thing came to mind immediately. The when they were like turning him green because of the
right
thing. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, they've been caught a few times doing that kind of stuff, huh?
Shady.
They gotta fix their editors over there, I think.
Yeah.
John Castle says, why did someone with firearms training get involved at all? It's crazy to be armed and get involved.
I don't know. I've never shot a gun, so I would very much like to, but I don't have that kind of training, and still I can understand the obvious point that you shouldn't do that.
I feel like you
which
should
is
be able
not
to be
saying you
armed
shouldn't have
basically almost everywhere, especially in public and for self-defense reasons.
Mhm.
So,
Shit,
But
okay.
what was the other part of that, though? Again, it's not the question isn't about having the gun. The question is about the two parts: having the gun while you are doing the other thing.
What
You keep coming back to just having the gun.
I think that's what she was meaning. I think she said she meant.
And
I mean,
sure,
maybe
like,
I'm wrong.
no, I agree that, like, sure, if you are going to like bring a weapon to some sort of fight, that's one thing, but it still doesn't meet the criteria of the justified killing situation. Like, sure, they can like reasonably try to like disarm him if they're in some kind of situation, but it doesn't mean that like just having a gun on him means that he's okay to kill. Like,
correct.
No matter what
Agreed.
he's doing.
Correct. Agreed.
All right. Next one comes in from Sleepy Man Bad. To Lutch, are you suggesting anytime someone is seen with a weapon, law enforcement should assume more weapons could be hidden and take appropriate lethal action?
Nope. I'm suggesting that if somebody's going to attack police, then the potential that they may have more weapons should be taken into account.
Again, he didn't attack police here, but okay.
Okay. All right. Another one comes in from Sleepy Man Bad, says, also for Lutch, do you think the last 5 shots, even after Alex was laying there unalive and unarmed, were justified?
I genuinely, I don't know how they would use the Graham v. Connor standard there. So I know, like with the Renee Good situation, they treat, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm certainly not a lawyer, they are treating the 3 or 4 shots, whatever it was, as one action because of the time. And so there is precedent for understanding, like, yes, there were different shots, but it all happened in one moment of thought. I don't know the right terminology, but so I don't exactly know how they will apply that, but yeah, it makes sense that within such a short period of time that you wouldn't be able to determine, oh, I don't need to shoot here. You heard that there was a gun, you heard a gunshot, boom, they trying to go home to their family.
All righty. Next one comes in from Section 230. How much?
I already know.
How much of a super chat for her to never do a face reveal? I've seen enough leftists to last a lifetime.
That's mean, Section.
I'm not a leftist, but okay.
You got to charge them lots. Make sure you
I don't
charge
like
lots for that.
yeah, like 10K is a lot for me. Like that's really, like that's a very big goal. So don't worry, you probably won't see it. But I'm not a leftist, so
get some big dollars. Sleepy Man Bad. Another one for Lutch says, one of the purposes of 2A is to protect against a tyrannical government. Why would it be wrong to have a weapon at a protest, even if the protest is against the government and law enforcement?
It's not. It's the attacking part. Again, 2 parts. Not having the gun while you are fighting with cops or resisting arrest.
Okay. All right. Next one. What do we got here? The Vigilante TV says, if you saw proof that Alex's P320 went off on its own after he was disarmed, like it's known for doing, would you change your position of the shooting being unjustified? So I guess that's for Def Not.
I think in that situation, you would be shooting at where the firing is coming from. So like if a gun goes off behind you, you don't start shooting at what's like lying down in front of you. So that would be crazy.
All right.
No comment.
Oh, wait.
No, I just said no comment. No comment.
Oh, okay. And I think that is it.
I
for
don't
the
fucking know.
questions as well. We only got 6 minutes left, anyways. That's not bad there. So we can go ahead and wrap up the Q&A. Let me just make sure that was it. And I didn't have something I missed. Let me make sure. Didn't have any PayPals or Cash Apps.
That's what your chat is saying about me.
Okay, no, nothing. So that right there will conclude the Q&A for tonight. Again, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, and the support. Of course, this is what helps me keep bringing you these debates, and obviously the entire Swords of Reason experience. Week after week. I appreciate every single one of you for helping me with that. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Before we move on real quick, let me check. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel?
Yeah, I'm chilling. That's what you asked, right? Sorry. So are we staying for the open panel?
Yeah, that's what I asked. Yeah,
I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break, but I might come back on for like a little bit.
Okay, yeah, no problem. If you want to hop off and hop back in, you're more than welcome. Yeah.
You're talking about
all right.
him?
So
Does he
what's
usually do
happening next? We're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time, everyone, to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready to question, debate, and if you're coming to try and troll,
Thank you
bring
so
personal
much, brother.
dramas, disperse over everyone.
Brilliant fucking question.
You're
Thank you
gonna
so
be muted
so
and
much.
most likely booted. So, while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe on the SpeakeaZy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes.
Thank you, Def Not. Let's go! What'd you guys think? Yeah, that was him, right? He was supposed to do a poll as you're going to eliminate. So, I mean, at this point, because of the fact that I dominated, there ain't really any use in like hammering it home. But I think everybody saw. Even if what I said wasn't perfect, that it's not just about this is what I feel. You have to verify the things that you're saying. You don't just get to say things and be like, well, this is what I feel and this is what I think. To me, justified means that. No, that's not how we do these things. Folks, thank you so very, very much for the donations. Let's give Morty an extra one. Let's just give Morty a little extra. Because I love him. There we go. And guys, don't forget, we still, well, as long as this thing is, there's a little bit left in here. Every new dono gets copy link address. So this is fuck me. I'm here now, I'm sorry. I'm coming, I'm coming soon. So I just dropped the link to be on the panel. So if you want to come on up and talk your shit, then come on through. We're going to put that back to that. See, it's this simple. Just something simple. That's all we need. Hey, Dane with the big 10. Thank you. Let's give Morty his treat. A big 10. Let's just give him the whole block. Look at it. Just look at it. Yeah. And a refill. Dane said, can you explain to me how you do what you're doing, where your audio with your chat is independent of the SpeakeaZy stream? I'm trying to do that. So you can, if you, here, let me pull the banner down. And so you can, I'm going to put this down. So you can see that I'm muted on his stream. So you guys can hear me. And I mean, the video is playing. So I can't unmute myself if I wanted to. But, during the normal stream, I could just hit mute and then they can't hear me. But because on my StreamYard, I'm unmuted, then it's just separate. And then sometimes, because the music is playing, then if you go to the tab itself and right click, it'll say mute site or unmute site. So right now I have this muted so that we can listen to my music so that we don't get, should be about done. So that was on mine. And so then now I unmute site.
No surrender. No retreat.
I guess he forgot. I'm gonna have to do it after, I guess. But yeah, so now you can hear his music. And then I go back up to the tab, right click, mute site. And that way, they can't hear me, we can't hear them. And that's the way we do it. Sorry, I didn't keep up with the banner, but we did, of course, hit the goal early on. Right, early on. Let's jump back in.
Money if I could. Hey, what up, go?
Right.
Yo. Sorry, I was trying to turn you up and I hit the mute. My bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound like you might be on a different mic. Make sure you have the right mic selected, or is your mic just too far from you?
You might be going through your headset.
See, this is why I don't fuck with OBS. Stream over the word.
Bro, shut the fuck up. You embarrassed yourself, you fucking loser. You embarrassed yourself. You call yourself a Jesus. You're definitely Indian, that's for sure. I can smell you from here. Fucking disgusting, man.
What already starts with the insults.
I've never heard that before.
What was your argument? What was your argument, Jesus? Jesus, what was your argument? That you are God?
The law.
That you said so?
The law.
You said so?
The law.
Your literal argument is you said so.
All right, Menard. Tone it down a little bit and engage with what you're trying to say here.
All right, man.
I mean, Granby Connor.
According to the U.S. Department of Justice, use of deadly force policy and manual, it says you cannot use deadly force unless there's a reasonable justification of imminent danger of threat of the officer or others. Where's the imminent danger of the threat of the
guy
officer?
with the gun?
A shot went
off. What the fuck are you talking about? The guy with the gun fighting the cops.
And a shot went off.
Tomahawk, you're a liar. There's zero evidence from any clips I've seen that there are any shots.
So there wasn't a gunshot that happened.
Can you take it down?
At the time shooting, you're a liar. Show me the evidence there was an accidental shooting.
Okay, you gotta, Menard, you gotta let him answer. Let him answer.
So within that whole scuffle where you had
Menard, let him answer.
Go ahead.
So within that entire scuffle, you had about.
I'm gonna put you. Let him answer. That means you gotta stop talking while you let him answer.
So in the scuffle,
you know when I was spreading all debate, yelling at the girl, poor girl. I like her burqa.
Holy Menard, relax.
Within the scuffle.
Man, speaking, she spent her $5. She gave you. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Hey, send it. Send it.
Oh, that's more than the behavior there.
That's your argument.
Menard in a nutshell. Yeah.
You're just gonna suck money out of the fucking community? How about you send them dollars? Definitely not true. Did not make a single dollar. She's gonna quit.
Dude, he's just acting like a Somali. She's just one of your people. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Eating SpeakeaZy
is one of your people. What are you so mad
$100. Send her $1 in front of us. SpeakeaZy. Send her $1. It's your only job to take community money and not give back to anyone. SpeakeaZy. You fucking bitch.
I can't do this.
Send her $1. Send her $1. You fucking bitch.
Burn in my ear. Are we keeping him or should I dip?
Let me answer you, bro.
Give you 4 hours for time. You're gonna send her $1.
Let me answer you, bro.
She made $0. You made 100 off of her. Are you gonna send her $1?
I made 100 off of who?
It says $97 you made today. It's not from you. You didn't fucking open your mouth today. They were debating for you. So we're gonna send them $1. So you're just gonna keep sucking the value from the community and give nothing back. Go ahead, explain.
I give nothing back.
Jesus.
I give nothing
I
back.
didn't say anything, you fucking loser.
Did you give
His name is definitely didn't lose the debate, so I think he's just saying something with that name, man.
SpeakeaZy, thank you for hosting this. I had a really good time.
Thank you, SpeakeaZy.
It was really necessary for me to do the research.
I'm relaxing.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Who the fuck do you think you are, bitch?
Conversation. Disgusting Indian over her.
Your name is Manar. Where the fuck are you from?
We can't engage with anything you're saying. It's just yelling, dude, and not letting anybody talk.
I know who I am.
Let people talk.
Dude,
he goes off again.
He literally,
I can't do it,
bro. Why can you not send definitely not whatever $1? What's wrong with you? Did you not make money today?
Why can't you?
For what?
I've sent her money. Go look at her channel. She has Manar clips. She has my actual people donating to her. Did you send her $1 today?
Did you send me money, motherfucker?
Shut up! You're fucking disgusting.
Why did you send me money? Send me money, motherfucker. How dare you get up on a panel and not spend money on the people? What are you talking
You're disgusting, SpeakeaZy. You're disgusting. What you do is disgusting. Disgusting pig. Because you cannot make $1 off of without them, and you can't give back to any of them. You're fucking disgusting pig, except the ones that you choose.
Guess what?
You're disgusting.
Hey, guess what?
Bernard.
Fuck you. Yeah, I'm right. You fucking bitch. When was I wrong ever? You fucking bitch.
So we're establishing.
Hey, SpeakeaZy, how many dollars did you donate to me? Now he's gonna bring up some random person he likes that he donated to.
Shut up and fucking let me answer you. How much out of the $500 that I pay every month for my StreamYard do you pay?
He's in my chat talking about
fuck you. You're a fucking bitch.
Bro.
You're a fucking bitch.
Do
you not think I'm spending money? Do you not think I spend money sitting in your channel for 5 hours? Yesterday I gave you 5 hours of my time. How much money did I fucking spend to do that?
Out of the $500 I pay every month for the StreamYard. So I can have all the extra.
Yesterday I made you $300. Yesterday I made you $300 off of one of my streams. I showed up one day and you made $300. How much? Do you believe that I helped you in that at all? Or you believe you made it? You believe you made it because you look cute or something?
One night on my own, just talking to the chat on my own. I made $10,000.
When? I haven't seen you do a single night on your own. I've never seen you make money off a single night. Never in my life. Money off a single night on your own.
That was such a great day.
Bullshit. And how does this not prove that you're a lying bitch that's stealing the community's money and not giving back? Because your argument is that I want to keep the money because it's my money. That's your own argument. That's how you retaliate to me. That's how you're destroying.
What are you talking
my money.
Shout out to Jay.
That's how you're destroying me. So you are not giving back to the community. So you're right. You're not giving back.
I want to say right.
Fuck you, you fucking bitches.
In verbal combat, I've given over $12,000 out in prize money. What is that?
Thank you.
Send her $2. Showcase that you're
not giving back. Or?
Showcase you're honest. Send her $2. Showcase you're honest. Send her $2. Showcase you're honest. Send her $2. She gave you 4 hours to talk to her. Disgusting, smelly Indian. You can't give her $2.
Menard, this is yelling over me shit. Listen, I don't like to have people, but you're not gonna take advantage of that fact. All right. It's just way too loud.
He's in my chat.
So just relax a minute, all right, and explain to me that the fact we've given over $12,000 in prize money, not including the memberships we buy, not including all the other extra shit, not including giveaways we've done, Just that, the $12,000 in verbal combat money that we've given out. What is that? Is that not giving back to the community?
No, that's not giving back to the community because you're doing this as a prize. They win it fair and square. That was a winning.
There was never a prize.
They have to go and win that debate. They have to get past the end. They have to get voted in. It's impossible for them to win that money.
I can't. If you're watching the stream, I don't know. I have no idea. But his clip guy is in the chat saying that I won't debate with Jesse on Fire. That's my boy. We about to set that up right now. I can't listen to this shit though.
You're not.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you, definitely. Shut the fuck up, definitely. Don't talk.
Okay, Minar, listen.
I'm good.
Listen, I'm going to just put you in the back when I want to talk because clearly you can't handle yourself. So just to be clear, right?
Woman.
There was never, when I first made Verbal Combat, there was never a prize money. I decided to do that, right? People came and still did Verbal Combat without prize money. I decided to add a prize to it. So again, tell me how it's not giving back to the community.
It is.
What are you talking about? Who ever saw $1 from SpeakeaZy? Raise your hand. Who here saw $1 from SpeakeaZy?
I saw $1,000 money from him.
Who here saw $1 from SpeakeaZy? Only one person here raised his hand. Not a single person here raised his hand.
If you stop talking for a minute, Rev just said he got $1,000.
For what? What did you do, Rev? Because he's nice to you? Oh, he won a verbal combat, so it's fair and square. Did you give anybody else that didn't win any money that day?
Yes, we gave out memberships that day, yeah.
Man, you're a loser. When do you give money? I haven't seen you give a single dollar ever. When is the
money?
Memberships
had to be paid.
How much do you pay?
Fucking liar. Let me finish. Shut the fuck up. Why is 100 people talking? Why is 100 people talking? And you don't give them one talking.
You're literally you're 99
so
people
speak
right
easy.
now.
You concede. You're a disgusting human being that sucks the money out of the debaters.
99 of them.
Did not give a single one of the debaters today any money. You did not give Emmett any money yesterday. You didn't give a single. Go fuck yourself. Fuck your mother. Fuck your wife. Fuck you and your fucking bitch daughter. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit. And you Indian Jesus, you fucking bitch. You
and your prophet's a pedophile. Have a good night.
Broke people are
He's
angry.
not just a pedophile. He's also super gay.
Go pray to the pedophile. Go pray to the pedophile.
I don't know.
Go pray to your pedophile, bro. Go do that.
Manure. I hope you
Manure
guys
is a good
understand
name.
that. I hope you guys understand that Manure just came off of 3 hours of getting his ass kicked in a previous debate. That's why he came in with the name. Definitely didn't lose the debate because he's trying to. He's coping.
Oh, he's trying to get in.
He's trying. He came in shouting so that none of us, especially me, who was there to watch him get fucking destroyed, to remind him that he got destroyed not only by Marte, and he had help, but he got destroyed by Marte, and then he gets destroyed by Avarice, and then he gets destroyed by Premonition Based Grandma, by Based Grandma, in the most elite burying of his worldview with the Renee Good situation. It was so great. Anyway,
sounds about right. Sounds about right. So anyway, now the adults are here.
So he asked the question before about the whole Alex Pretti situation, and I wanted to ask this too. But was Alex Pretti under control, even though there were 7 guys on him? Was he under control before that first shot went off?
No.
To say that he was under control? Definitely.
If he was under control, it would have only required 1 police officer to restrain him, because that's the norm. If you're under control, it only takes 1 police officer to tell you, put your hands behind your back. You can put your hands behind your back. Your cuffs are escorted to the car by 1 police officer, not 6 or 7.
Exactly.
If you require 6 or 7 police officers,
that's where the treat. That's where the treat.
So how could you say that just being under
arrest?
Ooh,
a nice fatty one. Look at that. Look at that.
the guy Alex Pretti was under arrest, and he was not.
Motherfucker, what do you
He was
want?
under arrest, and they were
Yes,
fined for only getting just one guy. If it took 7 guys, and throughout that entire
It's
time,
Lamar. Hide the camels. Hide the donkeys. Hide the chickens. It's coming after them all.
Hey, you gotta be careful showing that picture if Menar's still around. He'll get excited.
Oh,
it was good. You'll enjoy the replay.
I put that picture up.
Yeah,
you guys can continue the conversation. That was just,
almost like the
personally
police
for
should
him.
be there, right?
How could Alex Pretti be quote unquote arrested if it took 7 guys? If it took 7 guys and the guy was still moving around, was he under control for him to be properly arrested at that point?
Is that $32?
Yeah, that's for you.
Yeah, so
because
we don't know that like all 7
32,
were
32,
necessary just
32.
to hold him down, but the fact that he was like wiggling around doesn't mean that they didn't have him under control. Like
But
somebody
he's
could still
wiggling-
be like
if he-
wiggling a little bit, and it's obvious that some people can hold somebody down.
But if he's wiggling a bit, that doesn't mean that he's really under control, is he? Because
no, it just means they're all like literally on ice.
So on ice.
Yeah,
wait,
there
wait,
was
wait,
ice
wait,
right there.
wait.
That's why they felt. That's why everybody was like slipping around,
Disney
makes
on
it-
ice.
falling everywhere.
So ice
what
makes
was
it
on there.
impossible to have someone under
Check the
control
banner.
such
If
that
I
it doesn't
think we're
require 7
correct,
people
but
to
if I
be
missed
on
you,
this guy.
just let me know
I'm
and
not
I'll add
saying it
you.
was impossible. I'm saying however many that was minimum necessary, that had way more than that. We don't know what the
And if he
minimum
was
number
under
is,
control, it would only
but
take.
they had
if
way
he-
more.
If he was under control and not resisting, which is where I'm really going with this, it wouldn't take 7 people, but it took 7 people for
Just
him
because
to be.
they brought extra doesn't mean that like
But they wouldn't
those
need
extra
to.
weren't.
They wouldn't need to bring extra if he was under control, which is the whole problem
It's
here.
not like okay. This is okay. We watch different things because you're talking about like okay, there was one guy came up and then like he was like still resisting, and then like 2 dudes came up, and then they're like, oh, he's still like over there flopping around. Let's send more people. No, they like swarmed him all at once. So
I mean,
whatever the
if you're
minimum
gonna-
number of guys was to contain him, they brought extra. So
If-
we don't know
if
what
he's-
the minimum number is, but we know we brought extra. It doesn't necessarily mean that every single one of them was necessary.
Why?
Okay, let's go with the hypothetical that it was just one police officer that approached him. He's armed. He's got his gun clearly in the small of his back, so it wasn't holstered.
And he still went and pushed this guy away. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you've got one police officer engaging this
thought it
guy
was
who's
holstered and-
resisting,
and, like,
what's the odds of them both drawing on each other or one drawing on the other just because both of them are armed?
Sorry, you're really quiet. Can you repeat?
Oh, sorry. When let's go with the hypothetical, it's just one police officer who engages him. He's still armed with a gun. What's the probability of him drawing that gun if he's already out there in a hostile situation, being hostile?
Bro, it's
toward law
Wednesday.
enforcement and
It's
not obeying
Wednesday. Come on, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
What's the odds of him obeying
Damn,
one police officer and not using his
We
equalizer
started late,
against that officer?
Yeah, so what
Because
we
to me, the
saw was
probability would
when the
increase
officer pushed him back, he kept like stepping back. I didn't see him like attacking officers in that
Hold on.
case. I saw him
Excuse
kind of
me.
like flopping around a little bit because he was blinded on ice.
Excuse me,
But I
you-
didn't
you
see
said
him
the words-
attacking them back. And this whole like, oh well, what if at first they didn't even like know he was armed until they took him down. But like sure, if there was some hypothetical where there's an officer and then there's a person and he like has a gun on him, but the person isn't reaching for the gun and they're not holding the gun, then no, they can't.
Thank
can't
you
shoot
so
them.
much for the
You
likes,
said-
guys. It
Hold on,
really,
you
really,
just
really
said-
does
you
help.
said
Very much
at the very
appreciated.
beginning that the officer pushed him back. So
Yeah, he walked
it
up
was-
to him and then pushed him further back.
no. He pushed him back, and this was after Alex Pretti aggressed the officer first.
How did he aggress the officer?
Because because the officer had to push him back.
Why would I do that?
He walked
Why
up
would-
to Pretti and then pushed him further back. I didn't see him
please
aggressing in
come
front of
talk
the
to me.
officer. You're gonna
Oh,
have to-
Well,
please
he
come
needed-
talk to me.
Obviously, the officer needed to would
$100.
need to
I'll,
respond
debate whatever
if
you want.
someone was coming in and aggressing on the officer while the officer was
Sure, but we have no evidence of Pretti
I didn't know-
aggressing
I
on
didn't know who it
anybody.
was until
Neither
last
did
minute,
that
but,
woman that the
you know,
officer
I don't
pushed.
really care.
There was no aggressing on the officers.
the
The officer
evidence-
came
the
in
evidence-
towards these people and started shoving them. So
the video.
that's
The
what
video.
I saw. I don't know what you
First
saw.
of all, the video showed that Alex Pretti was aggressing on the officer. And second, you
We
just
played
said
it many
that
times. I don't see what you saw.
He put his hands
obviously
on him.
the officer had to push. But if the officer had to push back, that means Alex Pretti was in a position that needed a response.
No,
And
it
if that
doesn't
was the
necessarily mean that.
I
As
don't
far as
know.
I understand, he was already known as like somebody who's going around very aggressively going at ICE officers. So he was like a known entity.
So what was this
Exactly.
revenge killing then? That's even worse.
It's not a revenge killing.
No,
This
what
is
happened?
this is a
What
man-
happened? What
an
happened? There
armed
was
man.
something that was, kind of fucked up and tragic. He had a gun. It was probably.
We lost you.
And they might have thought he had it. No,
You're
disconnect.
good. You're good.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit there.
Well, man, it's a fucked up thing. He shouldn't have done what he did and put himself in that position. The gun that he had, I think they took it off of him and may have misfired, and then that just triggered a big clusterfuck. Should he have been killed? Man, it's fucked up. It's not a great situation. It's tragic, but it's what position that he put himself in.
If he did not put
police
himself in a
shootings
position
are
to
primarily justified.
you guys
under
know.
self-defense,
You
right?
guys
That's the
know.
idea legally. So in this scenario, if you take this scenario in any other,
That,
put it in
I
any
mean,
other
that's
scenario,
just for
let's
him.
say it's like
Yeah,
a
if you want
home
to debate,
situation,
like,
right?
come hang
You have a
out, we'll
guy
debate.
who knows
But you're
erratic, and
coming
he
on
shows
here,
up to your house
flinging
and has
shit,
his gun out,
and then like, come debate
and
me.
you
No, that's
think
for
he
him.
might be meaning to do you harm. Where's the limit there? Like, I'm assuming you're for justified self-defense, right? This is for
Definitely.
question.
Yeah. You're muted.
I don't think she's talking. Maybe she can't hear me. I don't know.
Sorry, what?
I was making the case that police shootings are primarily justified under.
Yeah, so if you didn't hear me, no, that's just for
So if you take
manure.
the same scenario,
If you want to debate,
else,
whenever we're in the
what is
Discord,
limits in
come on through.
self-defense in your mind to secure safety for your family? Let's say.
What do you mean by limits?
Well, let's say someone is at your house and they're have a history of being erratic and they have a gun drawn.
Yeah, shoot 'em.
Where's the limit? Where's the limit of defense?
If they have a gun drawn, then you shoot them.
Okay, so in a vacuum, in the scenario with the scuffle, he had a gun,
Not
according to
drawn.
the officers at the. Well, hold on, let me finish. As far as their perception of it, he had a gun. He did
Guys,
have a
he's
gun.
made $50 more
Whether it
than
was
me.
Drawn in whatever
Let's get
manner,
some fucking
threatening
shit.
or whatnot, he did have a gun, and he was in a
Half
very
joking,
contentious
half joking,
situation
but
with police officers. So they acted with what they had at the time. So how would you? Where's the limits there for the police officers? Should the police officers in any other reaction,
I'm not gonna do that
any
'cause
other
that feels
action,
overly
of a case where
antagonistic,
someone
but-
has a gun drawn, where
Just
is the
come up and
limits where they should refrain and put themselves in danger?
Said for
and their
for
teammates in
10K,
danger
when or not
in order
10K,
to
like
make sure that
her
absolutely
her
nothing
channel
like this
getting
happens.
10K subs.
Yeah, so I've already explained this, but they have to be either going for something, like they have to be reaching for the gun, or they have to have a gun drawn. They can't just be like, oh, they have a gun on their person and we get to shoot. That's not how that works. Even if there is like some kind of altercation, if they're not reaching for the gun, or if they don't, if they're not pointing the gun, if they don't have it in their hand, you can't shoot them. That's just how it works. I'm sorry.
Okay, but it looks like in some of the evidence he did have the gun at one point in his hand, didn't he?
No, there is no evidence for that whatsoever.
And there's also claims where there's also as part of
I
that
saw a
self-defense- as
picture.
part of-
Some pictures that I saw, he had the gun in his hand at one point.
He never had a gun in his hand ever.
Did
I'm
you
sorry,
see-
what you
did
saw
you
was
see-
probably
did you see-
photoshopped.
No.
This is
Did
her
you
chat.
See when he put his hands on the officer and engaged the officer and pushed him.
He didn't push the officer.
Yes, he
So
did.
Declare
Yeah,
victory
he
in the
did.
closing. Yeah, that's called debating.
I would encourage you. It
just saw
seems
that
like you actually
it-
haven't
it-
looked at the
Thank
evidence.
you for
thoroughly.
subscribing,
Yeah,
man.
encouraging you.
I have looked at
mentioned
it
that
backwards and forwards. We saw it together. I didn't see him push the officer. He had a phone in one hand when he was standing, and he was holding
I
his
am a
other
hand
hand up
gesture
like this.
master.
I saw no pushing.
He put his hands on the officer.
Otherwise, why did the officer had to push him back? That requires a response.
Why did the officer
to
push that woman? Like, just because an officer
the
pushes
the
somebody,
woman
it doesn't
was
necessarily mean that
interrupting
they are a
the
perfect
conversation.
The
angel
woman was
being,
interrupting.
and that they can do no wrong. Like sometimes they shove people for no good
Well,
reason.
let's talk about because I'm a concealed carry person. Let's talk about concealed carry.
Wait, did she say
When
that?
you
Did
go
somebody
and
say
get
that?
your license, if it's a state that doesn't have constitutional carry, you go through a class. And one thing that they emphasize there is under no means should you have your carry on you, let's say in a bar situation where you're drinking a lot, or if you are planning on any kind of altercation or engage in altercations, right? It's this
Especially with law
idea. It goes back to the whole, trope of.
Bro, I just debated for this for an hour.
Okay, sure. None
So,
of that
I'm
excuses.
letting other people kind of
take
get
that
in
into
there because I've already
consideration,
had
but
this
isn't there
argument.
some sort of
Wait,
isn't there something on
is
his
it
part?
legal to plan to go and engage in physical fighting?
Obstruction.
Well, the idea is to not put yourself in, if you're going to be in a position like that, in
a position where you may need defense, don't bring the defense.
No. If you're going to engage in, if you're going to engage in activities that puts you in the likelihood of engaging with some sort of physical, or if you're going to escalate it to that degree.
If you may need, wait, if you're going to escalate is a different thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's illegal. So planning to escalate is just illegal.
I'm not talking about legality. I'm talking about training when it comes to carry, right? So it's the same idea as if you're going to a bar and you're drinking. You're putting yourself in a position that could.
And you may need the defense. If you're at a bar with a bunch of idiots, you probably need defense in case they try to jump you when you leave. No.
No,
He did mention if you were going to
you
drink.
don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're taught to de-escalate if you're going to carry. That's the idea.
Yeah, I understand de-escalating,
Yeah.
but why would you be told? That confuses me. Why would you be told don't bring your gun in places you may need it?
If you're gonna go to a bar and you're drinking and you're under the influence, you think it's
it's more about the drinking than it is-
situation.
Still may need defense under the influence.
You think that's well? I would say that can lead to life-changing scenarios that you don't want to necessarily inject yourself into. All right.
I think
that's
you're
the
trying,
point.
Mo, I think you're trying to mention the whole last resort thing. I believe is what you're trying to touch on, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like a last
Yeah.
resort thing. If it's
Someone tag
you're supposed
Alicia,
to de-escalate,
the
you're
mod,
supposed to keep
over there.
in mind, like,
pinned,
okay,
the pinned comment.
I'm going to let's
And
say
just ask
I
about
don't know,
or
let's say
any
you're
of the
Proud
mod.
Boys, right?
Ask
And
about
you're
a poll.
going to fight. A bunch
Obviously,
of,
I dominated, but
protesters, right? You're showing up. If you're going there to just do fisticuffs and push people around, it would be a bad idea to be, armed necessarily, because it could escalate further.
And I guess to come back to the Alex Pretti thing,
Agreed,
Because
but-
here's I could escalate.
Doesn't mean
Just
everything is
case in
illegal,
point, with
right?
this scenario, just seeing the gun, cops say they saw the gun. That's that causes an unfavorable situation.
because now it's life and death. By the way, it's life and death. And when guns are involved, it is life and death. So finality, right
As
then and
we
there,
saw, as we-
automatically.
Even if you don't mean it to be, even if you are not doing anything wrong, and that's why there's a responsibility that comes with carrying like that. And I don't feel like he held that responsibility properly. That's not a
part of that responsibility is letting cops know that you are armed. A, which is what he didn't do, and B, I think there was something I heard this recently. I think from Marte just earlier today, that to be carrying. Oh no, it was a super chat in a different chat. To be carrying, you also would need your ID and carrier's permit. I think. Mo,
It depends
I'm
on the
sure-
state. It depends on the state. Like
Depends
some
on the
states have
state.
constitutional carry. They actually don't have a requirement anymore for licensing. I'm referring to the training for states that do require it.
That's fair.
The idea,
That-
though, is that if you're going to be a responsible gun owner, you have to keep these ideas in mind when you're putting yourself in these situations. And in his case, he was definitely not de-escalating. Kicking out taillights and engaging with police, I would not say is keeping yourself in a de-escalation.
I'll
Now, if
just
he was
say-
like just hanging out on the side, photographing, keeping to himself, and not engaging, that's a different scenario. But that's not what he was doing.
Yeah, again, you mentioned that, you mentioned the woman. Creative, you mentioned the woman, how the woman was quote unquote getting pushed out. Well, the woman shouldn't have. We're talking about the fact that the woman was in a position to be pushed down in the first place, which meant that she was basically in a position where she was obstructing and interrupting activities of law enforcement. Otherwise, they wouldn't be anywhere in a position for them to push her down.
Okay,
And
so
then-
what you're saying? I'm sorry, but what you're saying in many different ways is because the officers did this thing, therefore this thing was the right thing to do.
No.
Because because the officers pushed this guy, therefore
Thank you for hanging out, brother.
To push him.
Don't be
Again,
a
it's
stranger, and I'll debate you on whatever you like for free, buddy. Have a good one.
This is not like 4 against 1.
Hold on.
This is kind of
why?
like,
Because the question comes back to
Tomahawk. You gotta let it finish.
Fine, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap out because this is like I've already made my points, and now I'm getting like, oh well, now he was like holding the gun, which is complete misinformation. Now we're adding like, oh well, now he was like attacking the car, which is like weeks before.
Yeah, that
and
was
if they had that in mind, then what? Then they must have
quit.
known he had a gun, and they should have been like, "Hey, put your hands up. We are under arrest," and start like disarming him. Instead, they started like a physical altercation where they were like shoving him and stuff. So this is all completely nonsense.
Yeah, I think we can all
Thanks for
agree with that.
engaging. I understand that people disagree on this, but obviously, I've made my points. Like it's all good.
Thank you for the
Yeah,
debate.
if you want
but-
tap out, no problem.
ahead.
Why don't you tell everyone where they can find you if they want to go check your stuff out?
Yeah, sure. I don't really expect this crowd to be huge fans of me, but I can't point.
Did I say that when I
is
came
my,
on
like,
here
YouTube
and fucking
name,
debated
underneath there,
Jim
so,
Bob and fucking all that shit?
Whatever.
You know what? Forget it. It's down there. People can see it.
I do
So,
have one question. Go ahead. Sorry, never mind.
Go ahead.
Actually, no. You do your closing. You do your closing point, and then I'll say after.
For the record, I sub because I like listening to progressive talking points.
Not a progressive, but sure, thanks. Okay. Well, you guys have a good day.
You as well. Thank you for coming.
Women.
So what I wanted to say, and I guess I did a bad job of articulating it. I'm getting better.
No, what happens is you guys come up and you guys do this so often. I don't know how you guys ever expect to get good engagements out of it. You guys dogpile. You guys want to finish each other's arguments. You're on top of her before she can even finish. It's 1 against 5. You got to let the one person talk more than you get to talk. There's 5 others of you talking. So you have to equivalent her talking 5 times more than you one person are.
I would like to point out that I did not.
When it's one person, to show that you're not trying to handicap them and just dogpile them, you should let them speak more. That's just a way to make sure that you actually get to engage. It's nobody wants to sit there and just fucking to hear a bunch of people dogpile different things, gunshotting different sides at them, right? It's just
I guess that was the
well,
first
not
time I
nobody,
heard.
because I like that, right? I like when it's like 7 against me, but I'm a little bit psycho, so you can't compare me to the average person.
I'm just glad I'm not arguing, religion and stuff. I get to be on everybody's side this time.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, one time we actually agree on a topic coming on here. So.
What did you guys think of? Because I've been using this analogy a lot since the Renee Good thing, and of course the narrative is always like, well, is that a death sentence? The hiking analogy. If you missed it, I was saying, if you go hiking and you break your ankle, nobody is going to say you deserve to have your ankle broken because you went hiking, but it's just merely one of the things that can happen if you decide to go hiking. And in this case, if you are going to engage in with law enforcement in a way that is illegal, that doesn't mean you deserve to die, but it is one of the things that can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's pretty decent analogy. I think if I was of the mindset of I'm going to go to a protest and I'm going to protest in the manner that they do, where it's shoving and getting in people's faces, I would take that in consideration of not going completely strapped out of my mind, or armed, because that would just escalate the chances of me getting deleted.
I think also we can all agree that what would definitely help out is seeing more than like 20 seconds before the shooting actually happened. I'd like to see like 10, 15, 20 minutes. I want to see how he was engaging with law enforcement leading up to that, because they're not just going to walk up to somebody on the sidelines and just start shoving them around for no reason, unless,
That's what I was trying to get to, which was, with calling out the fact that she said, that the officer had to push back. That wording right there, push back, means that there was action beforehand that had to result in a response, in a reactive action. Pushing back, you don't just push back out for no reason at that point.
Well,
meaning
and
that
I'm-
Alex Pretti had to be.
I'm willing to even say we don't know if that initial push on like the girl being pushed, we have no idea if that was legally justified. We can assume, as I said, that dude didn't just randomly like, oh, hey, man, like she was probably doing something.
Yeah, when you're protesting, you're not allowed to block roadways. So if they gotta
Exactly.
push you out of the roadways, they can push you out of the roadways.
And with-
But you know, I actually I have a take on this that I think most people would disagree with me on at all. I think like both people in this situation are obviously, you know, stupid as fuck, right? Like it's just like a whole tragic situation. But yeah, dude, I see the point that Def Not's making when she says there's 7 guys on top of this one, and you needed to pull out your shit and blast them in his fucking back. Give me a fucking break, bro. And if you guys watch the video, you guys keep saying he pushed him. That's not a push, bro. There's no push.
Well, he
goes like this and then hesitates himself because he realizes what he's about to do, and he's gonna get fucked up for doing it.
Okay,
So he
but
hesitates himself,
in
and
that
then when he starts
scenario,
getting
how-
sprayed, he lifts his hand to cover.
Okay,
the
but what did
spray
you just
from
say?
going to his eyes.
Easy. What did you just say? He was going to what and then stopped?
He was gonna go in front of the police officer to stop him from going at the girl, but the police officer didn't continue, and he realized what he was gonna do.
So again, they realized what he was going to do. Why can't we assume that the cop also realized what he was going to do and got the jump on him with the pepper spray? Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying that I know.
He does this and backs away.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you
So
are
you need to
saying,
continue
if you're
doing something to him,
no, I'm saying if you SpeakeaZy are saying what I SpeakeaZy saw from the video was that he was about to do X and then pulled himself back. If you were able to see that from a video, and officer was standing right in front of him, whatever he was going to do, that may very well, again, I don't know, I didn't see that. That very well may be the justification. You don't have to. If I go like, if I go like that to an officer, I don't have to actually be, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching. That's justification to take me down. And if I resist.
And the police officers don't have any idea if he's going to continue either. They don't. They can't read his mind. They don't know what the intent is after the action. So if they see an aggressive actions towards them and they react, and you can't really fault them. For
Yeah, you guys like to just give all the grace to the fucking
I don't know
criminals.
if you would be able to, if anybody here has like a minute or even like 30 seconds. But I put a link. I put a link in the back. It's a Blue Blood scene, and it's a scene basically that shows that is what we're talking about with things like the Renee Good situation and the Alex Pretti situation. Basically encapsulates what it is that we're talking about between people who have hindsight, which is all of us speaking right now, and the officers at the point where they had to shoot Alex Pretti. I don't know if we would be able to see that.
Yeah,
and I show that.
I feel like that would, I don't want to, talk too badly
Is
about
it
that.
possible to show that for like a minute? It's just a 1 minute scene.
I'm just, it's a show. Or something?
Yeah, it's a show.
I don't know.
Yeah, can you just explain it?
Nope.
Yeah,
Blue Bloods is USA
then
TV.
fine. If
That's
you can't
regular.
show it, then that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's regular TV.
Yeah,
You're in
it'd
a
be
Rumble.
better if you just explain it.
Well, basically, there was a police chief, and he was in the same situation that I guess Christy Nolmer, the police chief of the Alex Pretti situation, was in. He was being questioned by some. He's being questioned by some reporters. There's a particular reporter, and this was after a shooting had happened where an officer, I think the context was an officer had shot a guy who was about to shoot a whole bunch of kids, and with a gun, and the officer shot the guy with the gun out. He killed him, and this officer, and not the officer, this reporter basically comes up to him and asks basically what creative and others and other leftists who watched the video say, and why didn't the officer shoot the gun out of his hand? That was the question the reporter asked him. No, serious.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah. The police chief, clearly annoyed by the answer, asks this one hypothetical, and he said, "Okay, so basically, if it's the case that instead of the guy shooting these children, the gun was then aimed at you, and you had to act, what would you do?" The guy goes, well, and he was about to explain. You had like 1 second to act before this guy shoots you. Instead of the kids, he shoots you. Reporter begins to explain. He cuts him off and said, "You're already dead." It would be easier to show, but that's basically the whole scene where he showcases to the reporter he had 1 second to act before this guy blows his brains out. The reporter decides to start talking in that 1 second, and the police chief interrupts and says, "You're already dead."
And it's gone. And so, like, yeah, that's the kind of thing that, again, I've held a gun maybe twice. I've never shot a gun. I've born and raised in Jersey. We don't really have that around here unless you're, a gang member or something. And not there's, but you know what I mean. And so there's definitely a lot that I don't necessarily understand about the nuances of what it's like to be in those situations, the type of thinking. But conceptually, I can understand, what goes into it, and that it's far too easy for people to be like, "Oh no, I would just do this," like shooting a gun out of his hand. Like, even I know that's stupid. Even I know. I used to think that, oh yeah, shoot him in the leg or shoot the tires out. I used to think that was smart thinking.
This isn't a game, basically. And what you have, what we have here, what this entire, both of these scenarios, these very tragic scenarios, boil down to is, we're all talking about it, and we have the benefit of hindsight, slowing down frame by frame, and frame by frame, and we're able to just dissect the entire moment in 30 minutes, basically, in 30 minutes to an hour, complete analyses.
With multiple angles, yeah.
That's in multiple angles as well. But the officers on the scene, who at this point, the context is they've been just assaulted. They've just been impeded by a whole bunch of agitators for months now. And all of a sudden, they have a few seconds to act in the moment.
But was it necessary?
Yeah.
Wasn't necessary.
This also
It can
extends to not just guns, by the way. Like there's the 21-foot rule that law enforcement goes over, and it involves knives. So within 21 feet, in a matter of I think it's 1.5 seconds, roughly, they can get to you and lethally stab you. So when we're talking about these defensive encounters, it is a fraction of a second you have to react, whether you're going home to see your family or not.
Yeah, but that doesn't always mean you're following the law. And that's
you getting suited up for me, Indian Jesus?
Talking about,
no,
right?
baby. I need the extra power now that you're here.
I figured you would.
Avarice, he missed Manure. He was up here earlier.
Yeah, I missed him too.
Bergen.
Listen, I've been.
I can't believe he left before I got here.
It's been a long fucking day. I've already fought Manar for 3 hours today.
Yeah.
I fought Maryland for 6. I've been fighting all day.
Which one was a harder fight?
But then I've been. But let me be very clear. There is no panel today that's been more important than getting up on SpeakeaZy's panel. All right, so get those donos in. This is where it counts. All the other fucking donos don't count. This is where that counts. So get them in. We know that there's a bigger show might be going on right now, but the ones that are watching, get those donos in, because your Crucible crew, get them in. Now, back to the subject at hand, I don't know what you guys are discussing, and I honestly came in to fuck with Indian Jesus, but I agree with his fucking side, so it's not like I can take the against today on the was it justified.
Let's just be friends, and then we'll go back on and be arguing religion, and then we'll get back into it.
No, again, I don't have a problem with you at all. I just think it's more fun to watch you spurg, right? Like, let's just be real
my
here.
entire
I have absolutely no. I don't even know you, right? Let's just be real here, right? This is like all those people that go like, "You just hate me, Avarice. You just hate me." I'm like, dude, I don't even know half you guys. I barely have a relationship with SpeakeaZy. He doesn't even answer my DMs.
I'm not gonna lie. You fucking triggered the shit out of me. I was fucking typing a conflict.
I was so happy, dude. I was
under my skin.
I'm sitting there just
hard. It's
smug, dude.
But there's a difference because I'll get animated very, very easily. But it's within.
The funny part is, so over where that was is all Maryland supporters, right? So all I have to do is call Maryland a bitch, and then sip, white knight, and then it's just like, oh yeah, I'm like Menard now, 8 versus me, baby, let's do it. It's so much fun. It's so funny, SpeakeaZy, you missed it because then Menard tries to, I'm going with Menard, and then he tries to bring Tomahawk into it as an appeal to the black guy.
I can't escape this motherfucker. Follow me around.
Makes sense.
Why do they all follow me around?
Just like,
Trying to go
Yeah, that was a Hail Mary there.
minority solidarity route with the whole aisle. Just because I'm black, I'm just gonna accept anything he says. And it's like, bro, I'm a free thinker. I have my own thoughts.
Black people could do that? No, that's not what the liberals told me.
I'm a unicorn.
You two aren't allowed to think. You just have to follow us, the white men, on the bottom of the panel today. Right now, shit's rolling uphill.
Hey man, hey. According to liberals recently, I don't know if you've seen the X videos recently, but apparently I am a house N-word to those people now for my views. We have reached that point.
Fantastic.
Actually, no, we're just one step. We are one step below the white robes.
Interesting.
We are one step below.
What was our topic for the day, boys? What were we
Alex
discussing?
Pretti, justified or not?
Yeah, I know that, but where were we at so we can get the topic back on topic? Because I've done my chaos part. Now let's get back to where we are so SpeakeaZy can start rolling his show out because this is his show.
True. I was trying to say to creative, the question that I had ultimately was, why was Alex Pretti and the woman to that extent there for law enforcement to have to respond? Why were they there? And that's a question I don't think creative would have ever asked or would have ever considering her position. Why were they there in the first place?
I'll be right back. I just gotta take more out right here. I'm gonna take a piss, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, but looking at the video, they were shoving the first woman out of the road, and then he got in between and put his hands on the officer, and between the officer and her, and he was in the road. And so that's where the scuffle started.
Exactly. Again, it starts with that. The fact that he stepped in, he put his hands on the officer while the officer was in this case justified in trying to remove an obstacle from the road, and then he started white knighting, and then the whole scuffle happened and the tragedy, basically. Like, it all went down after that. But the question that they don't ever seem to ask is, why were they there in the first place? Why get involved? What is the point in getting involved like that?
Basically. You see, and I asked that question too, prospectively, not necessarily why are they involved, but what is the need now to go out and protest every day, getting in the way of all these things? If this was such a big deal to these people, right? And maybe SpeakeaZy might have a better idea with this because he's pretty smart. But if there was such an important idea, right, for them to fix the law and get these people to stop, why are they not just going and gathering at the courthouse and going and trying to like submit like laws or petitions or some kind of form of that kind of protest, right? Because like remember back in the day we used to do strongly worded petitions and we used to mob the courthouse or the I wouldn't say the courthouse, it was at the courthouse where it took place, but we used to mob the council meetings, right? Like the community whatever you fucking call it, and you would go out there and then you would appeal to the actual people that could make the changes, right? But you didn't get in the way of Sheriff what's his fucking nuts and the deputy, right? Everybody, if you had a problem with the sheriff, you waited until the town hall meeting, and then you went and then bitched at the sheriff there. You're like, hey, sheriff, what the fuck were you thinking? Like 2 weeks ago, you arrested Bubba Gump, and we have no idea why. Like that's where it was taking place. So why? Like I get every once in a while we have standouts where you go out and do a mass protest out in the middle of the street, but every fucking day, every fucking night, in front of cars, in front of police, in front of people that really their job is not to patrol you. Their job is just to do their job. So I don't understand that. Maybe SpeakeaZy, you have a good idea to why we don't do it that way anymore. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, right, like when you're saying like if you want to, like, why don't they just go to the courts and protest, right? And like the thing with the courts, right, you got to remember the court is interpreting existing law. Right?
Well, not necessarily the courthouse, the meetings where you take place, the legislation. You go to your town hall meetings.
What this is like a very like slow procedure that interprets like the existing law. But the protest is a tool to pressure people who make the law and make it fast and emotional.
Well,
and
the same
and
fucking
make sure
money
that it raises like a moral
argument
that's going to make shit happen a lot quicker. That's why this happens.
And I understand that. Yeah, I get that. But this is a very evil approach, right? Because there's a difference between doing a 1 day like WTO like protest on the weekend, and then there's keeping the WTO protest going throughout the whole summer.
Well,
like that's a big difference.
Well, if they can keep this going, Avarice, then we don't get no great America under Trump, right? Because it was just years of people protesting and shit fucking breaking in the streets.
You're right. I get. Yeah, I see that.
That's the whole idea, right? They want to make it look like it's not good under Trump, right? This is like, you know, they talk about like January 6th is the favorite thing to be brought up, right? Oh, they didn't allow a peaceful transfer. Motherfucker, how is it a peaceful transfer when all 4 years you guys are fucking doing what was equivalent to January 6th? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Every day, every week, it's a new fucking protest in this city. Protest.
It's also, how do you guys think it's connected?
It's the same bullshit over and over again, man. It's like that's the idea here, though. If they make it look like, you know, like, look, under Trump, it's just fucking hell all the time.
Glad to bring that up.
You're just getting fucking hell. Look at this, and that's it. And then they want to complain about fucking January 6th like it was the fucking end of the world. It blows my mind. Shit, we got a Crucible raid. Let's fucking go. Shout out to Crucible, Andrew, Rachel, Mr. E. Shout out to all of y'all. Y'all amazing. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Crucible crew.
How closely do you guys How closely do you guys think it's connected to the Somali fraud stuff? Because there's less than I think there's less than like 2%.
This is a I think this is like a cover-up operation by I'm gonna say powers that be, but really it's like the media apparatus and Democrats and stuff like that. Especially in Minnesota, you know, they because Nick Shirley cracked open that whole scheme. They don't want to. They want to take. They want to take focus off of that, and put it to something else, and put it just anything else, something else, anything else.
Focus off of what? Sorry. The focus off of what?
Focus off of the Somali fraud that was cracked open by Nick Shirley. because Indian Jesus mentioned like
that's what it is?
I mean, there's less than 2% of all of the deportations are coming from Minnesota. It's not even in the top. I mean, it's near the bottom. Yet,
if you don't let it be,
but it's directly connected to them, the stand down orders for the local PD.
If you don't let it ever, be peaceful, then there was never a time that they can say, look, under Trump, look how good and peaceful everything was, how prosperous everyone, how united everyone was.
It's optics.
You can't say that, right? Because in that fucking news every other week, you got fucking people getting shot, burnt, buildings getting burnt down, this and that. It's all about the optics. That's what I'm saying. It's a political tool. That's
what happened from 2016 to 2020.
Full force, guy. They don't have no fucking feelings. They don't care about human
Who knows
life.
what I would change about the
tomorrow?
the
a whole
layout.
protest could get
If it was
wiped
my
out, and they'd still keep doing it. They don't give a fuck.
Of course, because at this
Well,
point,
I think that's, but again, that's what they want. They want to see us wipe out a whole protest.
They want martyrs.
That's what they want.
Martyrs.
That's it. They don't.
It's one of those
care about
things where it's like,
anything but making the optics look like, look, you see, Trump bad, Orange Man bad.
And avarice, to your point of why don't they go to like the legislation?
Well, I'm saying that's what we used to do, right? We used to
do that.
Yeah,
before essentially legislation just cucked themselves. They just said, "Yeah, we don't want to really do anything anymore. You do it, President. Go ahead and go and do." That's why we.
And I think that's a big problem. I think that we're not
like the War Powers Act was all about, or am I thinking of a different law?
No, and I think that's the problem. I think that a lot of people are so focused on, and I talk about this a lot. So many people are so focused on what's happening at the top level at all times that we're not going into the lower level and just going into town hall meetings,
smart enough for that.
Fighting there, right? But it's not even that. We're not doing it. Even on the right, we should be gathering our friends like on the right going, hey, you don't like feminism? I don't like feminism either. Town hall meeting.
Chats. They're organizing through Signal and they're on shifts and all that shit.
Yeah,
I've always
organized
by the right, and you know what?
And that's what they're better at. And I think even if I might speak for, I'll try to speak for, but I think Rob would even say they are better organized. That's the problem.
Definitely.
They're way better organized. They are way better at being loud, and we're better at just kind of we're better at just logically
taking it on the chin. Taking it on the chin. And
what do you mean? How are we more organized? Speaking
the morals.
How are we more organized?
Well, it would depend what you're meaning by that and why you're giving them this title, and I would have to
you're right.
Because you hear them say,
I'd say they're more organized for destruction.
Someone higher up will say something, and then they all just repeat it. So between the the Signal chats and the way that they actually communicate. And the way that they use those communication tools,
they eat themselves all the time, bro. They don't agree with each other ever about anything.
Right, but just like Muslims, they might disagree with each other, but if a Christian or an atheist or whatever comes, they will not say one goddamn word.
Ever comes to view, they all turn their eyes to the unifying enemy instead.
No, I don't think that they're more organized. I just think it's easier for them to get people on their side because they say, "Come to us. We'll let you do whatever you want to do."
I think it's both.
That's true. But I think the fact that they can get those numbers and organize those votes is
on their side. It's easier.
That is true. Well, they promote laziness, right? They promote a lot of laziness.
Yeah, that and they just they don't give a fuck. You can be a complete degenerate piece of shit as long as you're not hurting anyone. And they don't care how much society goes down the fucking drain.
Just whatever. It's instant gratification to an insanely pure raw degree. And in all of those chats, it's basically, hey, you listen to the cult, and we will just let you do what you want. Instant gratification, whatever it is. Just make sure that you don't make sure that you follow the cult to the letter. And these guys are the enemy, by the way. These guys are the enemy. As long as
I think when it comes to when I'm saying how we're more organized, I think the idea is what I'm saying.
not used to having to fucking
built
sit and wait for other people, and I don't like it.
Shorter list of
I'm the main
core
character.
priorities, right? Law and order, national identity, economic freedom, religious traditionalism. Like this is like a short list. The left. Labor activists, environmentalists, socialists, liberals, globalists, identity-based fucking groups, the trans, the alphabet crew, everybody. They have too much fucking shit going on over there. They're not organized, guy. They're all over the fucking
You're wrong,
place.
dude. They put all that
They're
stuff
all
to the
over
side.
the fucking place. Oh, we care about life. It matters so much, but murder your babies in the wombs as much as you want.
But that's a great point. That's a great example.
They have
Easy.
no
Easy.
organization there.
You
say all of that.
Because you're saying that they have all these different disagreements, and you're right. The left can't analyze it itself, but that still is superseded by Orange Man bad, Republicans bad, Christians bad, all of that stuff. So there's multiple things happening.
There's a spiritualism.
They put the team, because as long as they're the team, that's the team, then they can have the little squabble. But right, if they give power to the evil, Hilarion MAGA people, then there's also there also has to be an understanding of the different levels. You have people on both left, right, whatever. You have people that are pulling strings, and then you have your useful idiots who are just following along, and so all of that comes together. And because the left is dumber, and because the left is more willing to just coalesce, then they better communicate and better organize.
But they're
not
even.
The left is
They're
dumb.
not
The left,
even them.
The left
I'll give you a perfect example.
He gave you a cup cheer.
Let me give you a perfect example. Go look at like the whole of the like LGBT movement, and then look at Blair White. All right, Blair White is a fucking trans that looks legit like a chick, but fucking tells everyone, no, I'm a dude. That's not what's actually going on. Calls himself a conservative. Like it. What
What's your
fucking
point?
banana world are we in, dude?
What does that have
They're
to do with
not organized.
organization? What does that have to do with
when
their
I hear they're organized, no, they're not.
But wait, what does Blair White have to do with their organization?
We're
Blair White is
talking
one
about their
person.
organization, like on how they mobilize and how they get
point of
votes.
bringing
They're
up
organized
Blair
on doing
White,
that.
The point of bringing up Blair White is to show you that even the people that have the same worldview don't actually even agree with each other. This is what I'm trying to explain.
But they don't have to agree.
What's that
They
fucking
don't
weird
have to.
dude's
You're
name?
conflating
That's got
agreeing with
makeup
each other.
trans and shit, and he was making fun of trans people that think they're actually
You're
that actually
conflating.
think
You're
changed
confusing.
their
You're confusing
gender.
the day to day. You're confusing the day to day activities.
Jeffree Star,
of
thank you.
Yeah, Jeffree Star. You're confusing the day to day activities of the individual groups within the left and the actual organization of all of these groups coming together to fight that guy.
Yeah,
to fight that side.
And shout out
That's
to shout out to Angry
They're
Gamer. These things,
not,
Disney,
no.
Netflix, Facebook,
They're
TikTok,
not.
all these things.
It-
That's a
see,
form
it-
of organization. That's
They're not coming together
collectivism.
on their
But
way.
it doesn't
on
That's their whole thing.
On the way over to fighting that guy, they start beating each other up because they
doesn't
can't
matter.
agree of why they're going to fight that guy.
If enough
do
of
it
them-
every time.
If enough of them go to the place where they go to fight that guy, and then enough of them get there and achieve that goal, that's it. That is the goal achieved, and that is the organization that is so potent and so powerful, because it doesn't matter that they would fight amongst themselves. They're all going, all of them as a conglomerate. Even if they start fighting amongst each other, enough of them have gotten through to where they have all.
Let's get to the main
Hold
part,
on,
right?
Easy.
guy.
If you don't think there's not sort of some sort of organization, why is it when there's a talking point that comes out left?
I didn't say there's not some sort of
all the different
organization.
news organizations will literally say the exact same phrasing over and over again.
I would think most of the protest riots that are going on are actually organized by Antifa.
Yep.
And anybody that's
there's
like-
Democratic people at the top pulling the street.
Democrat elite.
And there's retards who think that, oh, I'm saving the world because I'm marching on the street with an angry face and copying what
Because
the person
to
in
your,
front
to
of
your
me.
point, Easy, you're right. There is a lot of infighting, but they
Everybody
all
thinks they're
unite
involved.
under the idea that the right is evil. Right.
Yeah.
And they
Of
when they
course.
get their marching orders and what they should the current thing they should think is they will repeat it over and over and over again.
Unlike the
Not even
right, this is
thinking,
where we're
just
trying to go,
feel.
because unlike the right, where you have someone like who give a marching order, then someone on the right will be like, let me question that. Let me think logically. If
I don't
we
know
can do
Post
this.
Malone well enough.
Right?
To
It's a
get
big
the truth.
difference in organization, right? Where you have a bunch of minions just going march, and then you got a bunch of people going, let me think about that.
You got a bunch
It's
of
a big
intellectuals
difference.
that all question
Yeah,
the
but this
orders
is the
being
whole
given
Okay,
to
so
them.
easy. Name one thing from the right that popped up in the last 10 years that spread like wildfire in the same way that
thing.
And don't
LGBT
say
has.
wait, let me
feminism.
wait.
Don't say Charlie Kirk.
I want to address that, but let me address this first off. Of when you're bringing up how like they have a unity again that the right is evil. I can even concede that to you, but this doesn't mean this actually shows that if this is the only thing they have unified,
I'm top
that's
left.
less
Unless you mean the host.
organization
You're talking
than
about the host?
on the right. On
Is
the right,
it?
we value higher
Having Donald
hierarchical
Trump
right? So
as a
it's this,
unifier.
over here you have like a coalition of fucking different movements.
I don't think that's the
I think
case. Then
that's
you'd have
the
to say that
common
like
head
you'd
count.
have to say like the Crucible crew then gets along with the Groiper crew. You'd have to say you would have to say that
he brought up how the left will unite when it comes to saying the right is evil. But just because they have a
saying Orange Man
unite
bad.
when it comes to that, they're uniting over opposition, not agreement.
But they're uniting over multiple. But speaking, they're uniting over multiple oppositions, right? They're over all of us. It's not just Orange Man bad anymore. It's just they're all fascists. All Christians are bad. Now the rhetoric is now massively. Now it's not just one ideology. So now, but that organization.
The right is more positively cohesive. We're together because of our agreement.
Okay, I can agree with that.
I can agree.
The left is this cohesive, and the right is this.
You agreed with something? Holy shit.
There's more agreement here, but there's more of that spread out agreement among all of them.
I think it just looks like that because it's easier to be on that side. It's easier to be a fucking degenerate that doesn't give a fuck about anything but themselves.
But that's the whole
That's
thing.
part of it. Easier to be that.
It's easier. It's in a form of like
Right, but that doesn't make them more organized. They
It
get the
doesn't have
lazy
to.
fucking pieces of shit of the world.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to.
what
It's
about,
easier to
They're
it's
just
easier
gonna
to
fucking
just
breed
point.
themselves out of existence because they just kill their own babies in the wombs anyways.
What about Antifa having all the stand down? No, Antifa's not standing down. The police in blue states being told, hey, stand down to Antifa when they gather around these all these different ICE centers. And then the Antifa people just gather around it and wait for one of the federal agents to actually do something because they don't plan on aggressing the federal agents. They just plan on getting aggressed. And then say, that guy was do with us.
And because it's designed that way, but because their local law enforcement is being told to stand down, it forces federal law enforcement to have to do the job of both their own job and the job of local law enforcement.
Also, whistleblowers have to risk their own job as like cops.
I think we're moving the goalposts a little bit here. I'm actually kind of writing this down. I think the big difference is we're thinking about the amount of tasks that need to be organized as an organizational quantification, right? There only needs to be one task.
No, I'm talking
organize.
I'm talking about how the left, right?
Okay.
They have a temporary discipline when it comes to organization.
they don't
right
now.
The right bad, they need to be out of there. Once that happens, they all go they don't give a fuck about each other anymore.
Again,
Ours-
that's still part of the
ours-
organization.
Yep.
But ours
That's
is
part-
a
that- but that's
long-lasting
their part.
organization because once we're in, we say, "All right, we're in, boys. Let's fucking do this. Let's get all the shit we all wanted." That's
Do we?
It.
Do
don't
we?
all separate? Yes.
Do we?
Yeah,
I don't believe
have
that
it
to be
right now.
fact.
But the thing is, we have.
Why
it
are
right
we
now.
doing that now?
Exactly.
Where is it?
We're not
happening?
getting everything
Where
we
is it
want
not
right
happening?
now. We're all the things that Trump promised is not coming true. We're not deporting
All of
more
them?
than.
Is that fair, average?
A lot of them.
Everything or just some of the things?
A lot of the things that I was personally promised that I believed in aren't coming to fruition.
What's a good
Right?
example?
Like,
give us one.
a good example is towards internet freedom or security in the AI developments. I wanted more blocking of AI. He's actually releasing more AI. He actually he actually had a small campaign on how he was going to regulate that space, and he's it looks like he's unregulating it. So that's kind of where I'm going at. I look more at the tech side of it, right? He's not going into these spaces and making them actually free. Like, he's not freeing up like the gaming spaces. They're still fully indoctrinated by the left. These are all things that the right side in the Republican Party says that they'd be going on, is the freedom and being able to speak freely in these places. Like X is now free. We can say whatever we want on X because the right can now come back in. Well, if we can go back in on on X, why can't we go back in on Twitch? Like, why are we not like these
because
things? Don't.
That's a private company.
But these are all things that Trump and the right said that they're fixing based on our freedom of rights in America.
Well,
right?
Like
They should be. They should.
Really isn't happening to the scale that I want.
Yeah, and again,
But I think is he could be doing more than what he's currently doing, and that is.
And again, a lot of, and again, on the second one, I'll even end it with this one, and then we can move on. A lot of arguments that I go against when I debate people is I voted for Trump for deportation. Right, I'll say I wanted the immigration. They go, well, how do you feel about Biden deporting
I'm not against
or Obama
it,
deporting more
I'm
than
really
Trump? So how
not
apparently someone else deported it more than we should be beating them. Why are we not beating Biden? Why are we not beating Obama in deportations? It doesn't make sense.
Because the fucking
Make it make
sanctuary
sense.
states won't let us in.
Abortion,
That's what I think this just happened today, didn't it? In Minnesota, where
the
Holman.
numbers just aren't really, the math ain't mathing.
Yeah, didn't Holman just go to Minnesota and
Jesus trying to talk.
He's muted.
Am I muted?
Yeah,
I'm not
he's
muted. Oh no, not my mic again. What the fuck?
Now you're good. Now you're muted. Now you're good.
Wait, test.
You're good.
There we go.
Yep.
We hear you
now.
Okay. Fuck. What was I saying? Shit. I don't remember. I lost it.
Happens to me all the time.
What the fuck?
You'll get it back.
We were talking about mass deportation.
Oh yeah, the sanctuary cities and the fact that they're not letting ICE and CBP into the jails to do that. And I think Holman just had a meeting. I don't know exactly who, if it was Walls or Frey or whoever, but went to Minnesota and they agreed to pull back officers or whatever, and then they got some concessions. I don't know the details. Like I just saw.
I have to see that to believe it because given.
Well, he definitely went there. I don't know exactly.
I'm sure he did, but I have to see that to believe it, and then I need whatever happened in Minnesota to happen in every blue state, in every sanctuary state, in every sanctuary city, and for that to, especially in my state of California, where it's basically
I'm in Cali too. SpeakeaZy, you have no idea how bad it is here in Cali.
Dude,
there's no presence
Probably
here at
horrible.
all. There's no presence. There's
Trump admin
no
to withdraw
federal
700
presence.
immigration agents from
$36 billion at minimum got stolen.
There's no
And we don't know
federal
where the money-
presence here.
we
We
don't know
have
where the
no
money
help
went from.
here. There's no Trump presence at all on the West Coast. It's just completely.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
taken.
bad. It's bad, dude. California is a
So
strong
Gavin Newsom is
like,
drowning in
it's
his
a
own
strong
fucking shit. Is that right?
That's not my problem. Again, Gavin Newsom is not who I voted for, and you're punishing me for that.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just saying he's probably drowning in his own shit.
Again, that
not
has nothing to
drowning,
do
no.
with what Trump's promises
Oh yeah,
to the
Trump
people
should
were.
do what he should do. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is a pure piece of shit.
Again, you can't. Again, sure, I grant that. Now let's talk about what Trump said he was going to do to help fix fucking
help the
our
actual American
places.
people.
Guys, real
Help
quick.
Americans.
It's after 2 a.m. on the East Coast. So
Average. When you're like, this is like, this is a part of that goal of having fucking protests every day and everything. Like, you slow down what can actually get done when we're doing that shit all the time.
No,
right?
and listen, I heard what you said.
When our border
agreed.
patrol has to deal with fucking morons.
Listen, I agreed. I agreed with your opening on what the things were, but again, I don't agree. I don't agree with that he's doing everything I voted for, because there are the people in the place. Here's the big thing: if that was the case, and he was like what I wanted to vote with the power that I would like to see, he would bring out the big trucks with the water cannons and shoot them all out of the way with water, gently, of course, but with jet cannons, just all over the place.
Yeah, real quick. You guys hear me? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna. It's after 2 a.m. here. I'm winding down, so I'm going to take off.
That didn't get you to Spur yet. Hold on.
That's because we're on the same side. You gotta.
God damn it! Dang it! Hold on. I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want.
You can honestly pretend like you're Minar.
I don't know if I could. I don't
Tell
know.
everyone where to find you, bro.
Thank you so very much for watching, guys. Of course, we've got Morty the Overlord, and I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well hit the bell as well, so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Easy. Thank you so very, very much. Big shout out to Def Knot and the rest of the panel. Guys, I will see you next time.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming. Great.
I don't know if you guys know this, but I do that after anytime I leave anywhere. I just need a and I'll do the same thing when we shut down here. I am so glad that I didn't put push-ups in the goal, because look at it, just look at it, just look at it. And thank you again to Mjolnir for the SS, what that actually meant in the law thing. And again. Oh my goodness, Blasterbot with 10 gifted memberships. Jeremy Ryan making sure Puppy gets his treats, and of course, the sugar daddy himself, Funk Master General. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. If you are new, again, please do subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. It is a great time. Come on through. We also have the Discord server where we hang out, and on normal nights, I gotta go to bed now, but normal nights, we're up till now yelling at each other over in Discord, where we don't have to worry about any YouTube censorship or copyright or anything like that. Place to be, guys, and come on through. Thank you once again. This is, oh wait, can the Verdies see that? Verdies can't see it. Once again, this is Morty, and I have been your host and the best debater in the world, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, thank you so very, very much. We are out of here.